And a very warm welcome back to the Mediterranean Poker Party, taking place right here at the Marriott Royal Diamond. That building you see in front of you, that beautiful pool, this beautiful hotel. Look at that, little pools on the balconies of some of those suites. I don't know, why did I not get one of those suites? I don't know. Doesn't seem right. I might take it up with the powers that be. I am, of course, James Dempsey, and alongside me, Mr. Picasso, Mr. Andrew Headley. How are we doing, sir?
Hello, James. I don't know why you didn't get one of those suites. I woke up this morning, walked out on the balcony, just dipped my toes in that little private pool and had a look out to the ocean. It was a wonderful time.
I'm not having this. I'm not having this, that they put you in one of those suites. And right. Let's get on with it. 2K buy, and that's what we got for you today. It is called the Luxon Pay Grand Final. This is day 1C, the third of 4 day ones for this event. Everyone's starting with 200K. Blinds at the moment 30 minutes, much like they were in the Poker Oak event, but this one they change as we go throughout tournaments. We are going to elongate to 40 minutes and then 50 minutes as the event goes on. Given that wrinkle, this one is going to be a 3-day event, unlike the Poker Oaks. You see there, we're covering to the end of day 1C today. We pick up action tomorrow with day 2, and then the final table will take place there on the 9th, and that'll be the last of the events we cover before, of course, the MPP main event kicks off coverage on day 2 of that one on the 11th, and then play that one out to a winner. And it will be, well, not myself calling the action on that one, sadly. I'll be out of town, but of course today we have joining us for the first time this trip, Jay Harwood's going to be jumping in the booth, Steve Warburton taking a break, going to play some poker perhaps, and then of course you three will crown us our champion in that. But that's a little ways away for now. We're going to focus on this 2K, and we're going to kick things off over here on the Luxon table, where play will commence at the 1500, 3000 level. This level 5 of the day, and the late registration, I believe, closing at the end of level 8. So still plenty of time for people to start gambling. We've seen this the other day, that like the action kind of fast, it's kind of level as some of those players will be going after it.
Yeah, first look here at Cassandra Young. Actually just met her for the very first time as we were walking the tournament floor, and she said that her table is very spicy, James, which is good for us. She's going to go ahead and look to ISO here right off the bat with the pocket 10s from +2 against the min raise from under the gun from Mr. Skull Gun Bundit.
Skull Gun Bundit, what a name.
Loving that.
Yeah, she has gone after it, and I saw a couple of familiar faces behind. Who was on our feature table the other day, Krista Silver, a player you and I were literally just speaking of before coming on air, before the mics went live. So nice to see we've got him at the feature table as well, or one of our feature tables. Again, for those of you just joining us, we have 3 feature tables in rotation. You see in the background there the main stage, that one of course the Onyx table. Here we have the Luxon, and we have our DTD live table as well. So you're going to have 3 tables worth of action coming at you. So the main idea of that, Andrew, of course, is we don't see too many boring hands.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, get to sort of knit all the threads together of different storylines on what's going on out in the main floor. As we see Young pick that one up with the early 3-bet. Yeah, really enjoying it, actually. I think it's a world first, Demps, here at the MPP 3 features.
And here's a face that we saw in that 1K. Alyssa Sigbatova back at the feature. This time peeling from the big blind with 10-8 of spades, and a pretty nice looking flop for that hand, although of course one fraught with activity likely from the cutoff, in this case Brockman having open, being that kind of board that we tend to say favours the opener.
Yeah, these spots are always quite interesting. I think specifically once you start getting round to the cutoff and button. Hello, as the 9 of clubs pings the turn. I was going to say, obviously the opening ranges are a lot wider from cutoff and button, so there's more sort of scope for us to potentially consider check raising this type of holding versus, for example, an early position open. However, it does just land on call and drills the second nuts. Interesting combo for Brockman.
Right.
We have a pretty nice bluff candidate in my eyes.
Right, we block the 8-10, we block the Queen 10.
Block both sort of nutted straights, so to speak. Let's shut it down. Now Sigbatova with the decision, do we want to try and go for a check raise river? Maybe let our opponent reopen the action. When he checks back turn though, typically you're a little worried that people won't go for thin value often enough. So she is just going to activate herself. Goes for 2/3 pot. Makes sense.
Right, he's either got the kind of hand that really wants to get to showdown, or he's got nothing.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Like, when you check, you kind of need your opponent to reopen here with something like ace-jack, right? Pocket queens, stuff like this. Maybe a weak king that pot controlled, but often, you know, we are not privy to how the action's been when you're at the table.
Right.
You can get a feel for, okay, this guy will reopen the action or not. So, decides just to do her own dirty work with the river leads, unfortunately. Brockman with just queen high.
Here we are, back at the Luxon table, and Lamkov looks like he's popped up with these 2 8s. Huayak on the button, calling with ace queen. That allowed Stefev to come in from the small bummer king jack, and Skolgan Bundit in here with the king 6 of clubs.
Yeah, he's decided to lead. I'm not a big fan of this 4 ways. Okay, we do have a hand that doesn't mind putting money into the pot, but maybe better served, you know, to start with a check, see what happens behind. There's some potential to check raise. We can do some funky stuff on turns. Does decide on lead. Lamkov, there's an argument to raise, get this in, I think. Even 4 ways, which can feel a little dicey with 8s with 2 guys behind. But, you know, we only have, what, 68k back?
Yeah.
There's already 45k in the middle.
I guess this is kind of a cool, see the action behind, get kind of a safe turn, and then really never fold. But yeah, I'm with you. Maybe best served to just go with that. Look at this, Golden Bundit. After making the flush, now knuckles are over, and what a great decision, because Huayak overcall with the ace of clubs, certainly consideration to bluff, but no, he's going to try and make his hand.
Yeah, I think you could go either way here from button. We can take a free one. It doesn't mean that we can't potentially still bluff on rivers, or of course get there. Skolgan Bundit now. Now that it checks through turn, kind of makes sense, I think, to just bet ourselves. Yeah, well done from Huayak. That could have gotten very nasty. And the pocket 8's very quick fold as well done. Tough to call, obviously, when he goes ahead, and the old bet check bet into 2 on the river seems pretty underbluffed.
Do we think this is an injury from a previous pot? Perhaps hands caught in the cookie jar? I mean... maybe not.
I mean, I don't know if it's that savage, is it? Day 1C? Could be.
You never know. I mean, it could be an injury, you know, from a different day. It did look kind of fresh, though. Lahav in here from +1, up against Brockman, once more involved in the action. He's going to like this queen 9-3. Let's bet when check 2.
Yeah, this is pretty spiced. This is a 3-bet pot.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, and like Lahav, this is optimistic. And that's saying something. To call a 3-bet here, I mean, even just to open from +1, right, and then call a 3-bet from +2, he's in trouble now on the queen 9-3-4. Pretty natural, of course, to continue once we hit middle pair. Now he's leading. This is a very confusing line to take. Very tough here, Demps, to represent any real value in my eyes. Brockman should be pretty comfortable here, top. The decision is whether we raise now and look to try and play a really big one, or do we call, allow our opponent to bluff maybe a 10-jack, king 10, king jack on rivers.
Yeah, I think call seems like the play. Right, well, once we start raising here, kind of almost over-reps our hand. Now let's see how this one plays out, because Lahav, well, if he feels his opponent is in sticky there with a queen, this may be a card he goes hard on, try and rep like an ace-high spade draw or something like that.
I mean, sure, but it's just not really our card in the grand scheme of things. Can't think of too many hands that call a 3-bet, check call flop, lead turn that contain an ace. Maybe something like an ace 9, but of course I would just be checking turn all day long. An absolute slam dunk value bet spot for Brockman. He doesn't know it, of course, but pretty bad river for him here. Certainly a lot of rivers where Lahav might just decide, okay, I'm going to have to pay this off, like a low blank. He's just put himself in this really awkward, nasty spot here. It does, of course, get away on the river, so not too much damage done.
Yeah, kind of a fun one, that one. A little bit different. We see a lot of that here at Merit, of course, and especially, as I say, re-entry still open players that are a little bit more inclined to gamble than we might normally see. Okay, as we head back over to Luxon, it is Lampkov all in from the big blind over what seems as it's Pavlov open from +2. So it's quite a big one, 20 bigs. Wonder if there may be a squeeze perhaps in there. Does that make a little bit more sense?
It would.
As it is, ace queen holding for now.
Yeah, I do know Atanas pretty well. Super experienced. Bulgarian looking good here.
Yeah.
To knock off a player.
Man with some recent form in this very room. Got 3rd place in the Merit Poker Common Series just back in March. So not no more than 2 months ago, he picked up 100k in that 2k buy-in event. So a number that suits him in this very room. And of course, actually came 6th in the Common Series back in 2023 here as one of the main events.
Okay.
So he knows his way around this poker room.
Yeah. Does hold through to the ace of diamonds river. So GG Lamkov can get there. And Atanas swells his stack up to 287k. I've played a lot with Atanas, and he's on the circuit, you know, room to room, knows what he's doing, very aggressive. He'll be fun to watch if he gets a big stack going.
Yeah, one of those. Let's see, you mentioned hailing from Bulgaria, which pound for pound is an incredibly talented poker nation. It's insane when you look at the all-time money list from that country, just how much money has gone back to Bulgaria.
Yeah, agreed. They're on the rise. Wait, who do you reckon now? Right, back in our prime days, what, it was Sweden or something like that that were the most aggro, and now we've got
that
Spain, Bulgaria.
It's funny because I remember when I was coming up, when I was playing a lot on the tour, there were like no German players. If you saw a German player, they were bad. Now, like, then for the last like 10 years, it's like the Germans are just the best.
Sure.
And now it's definitely emerging that you've got people coming out of some of these countries, especially in Eastern Europe, like Bulgaria, where they're just grinding away in the lab, getting so strong.
100%.
And you get that community. You know, you get your Bulgarian native speakers. It almost becomes like a little club. They're all out traveling together. You know, you work on this game together, and suddenly you see them in the mix. We see it somewhat from the Baltic states as well.
Sure.
Talent pool emerging.
As we join the DTD live table here, 3-bet pot once more. Lahav opening with the 10s, gets 3-bet by Litvinov in the small. These spots always intriguing. Ace King's gone with C-bet, as you would expect on the 6-4 deuce. Backdoor flush draw, 2 overs and the betting lead, and Lahav's just decided to click this one. Actually don't mind it with the SPR the way it is. Kind of just deciding, I think, I'm going to run this, and if I run into a bigger pair, so be it. So much money in the middle. Litvinov now with the decision. Do I go ahead and jam it in? You can get some hands to fold. You can be up against the nut flush draw, which is, I think, is always a consideration in these spots when you're up against ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 of clubs, right? You're doing pretty much, you're doing pretty well against these hands. But if you think your opponent kind of always has these 10s, jacks type hands, might decide to fold and does let Lahav.
Nice pick up for him.
Well, the two players we were discussing as we kicked off this frame, De Silva versus Young.
She's getting frisky, defending the 5-2-0 from under the gun.
Yeah, this is a bit out of line.
And, well, a flop that one suspects one bet won't be enough. You know, De Silva obviously going to love that board.
For sure. A couple of options for Chris in terms of size in here. You can go really big here from under the gun on these 10 highs. Whether he decides to just go small. Our hand's so strong also that you don't mind your opponent continuing in some shape or form. It does go with a 3rd. And if we're calling pre, we're not folding flop. Let's just call.
Not really a card that Young could hit, but certainly one De Silva's going to follow up with a lot.
Sure.
Going to have some of those hands that bet flop, just like King Jack, they've improved, and of course, big aces that have picked up gut short draws.
Yeah.
See how he approaches this now. It's kind of. It's almost a hand you don't want to have a hand because it's so easy to bluff here. that like betting the 10 suddenly becomes almost like a waste of a hand, right?
Agreed. Yeah, there's an option to check and try and bluff catch. Like, she's going to have lots of sort of these gut shots, straight draws and stuff.
Yeah. Flashes her the 10 and the table makes, of course.
Yeah, Chris, really, really good player. He's been on somewhat of a tear over the last few years. Lots of big scores, super nice guy, and doesn't like to fold tempts. I guess most of the better players in the world don't like folding.
You can't win if you fold.
It's true.
There's still some work to do early on in this event. Everyone's starting with 200k.
Back to DTD Live, and Golubovic opening under the gun with the ace queen of diamonds. Both blinds making the call. Let's go with c-bet here. Into Lahav and Brockman. And looks like a check raise, and is from Lahav. And this starts to get pretty interesting. 50k in the middle already. Golubovic with the decision.
Pretty happy from the small one with check raise. Obviously, he's going reasonably thin for a value check raise with just the top pair against the undergun open, but certainly I guess there are some two-pair combos, maybe even some sets, as it is though. Golubovic with that gut short backdoor diamond, certainly going to stick around. Then because of all that, suddenly that 4 looks like a pretty good card for him, right? I mean, the most likely hand that check raises would be a set of 4s, I guess, is the thinking.
Yeah, there'll probably be some ace-jack in there. That's the type of hand where we maybe start to draw the line versus under the gun. It's normally like an ace-jack, jack-10 suited.
Right.
Yeah, some sets, and like you should have some sets of 10s and stuff in here. You know, not necessarily looking to get it in pre-flop for what, 50 bigs? Is it 3K big blind, right?
3K big blind.
Yeah. So it makes some sense, and yeah, nicely done from Lahav. Picking up a bit of momentum, back-to-back, substantial-sized pots.
These characters over on the DTD Live table, one of 3 tables of coverage. We are back at the Luxon table where Pavlov, Puayak, and Skolgan are in action once again. I believe this one
6-bet 12.
A 3-bet from Skolgan Bunda, and the 2 pocket pairs have peeled. Looking to make sets. They failed to do that, but Pavlov, his interest is still peaked on this board with just the 1 over and perhaps an absence of an ace or king on board, making him far more inclined to call.
You're not loving this as a Tannis. Like, you would much prefer to have a spade in hand, but the c-bet size is so small. We're definitely going to have to see a turn, especially with the kind of inflated nature of the pot. Kind of 12 to win 73 or so as it was. Skolbunda in a pretty good spot here. 7 of clubs turn.
To check.
Worried about. Unlikely that would have improved his opponent. Now Skolbunda with the decision. One assumes it's kind of a spot you're like, I kind of want to get one more street out of this. It's hard to get all 3, so maybe we just kind of go bigger here and check back if called. Let's see how we go with that.
Yeah, definitely like this for a double barrel.
6-bet, 8,
You know,
8,
a Tannis
5.
isn't going to have 2-pair, right, which is a pretty key consideration in these spots. He's called a squeeze from under the gun.
85.
He can have a few sets, of course. 4s, 5s, 7s, potentially are in there. But with the nut jack,
38.
let's put money in. This does seem a bit small.
And the ace
Oh, there we go, it's 38. Right.
And the ace of spades as well, quite nice hand to have, blocking some of those nut flush draws that Pavlov would continue with. So yeah, the 38k slightly bigger than first thought, but
Nice hand.
a good fold, Pavlov.
Yes, it's just one of these hands that really doesn't have anywhere to go. You'd just much rather have pocket 6s here, right, that can improve any kind of flush draw, right? Any of these type of holdings, even like a 7-8 suited has gut shot. Nice hand from both.
And there we go, Skolgan already leading this table, has got further ahead with just under 3 times the starting stack. Tim Agazin, it looks like just joining the table, he has exactly the starting stack, and then we see 3 players with work to do. Back over at DTD Live, it is Litvinov, Supertova at it under the gun and +2. Format having it opened, flopped 2-pair, and has now checked it over to Litvinov. Nicely done.
Yeah, I think this is another 3-bet coup, which would make sense for us in terms of game flow. Quite like this from Litvinov. It's a little on the wide side from +2 specifically, but these suited wheel aces play quite nicely as pre-flop bluffs, and she smashed the flop, of course. Now he has this decision: do I get to kind of barrel this off with a no equity hold-in? You know, you don't expect her to have aces and kings. But having said that, I think at this stack depth, Sibikatova can just have ace-king, right? So it makes it less appetizing to sort of just try and blast it off.
Right.
He does wave the white flag. Interesting river, queen of spades. Now the decision for her, it's, you know, this isn't a fist pump value bet by any means.
You bet here, get raised.
Yeah,
it's
a bit of a disaster. And you can have all the pocket queens pretty much pure. You can have some ace-jack suited, right, that decides to take a free one.
And what are the king X that are free bet flop, check back turn that can now call the river bets?
Yeah, there's not many. I like check, I think. Could potentially go for the old really small block and induce a kind of spazzy raise from the king position. Pretty good give up, I think, from the ace-3. And yeah,
there you go.
Sibikatova, she knows what she's doing.
Nestled in the middle of the pack, a little above the starting stack is Malov leading the way there with just over 2 starting stacks, and Ulibovic we saw a moment ago in action. It's just 75k at this 3k big blind level, but again, we are still so early in the day here. Do not fret if you're on a short stack. Meanwhile, Hashim under the gun over here at Luxon has plans up a pretty delightful little flop there, considering he hasn't hit anything. It's like the ultra disguised.
Yeah. And don't mind this, you know, on some of the ace-high boards. I mean, you are going to want to do a lot of checking, right, in multi-way pots, even from under the gun. But with this exact combo, I quite like this. We can just clear out some hands that have equity. We can double barrel on lots of different turns and win the pot. So he does narrow the field just to Timur Gazin.
Yeah, I feel like I'm with you there. Yeah, we do check these boards, but I think when we got the 7 high and reasons to bet, we bet the 7 high.
Sure.
We saw, obviously, hands like 2 7s finding the mark, 2 9s sticking around. Now does Hashim find a way to go again? It looks like he's reaching for chips, and this will surely put an end to the Timur Gazin curiosity.
This is nicely done.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Just a really nice turn as well, I think, to continue the story. Like, we have all the ace-king, you don't, from cutoff, really. We have, you know, all of the best top set and the like. Let's just bet again, put pressure on the mid pairs, put pressure on like a 9-10 of hearts or whatever. We could get that out of there by the river. Well done.
Now, our first look over at the Onyx table. That is the main feature table, as it were, where the big final tables will be decided at this festival. And we see Veselov Biofri battling this one out. +1 be +2. Ace-jack with a heart working on the Queen 8-5 board, but he is going to check it over to his table mate.
Yeah, you see lots of checks in this exact spot. +2's range is pretty strong. I'm going to start with a check often and then decide what to do. He does have a hand, Demps, in my eyes, that could consider check raise here. Backdoor's working, blocking the best top pairs. You do get to just put a lot of pressure on 7s, 9s, 10s. They're in a really bad spot if he raises.
I think that's what he's done.
Yeah, I really like this play. Very nicely identified, and you're just in a horrendous spot now with the 7s.
Yeah. Bet to deny equity and end up getting bluffed.
Well done, Veselov. I really like that play.
Picasso approved.
Yeah.
High praise indeed.
It's nice when it works, you know? You know, you do your study, you're like, all right, this is a good one to check raise, and then you check raise and they jam or whatever, and you're just like,
Well, they call and they just look king queen.
And they call, yeah, and you're like, all right, now I don't know what to do on the 4 of clubs turn.
Look at this, back over a lot.
T-bet 6.5.
From the big blind. The pot wasn't.
So it's single raise.
Single raise, so he's just kept it a bit coy here against the Golden One that opens in +2.
6 plus.
Here one decides to lead the 5-3-6. This is the board that, you know, does favour the big blind, but I feel like it's not often we see this sort of hand class be the one that does come with the lead.
100%, really intriguing. Timur Gazin's not going to fold here.
7
Have 2 overcards. It's not the most appetizing board, of course. No diamonds lurking for us down the streets. But we do turn a 10, which could be troublesome.
Now this will be interesting because we saw Hashim bet once, bet twice. Timagazing folded. These two battling again. Timagazing haven't just joined the table with a fresh stack. So the second hand of poker he's played at this table has been just like the first, with Hashim barreling him into again. And you know, now with the 10, he's kind of hamstrung here.
Yeah, we just call again and make a decision on the river, it feels like.
But like just the instant you sit down at a table and you play the first two hands and this guy's just blasting into you both times, you're thinking, right, okay, is this... You don't see the hand strength, you don't see in the hand classes.
Sure.
You already start to think, hang on, this it's far more likely this guy's bluffing a lot than actually making hands, right?
I would agree. Or have a weaker hand than this, 100%. Now, will Hashim go for like a little blocky type? Like, our hand just doesn't feel like it's worth a big bet, right? On the backdoor clubs run out. It's one of those. I like this a lot.
Just 10k.
Yeah, and he's just going to have to pay it off.
Yeah, and Timagazin, recognizing that like he beats quite a few of the hands that bet this size, right? If he's just up against a 6 or a 5, it's like a gut shot kind of hand might have led. And well done, Hashim.
That's
getting
really nicely found line.
And Timagazin like, hang on a second, you got jacks here? This is an open. I feel like you didn't squeeze and then you woke up on the 6 high board. Okay, I'm into some stuff here. See that? Look at that. Hashim chip flow.
Gorgeous looking graph.
I saw him win 2 in a row. He's moving on up. It's still early days. Let's not get too excited. 3 days of play, but nice nonetheless. That's a lot. We just saw him with the ace jack getting a bit fruity post. Now he's like playing the rush.
That's the old solver open, this one. Stone bottom from under the gun. It's probably in there. You know, you can maybe get to open this 20% of the time or something.
Oh, what happened to roll the 20% again?
Yeah, I rolled it again.
28 times in a row.
I mean, it's King 7 suited, right? We just got a check raise through. Let's go. Lasuski, I recognize that name, Demps. Get down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, Maxim Lasuski. I remember
he won something big.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere or other.
It was here. I seem to remember him. It was like a really good final table where I think they all chopped and changed the lead. Let me have a look on the old Consult the Hendon mob.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember him. He was great fun to watch as well.
He was box office.
I remember he sort of wore all his emotions quite publicly.
Yeah. If I'm remembering correctly, he got stacked by Petey Chuck. I think it was last few tables of the main, and it felt like a bit of a slow roll from Petey Chuck, but the way the action went at what we didn't think it was one of those horrible spots where you're so sure you've got the best hand, and your man tanks for 3 minutes and you're out. And I'm pretty sure it's him.
240. Many times here in Cyprus. Actually had a deep run in the EPT main event. Came 8th in the EAPT Grand Final.
Oh, it might be that one.
Yeah, good for 63k. So that's the same sort of 2k event, and that's it. Pettychuk was on the one who came 4th in that.
There we go. My brain still has a little bit of grey matter left.
One pass.
Another there at that event. I do recall where he got really savaged. I'm trying to jog my memory.
Once you have a look for that, we'll call the action over at Luxon. Young finds kings +2. Round 2, Atanas Pavlov in the cutoff. Ace queen. One of those hands you can go either way. He's decided on 3-bet. Makes it 18k to go. Music to the ears of Cassandra.
Just jog my memory where I'd seen more recently.
18.
At Triton Montenegro last year where he won a 20k event.
There we go, because he went straight from here and he just YOLO'd the money in, right?
He came 8
That's
here,
unreal.
spun the money, went to Montenegro, said, oh, I'm just playing the rush kind of thing, I'm just spinning up, and ripped that off.
How good is that? So Cassandra here deciding, is it a mandatory 4-bet? She decides yes. Let's try and get the money in pre with the kings.
Re-raise.
She's gone pretty large. Makes it 50k of her 164 total.
Last 10 seconds.
Matana's going to be aware here, I think. This feels like pretty underbluffed for a third of stack.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nicely identified that our hand can't quite stand the heat.
I like these spots as well because you'll see this ace queen used here. 3-bet bluff in this. We say bluff, obviously, more than happy to get called and play flops. But recognizing, hey, against the 4-bet we're fold. But against some opponents, will be 3-betting there to love the 4-bet.
Of course.
It's such a great fun game, and that hand in particular can give us, you know, so many more options.
Completely.
Over at DTD Live, Cyprus in action again. This time from the small blind, but it's Marley off from the button, who's going to see bet this Jack 6-3 board. Has found a piece as the 6 over. Ursula from the big blind overcalled, and Queen 8 of spades. The Jack of spades is on board. Kind of tough in a 3-way coup, isn't it?
Just one of those that you don't see people take very often multi-way. Very wide open, of course, from Ismailov. Don't mind the small size flop, you know, just try and clear out some equity. It's pretty dry. Let's just get the king 10s of the world out of there. Sipgatova, of course, not going anywhere. Bottom pair, backdoor nut flush draw. Decision on Ismailov. One of these. Do we want to bluff this hand? Potentially? You're not thrilled. Like, it's kind of hard to win at showdown is what I'm saying against Sipgatova's range here. She is going to have a bunch of some pocket pairs, some Jack X, some 3s like she has when you have the ace high to go with it. King of spades, river. Sipgatova with the decision. She's debating block. One of those, I'm not sure how much this achieves depth in this exact spot.
Right.
You know, with this, like, I don't think you ever get a better hand to fold here. Well, she's gone larger, okay, so she is turning it into a pure bluff. Interesting.
Or is this one of these, like, really weird leveling rules where she thinks she should maybe fold out some better, but also make some worse call, I wonder.
Right. I actually kind of like it. I mean, it's hard for her to land on the river with many worse hands, is what I'm getting at. Other than the sort of queen 10s of the world that she decides to float.
I guess at this stack depth, are we in there with maybe with like the 4-5
Yeah.
suits? I know there are not many combos.
We can be in there with 4-5 for sure. I don't think we're in there with many. Maybe some 5-7 suited if we're feeling a bit spicy. So there aren't too many, you know, sort of natural brick draws. And he's kind of hating this because he does need her to have these sort of queen 9 suiteds with a backdoor queen 10, stuff like this, or a 3, which is pretty rare that it's going to be, you know, in there and then turn itself into a bluff. Well done.
Well done, Miss Sipgatova. Well put together there. I mean, it'd be so easy just to try
Just
and
to
check the 3 and win at
you
showdown.
just check and lose. Yeah, well done. Fun one.
Wimber over on the Luxon table. He's checking his option with 8-5 on this 10-9 or 6 board. Hashim in the mix again, this time with a flush draw.
3-bet 8.
Yeah, this is pretty wide from him pre to peel the raise of Pavlov. Decided to take a free one on the flop.
Well, let's put it out. I mean, we're all leaving the tree a little bit here. Pavlov with the ace deuce
right
off from the hijack.
100%.
The boys are playing.
They really are playing. I mean, Atanas,
wow.
I mean, this is
Pavlov.
pretty spicy. Defined check call. I think he's planning to bluff a river spade, potentially.
I mean, is it a case that he's seen Hashim play fairly aggressively from what we've seen so far, and now wants to check the bet turn, kind of thinks, hang on a second, what hand, look at this man just doesn't slow down. Love it.
3-bet 12.5.
38.5 thousand in the pot. He bets just 12.5.
Really nice.
The value bluff.
Value bluff, I love it. Yeah, that's an intriguing check call turn from Pavlov. It's hard for our hand to really... It just feels like the one that doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Good luck,
In my eyes, a little too wide, I think. But he was correct. Nice sizing from Hashim River. It really did look like value.
Gets him over the old 2 starting stacks as we head on over to the Onyx, where we have some potential danger. Veselov with a pair and a straight flush draw up against the flop flush of Luski. Let's check around. Sowski was in the mix, of course, here as well. Now that turn card, actually kind of a bad one for Wowski, isn't it? In the terms of, it just makes the board that much richer. The
Sure.
monotone boards always are, but hard to get action, especially when we block the jack as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Veselov here already thinking to himself, if I continue here, what are my possibilities to bluff? And there certainly are going to be some. We have a pretty nice candidate already to consider it with that bottom pair blocking some sets, with that very key 8 of clubs in hand. He is going to call turn. You know, we have a straight draw to go with it, so potentially we can just realize our equity for 9k. And a spades river. Luski, of course, very comfortable. Just trying to work out the right sizing.
28.
And that is 28k, 2/3 pots. I mean, pretty tough dance, I think, for Veselov at this stage. That doesn't look like the face of a man who is going to bluff.
Yeah, and not one. I mean, obviously thinking, what hands did you beat? You need your man to be really taking a fly with most of the Queen X, which doesn't seem too likely, and always bluffing some big club offsuit combos again. Hard to say if that's too likely, so it does arrive on. Oh,
Yeah, almost no bluffs, I think. And he's peeled pre-flop facing the open from EP. Background to Luxon and Cassandra. Another premium.
another premium. Come on, you're doing this hand a disservice. We've got the boots, my friend, and the blinds are up. Even better time to get them.
The premium of all premiums, the first class hand, the number one.
It's the Merit Royal Premium, that one.
The Merit Royal Premiums, aces.
Well, you're staying, of course, because those unfamiliar with this fantastic complex, kind of, it's 4 hotels at the moment. They're constantly building. There's another one under construction, but yeah, 2 of which are adult only, as it were. 2 take the kids in, and you've got baby Arlo with you, so you're in the Merit Premium.
It's lovely.
Gorgeous hotel, yeah.
By the way,
Whoa.
Hashim,
Whoa.
playing absolute note perfect so far.
No.
I mean, it's quite reasonable, right? Under the gun open and +2 3-bet. Like, Jax isn't doing too
At
well.
the speed he did it.
I know.
Hang on a second. Put a note on this man.
MVP so far.
We're dealing with a player. Wow.
I don't mind this, by the way, from Atanas. I think most people just auto-call this hand. But you do have the full table behind. Sometimes it can be nice to just sort of
Get Jacks to fold.
get Jacks to fold, right? And also take the betting lead, you know?
Now, stuff Cassandra. 4-bet again. We saw her do that a moment ago. Did this time she get trapping and called?
I think we just 4-bet this one as well. Like 50 bigs effective or so. I think when Atanas 3-bets from early position like this, he's going to be weighted to like stronger hands than 7s, right? Of course, on this occasion, he does just have the pocket 7s, but he's going to have lots of really good hands that just won't fold, right? Or will look to get it in.
Yeah, it's always a bit awkward here as well. You just 3-bet this player a moment ago, got 4-bet, or you 3-bet them again. You get 4-bet again, assuming you fold here. You're like, hang on a second, is this? Am I really running into it? Hand after hand, as we've seen, it has been both the butchers and the boots.
He's an experienced campaigner. I'm just going to recognize that. Okay, I tried again.
I'm giving up nothing. If I stick the table, I wouldn't be sure that she's had it or not had it. She just seems to take it all in her stride. Did you just fold Jack, like without too much thought? She went, nah, yeah, Jack's no good. I mean,
it's not doing great, is it? I'm under the gun and +2.
I don't care. I'm gonna think about it. I'm on the TV. I want people to make note of my fold.
No, this man's an absolute G. He's just like, yeah, whatever. I don't need to play this one.
We saw him slow by the Jacks a moment ago for the big. Now he just kicks. Maybe he just doesn't like Jacks. I'm going with that.
Okay.
Because Mylov, 2 8s from the hijack. He's opened this one up, and we see the boots once again. And in the hand to zip it over. Now, if you're watching the other day, I saw her play this hand like 3 or 4 times. She found them often.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, this is a potential trouble spot.
Note the open size here from Mylov as well. Up to 11k at 4k big blind. 2.75x. So already this stack's getting shallow here. Super Topers near 3x3bet, just getting flat by Ursuline on the putt. But I mean, ace queen suited, it's one of those hands, right, that we quite like to call them player flop in position and keep in those weaker hands that Sipkatova has 3-betting in this seat. We can certainly be dominating her, right?
Yeah, you can. It's always very kind of murky and tricky, especially against that inflated initial open. And this is a troublesome flop.
Oh, yeah, no one really likes this board, do they?
I mean, Sipkatova is hating this against two opponents. Figures that at least one of them has smashed it.
Right. I mean, Ursula with the cold call, we often see the 9s, the 10s, even the jacks. These are the kind of hands that love to do that. They all improve on this board. Ismailov as well called the 3-bet. He may well have some of those hands himself, and of course, the king-jack suited of the world that have nutted, but she is nonetheless going to go ahead and bet. And we have to remember, we are in the rebuy portion of this event. It does change the ranges somewhat. I know it shouldn't, in theory. The book doesn't say that. But the book's also not down here having to fold hand after hand. Not wanting to be here picking up big stacks.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, I mean, I would check this hand all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday as Sipkatova and just look to kind of see what the button does. Then we're going to get to see what hijack does in any case. And we can sort of just carefully tread through this hand, but she does decide just to c-bet.
And especially with the ace of diamonds as well, obviously, all those diamond turns would actually be good news for her. I love still think about this himself. He has the bottom lane gut
I mean, he
shot.
can't continue with this, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not beat by Sipkatova, you're definitely beaten by the button in this spot, and you may well be drawing dead.
Very often drawing dead already. Even if we hit a jack, it's unlikely to be good. If we hit an 8, unlikely to be good. Yeah, I mean, good fold.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's only, what, just over half pot back, so on a blank, Erselan could be in trouble.
Oh my word.
Good game, buddy.
Just saying Ursula only had 1 live out, and Sipkatova only had 1 live out to improve, and that is exactly what it's come. And I mean, both players now feel so good about their hands.
Yeah, once we make the cold call pre-flop, which, you know, I would argue that we just fold our hand pre. Like, it's annoying, or I would rather cold for it than cold call. And now this is just GG. Like, there's just no way to get away from this now.
A little bit of acting.
Yeah, he's kind of loving it, and he's drawing dead. Loving it as much as you can be.
The funny thing is, Sipkatova's probably thinking, oh, I've actually got there against like 9s or 10s or something.
Yeah. Good game.
Yeah, GG's, Ursula. That was a cold one. As played, nothing we could do. Andrew's, you know, he's too strong. This thing is just I'm in there. Flick it in. Build me a stack or send me to the rebuy.
All right.
Oh. What's that look about?
Does he think he has...
Oh, maybe just the table. A little bit confused.
Table 2 sit open.
We were taking our time. Yeah. We're just giving you more time to express your thoughts.
On that hand?
I feel like when someone's drawing dead, let's just rip the card off.
Yeah.
Send them off.
I'm not loving it. When, it's like when they, you know when you bust in various different series and they say you must stay by your chair until the floor comes to collect you. Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes in the massive field events, you're stood there for about 3 minutes and you're like, you're raging, number one, you've punted it or something. You're like, I really want to get out of here. You're looking around the floor, like scanning the horizon. There's nobody to be seen.
And then you'll have to pause to stand and watch the next hand.
Yeah.
And like, people don't want to talk at the table yet because you're still there. But you know, as soon as you go away, they're going to be like, God, he punted that off, didn't he?
Awkward.
Although the plus side is, if you wait long enough, the floor doesn't come around, maybe you do a dirty little ladder up that wasn't justified.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm always like, hold on, dear. 6 away from a page. Don't shout. So you can just, you know.
Team Snake.
Well, you know, call me what you will, but, you know, look after the pennies.
Oh, dear. Right, back to Onyx. Open from Lusky, defend by Giorfi. Check call. Very spicy Queen of Clubs turn. Giorfi now improves to a gut shot and flush draw.
This is a check back from... Was it on the 8?
I think he bet.
Okay, we bet small.
I think it was just 6k. 6k c bet.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
Looking at the pot size, pretty small, but here we are.
Yeah, these spots are kind of dice Like, you know, the middle of our range like this, if we get check shoved on, it's not a great spot to be in. Although, having said that, Georgi's pretty shallow. Certainly an argument to check shove turn. But typically, you normally call when you have a pair and have some showdown. You know, maybe jam like a jack 9 of clubs.
How's that river for you?
It's a pretty good one.
You're thinking if I hit the 9, it's so obvious. I hit the clubs, it's obvious. But if I improve to a 6, you'll never see it coming.
Good check.
You will not see it coming. Lusky with the decision, do we want to go for value? This starts to get pretty thin.
All the draws have missed. Our man can have a 7 or an 8. He does check it back.
I think like with the king kicker, you can definitely consider betting. But like for example, an 8-9, we would just check.
I'm with you there. I think because we beat that queen, I might bet, but he does check it back, and it was a good check back.
Definitely not unreasonable to consider it.
With the goods. If you are just joining us, welcome. Where have you been? We are watching the Luxon Pay Grand Final. This is a $2,000, $2 million guaranteed event. It's just day 1C. There is a turbo flight tonight. 18 reforms for day 2 tomorrow. Still towards the end of late reg in this one. See the build signs there ticking up. 365 bullets so far today, pardon me. And well, Hashim has probably caused a few of those bullets to be fired because he has been faultless thus far. And look at this. Yet again, he's getting it right. 4's ahead on this 7, 8, 9, 8 board. Safiev, well, gets there on the end in the form of a counter. But now, does Hashim turn into a bluff? Does he lead?
So this is a 3-bet pot. So I'm starting to just try and quickly analyze where we're at as Hashim. What does our range look like? That calls the 3-bet. I believe flop went check. Then Stafiev decided to bet the turn. He is finding it. Quickly becoming the GOAT of A1C.
Really beaten into the pot.
What happened there? He didn't
he just dropped the ship. Oh, he did.
No.
5 minutes.
Are they going to make him call?
No, he's snap folded.
Okay.
Wait.
He did call? Wait, he did? Like one chip within a microsecond.
And then Hashim just mucked. Is that what happened?
I guess so. Yeah, I was going to say we didn't have much time to dissect that, but what sort of 7 and 8x do we have that didn't bet turn, check calls, and then leads? We don't have too many 8 and 7x, I would suggest. So maybe just looked like a brick heart draw or a low pair, and he quickly ticked it off. I like where his head's at, though, Hashim. He's really played very well in the early goings of our coverage here.
Crazy. Still going live to the deuce, in fact.
Yeah, we've seen that he's playing like a very spicy sort of, like just lots of kind of not what we would call non-standard leads. And he's in there with very wide range of combos. He just wants to swing for the fences, and you can't hate on it. And I suppose this hand, we can never check call. He's deciding to himself, all right, I'm just going to take a stab. 7k. Brockman with a hand that can't go anywhere just yet in my eyes to this sizing. Is he raised? This is pretty nice recognition.
Wow. We're playing some poker here.
Yeah. Like, in theory, Lahav should have no leads, right? It's one of those spots at this stack depth. So Brockman's just going to pounce and say, yeah, I don't think you have any of the really strong hands here. You limp call, pre, and lead. Well done. Nicely played, Brockman. He says, nah. Wag the finger. You don't get to lead. You don't get to lead here. Yeah, no. Nice hand.
Just got one break. Now let me tell you, this is of course day 1C. Plenty of players with a little chips, a little loose end what to do today. So, you know, let's just have a little 1-day 1K PL over.
That's fun, isn't it? Well then, Timur Gazin, 3-4 of hearts in the cutoff here, out at the Luxon table. Krista Silva, 30 effective. Only one decision, I think, here, and that is whether to 3-bet call or to jam. Jam feels like a little too much, but it is the hand class that doesn't mind to do it.
I think it's one of these things. Look, we see the jam from this kind of hand when ICM becomes a factor.
Yeah.
But I think in chip accumulation mode here, early stages of a tournament, you just try and win a big pot.
If it's gone like raise and call, then we would just lift it in. But yeah, I agree. He's a pretty cool looking guy, Chris. You got to hand it to him. I don't think I can pull off that sunglasses and Man United top look with such a plum.
I would perhaps question the Man United top, but
James, we've spoken about this.
7-4.
They're like 15th best team in the English Premier League, aren't they?
Yeah, but we're going to get in the Champions League. It's going to be a travesty. It literally would be the shame of the rest of Europe.
The backdoor want to run a Champions League qualification.
And it would be a bit of a joke, but, you know, it would be funny. Right, multi-way pot. Sivkatova opens. Interesting from Amar, and I like it, by the way. I think most people auto 3-bet ace-king here, but you should have a bunch of calls, even at sort of 45 bigs deep. You know, you can induce squeezes behind, and Golubovic has a potential. I think he'd like to have more chips than this. Like, you have a lot less fold equity here with 17 blinds, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, just run it for those reasons, but like you say, it just does cool. I mean, this is such a playable hand, happy to go 5 away, try and make something of it.
I think if he has like 30 bigs here, that like shoving is really attractive.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing here with 15 is, hey, look, hey, if I call away a flop a queen and end up going broke with 1 pair, it's no disaster with 15 blinds, whereas with 30 it'll be far worse, right?
Yeah, 100%. So everyone bricks. Sivkatova has the betting lead, but she's not happy with this. Got to try and get through 4 people. It's going to be very difficult to do. Checks to Lahav, and he's just in there again on the button with 9-10 off. Takes a free one. It's bad news for Sivkatova. She does turn 2 pair, but Anar with that beautifully disguised ace-king. Bronwyn's not leading to this, is he? Okay.
It's itching.
He's about to leave the booth if that happens.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying, like, Anar playing this koi free means that Sivkatova is looking at her hand like it's the absolute crown jewel. She does not think someone has a better ace. She thinks a 2 would have made some noise. 7s probably would have bet. It's like hard to imagine any hand she loses to.
Yeah, you're only really worried about Anar having the ace queen exactly in the long term here in my eyes is typically the hand. I like her sizing, by the way. There's no need, you know, to absolutely blast money in here. We want to get called by all the weaker ace X. We can size up river if we think we definitely have the best of it. He's not, is he? If Lahav raises here, this is spice.
What is going on? 40k?
It's gonna look so strong.
But what do we...
I mean, we're repping a slow played pocket 7 somehow, or...
That's about it, right?
It is.
Like...
But people don't bluff here, right? Which is the reason you're thinking, what in the world is going on?
Yeah, it's true, because I would never put this as a bluff. Like,
Ever.
why? No draw on board.
He's gonna get called in 2 spots.
Yeah, and it's funny because Sivkatova pretty feels still alright about this hand, right?
I mean, when Anar overcalls, I think the alarm bells are starting to go. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's such a random spot for Lahav to decide to go for it.
Yeah.
Against bet and call. He still had the 2 blinds in behind him, by the way, who could somehow have a big hand.
Oh, wow! Anar with a block. Recognition. This is amazing, this hand.
This is a ridiculous hand.
I was like, well, whoops, I got this one wrong. Save face for a moment, and then Sivkatova, I can't wait to see her reaction when we cut back to her.
Something that's interesting here is that if Anar thinks Lahav is just giving up here with a bluff, he's not! He's not giving up!
Oh my word.
What is going on?
And now, I mean...
He's not going to fold.
And I was like, yeah, whatever.
He's just snapping it off.
You got to... And Lahav going to show his hand, or is he just going to muck?
Oh, he jammed, so he's got an extra few chips in.
No.
He's going to get to fold.
No, I think they're working the count out.
Okay.
Lahav's going to see that it was... Lahav's not going to show his hand.
He might be forced to, right? Will he force it?
He will be, actually, because they're all in. Let's see.
Yeah, they are.
Hang on.
You are down because...
Yeah, but I didn't expose my
Kendini
card.
neden
I don't
atıyorsun?
need to show the
Atsın,
card.
sen kol yapmışsın. Neden atıyorsun? Demedim, bunu
You need to wait for me to show my card. If you didn't wait, I don't show the card. I marked the card.
You must show the good card.
Okay.
Sure. Otherwise, you can play with it.
The hand is tabled, as is correct. Now, if the bet had been 125, 125 and a Nar had like 126, it wasn't all in, then of course, if he shows the cards first, he can up. But because it's an all in, because he needed 124k of the 125k, at an all in, all hands must be exposed. So the dealer, of course, completely correct there, and the players recognizing that. No need to bring the floor into that one. They all got there in the end, but wow, what an incredible hand. I mean, no one at the table would expect the 10-9 offsuit to be shown there, surely.
It has to be the worst feeling in the world when you go for this big river bluff, and then Nar just shrugged his shoulders, counted up the chips, and just deposited them in the middle.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Action here, fast and furious at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. It is, of course, day 1C with a whopping $2 million guarantee.
That was something.
Wow. That might be my favorite hand thus far.
Absolutely is.
It's just, he went so hard at it, delayed, repping like just sevens full.
Yeah.
Sipatova was supposed to lose a bunch of chips in this pot. Somehow didn't really, I mean, she put 40k on the turn, but
she might have lost more.
All the money came from the wrong place. Yeah. Main thing is that Nar got the full double up with the rare slow player of Ace King. Nice to see. Here we are then.
Yeah, it was well done.
Back at the Onyx. Veselov betting nut diamonds. Asiuk from under the gun. He's sticking around with his Ace King, and Panuescu 2 6s. His interest has been piqued, and while he's been somewhat rewarded on the turn, giving him that full lineup.
Yeah, basically the 2 out of position players continuing with close to sort of bottom of the hand that they would consider to continue. At Masiuk, we're not loving it. We don't have a diamond in hand, but it's such a small bet. We've got, you know, 6 overcards that we can ping and potentially win this pot. Panescu's is a curious one to overcall. Veselov now, yeah, this makes sense, right? Like, if you bet and get raised, it's a disaster. Let's take the 3-1, try and drill the nuts. Somehow 6 is his best.
Obviously, if Veselov can see how wide he's been peeled by both players here,
yeah, then he would
flop and we'd be blasting. But yeah, as you're right, Panuescu looks like he's going to take this one down.
This is a really strange spot because you might think he needs to bluff, right? Like, it's like,
though, right? We're
trying to bluff. Pocket 8s and 9s, that's it.
And they don't always bet the flop, maybe. I mean, I know
I think you just check and try and win.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is gonna.
He is gonna win.
You're a big boss.
Pretty reasonable, I think, from all. Veselov just decides. I got so much equity. 3 of diamonds would have been fun.
Oh yeah. All right.
Sorry, James, go on.
Welcome, all of you joining us. Haven't yet mentioned, but I have one BDI on the GG Poker YouTube channel chat. So if you do want to get involved, share your thoughts, ask any questions, tell us who you're supporting, please do go ahead in there. We'll be keeping an eye as the day goes on. Right now, I mean,
3-9.
it says it's the Luxon table, but I'm renaming it the Hashim table.
Yeah, he's my favorite player of the day thus far. So is this a squeeze? It is, right, okay. We have a 3-bet of the open by Hashim, called, I think, by Huayak. He's in deep trouble now with half pot back.
But he does have some good turn cards to look forward to, and that obviously the best of them. Just half pot behind. These two will be getting this in, we know that for sure.
Yeah, this is a grim turn of events for Hashim. Very unlucky. He's just going to put him in, it looks like. What can you do? Very unlucky. You're going to have to find a lady on the river. 147k in there. Big pot.
Yeah, looking pretty for the KO. Instead, likely to send chips the wrong direction.
These ones sting a little, especially when we've 3-bet. The big blind's cold called. You're thinking ace, jack, ace, 10 suited are in there a lot.
Right, and you see his hand knowing full well that for half pot he was never folding the turn. You were always going to stack them, given that they like flop top pair.
I had a feeling that you said the skills.
What, 3/4 of a starting stack? Sheen? No.
Let's practice it.
I haven't played any
That's a little cool for the man that has impressed us most thus far. I'm still flabbergasted by the speed of the ball with the 2 jacks. He's just like, ah, whatever, get this dust out of my way.
Yeah. Yeah, Huayak back in the mix. Skullgun Bandit way out in front. 571k.
My house?
Great start for him. Blinds, of course. 2 and 4,000 still. Back to the Onyx we go. Open from Paunescu from under the gun. Luski from +1. Falls with ace-10 of spades. Lasuski, who has entertained us on many an occasion, he's been called from the cutoff here. Pretty wide, 8-6 of spades. Does that position though?
I'm part-time.
He wants to get in there. Allows
I'm doing part-time job.
to come along from the
I'm
big blind.
4 hours player,
4
4 hours dealer.
King 10-9 all hearts. No player with a
I
heart
mix it
in
up. I
hand.
play mixed game.
You would imagine
1 round
leads
dealer, 1 round poker player.
to a turn card most of the time. I mean, Lasuski, this would be optimistic Demps. Even in position, it's not a great hand to fire with. He is going to take a stab. I mean, I guess the only real way to win this pot is to start bluffing. Not a lot of fun to do into 3, but with the exact hands that we can see on our screen,
I fold.
the only person who can really continue is Luski, and he's hating it. It might get through. I would fold this hand. Like, where, you know, where can we go with it?
Yeah, nicely picked up by the Southgate. Well,
Pocket queens. No, 8-5. I know you're friends with that guy. I know. I should have figured it out.
Could have been 8-5 of hearts.
I had ace high, no heart. Good bluff. Good bluff. Good bluff.
picked up a farm table in MPP last year. Right then, back over at UTD Live. Anar got that unlikely double up with the ace-king. He's in here with his king-jack suited popping up to 10k at 2k, 4k. Lubovic finds the aces, jams 15 blinds.
I thought you might flat this one, James, just looking at the way the stacks are. But if you think your man is just 2.5x opening from early, has a lot of chips, is just going to give you a spin with lots of the hands he's opened, it makes some sense, I guess, just to put it in. And he does get the max value, at least until the 5 cards are revealed.
yeah, let's not speak too soon. I believe once in the history of time, King Jack has run down 2 aces briefly.
Maybe once or twice.
Should happen about 25% of the time. Oh, king of the window. 1.5 behind. Slight improvement in equity for Anar. Flop. Lubovic pleased to see low black card on the turn. And even more thrilled with the 7 of hearts on the river, doubling him back up to 130k.
Yeah, just in time. A lot of runners today. 376 now as the counter ticks up. Of course, 2,200 buy-in, 2 million guarantee. Blind on blind confrontation here. Looks like limp check on the flop. We have a stab from Paunescu with that flop trip jacks. Luski, of course, with a flush draw. Hello. 8 of diamonds, turn demps.
Yeah, he's in there. He's found it. Paunescu. The diamond working himself. Breaks to lose a number of chips in here, but I suppose at least the pot is small. Just 20k is a pair board.
Makes a lot of sense to check this turn. Pretty dangerous, coordinated one. All the 9-10 get there, all the flushes get there.
Right.
We can induce some bluffs, sort of king 10s, king 9s of the world.
Red card on the river, but it is the deuce of hearts.
This is going to be a really tough spot. We have that 6 of diamonds in hand as well, which blocks some of the natural flushes that Luski can have.
15?
I think some of those bluffs might be like the 8, 9, the 10, 8, pardon me. They all have paired. We don't bet as it is. 15k bet is
and I broke the
cheap
flush.
Price.
Yeah, didn't get greedy.
Yeah.
Yes, alright. It's like this.
I'm a little surprised
Okay,
it didn't go a bit bigger than that. I think our hand should bet larger. But again, it's hard. You know, if you think your opponent has a queen, for example, or something, you're going to struggle to get them too many chips in.
Check. Nothing in trouble.
And I must be goblet.
It did look like a goblet.
That looked like quite a generous pool.
I need the backstory on this hand injury, by the way.
All inclusive.
I'll have a goblet of
Order
Shiraz, please. So under the gun versus big blind here. Skullgun Bundit going to continue, and Staffy has one of those hands. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. I think her opponent is c-betting too liberally. Let's punish it.
I can recommend the house of second.
A little splash.
Splash. Yeah, nice hand recognition. Golden one that
10 seconds.
very hard to carry on with this hand.
Yeah, with this exact hand
Right.
as well, it's just
Aye.
difficult, even if you suspect. Yeah, well done, Staffy. Nicely done. It's very much a feature of the modern game. You got three cards in a row, or 3 matching suits in a row. Bump it up.
7 check. 1 bet 10,000.
9 board here over at DTD Live. Lahav actually having the hand for once.
4
This
boss,
is the best
5
for these
boss.
2 queens. Bet's going to see everyone fall round to Litvinov after working diamonds.
A few strange decisions in my eyes from Lahav. He's very aggressive, so that is going to pay off sometimes. But c-betting here into 3 with queens, it just doesn't really make too much sense to me. But Litvinov, of course, going nowhere with our flush draw. 4 of hearts on the turn, still good. You would presume we just check now and then decide.
Oh, no,
like,
He's just running it. Just wants to deny against diamonds, perhaps.
it's the only reason to put them in, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe thinking, hey, is there any way thinking he can make Litvinov maybe fold a bad ace? I mean, c-bet into a 4-way pot, right?
He did.
It looks like he's got a big ace.
Although having just shown the most kamikaze of bluffs, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to be putting it in here and trying to make someone fold.
Small big
fold
blinds.
an ace.
That's pretty fair.
20 vertical.
As it stands, he actually.
Maybe so you get 7 to snap.
Right. There we go.
Reputation precedes him. That's about
4 bet
ace,
16.
queen, clubs. I'm a queen 6-4. Flop. Look at this. No rescue.
Yeah, this could get fun.
Especially this board texture, right? We see ace queen with the backdoor flush, draw the 7, working around that 6-4 as well. There's so many interesting turn cards here for these two play out on the 16k bet for now, being matched as we head to the turn, and it is one of those interesting cards.
Deuce of clubs, both players now with the nut flush draw. Resber, of course, loving life with that top pair. Typically here just goes big bet turn and call again.
4 bet 16.
It's gone small though. I'm not a big fan of this. I think it's too small, like 16k. 3rd pot, almost a 1/4 pot in fact. You just make it really easy for your opponent, right, to continue. I suppose when they have sort of the 7s through 10s of the world, we don't mind giving them a very good price. Not normally the spot. We want to bet this small though, out of position. Looks like Nescu's kind of trying to decide, is it time to start turning this into a bluff, James, right? Because this does feel kind of weak.
Right, like a jacks or
It
10s.
just feels pretty weak, yeah, like 16k, like why are you betting so small? I can have some sets here, right, that you probably don't have, and he is.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Elevation.
I quite like it.
60.
Obviously we can see that Resber's like, this is working out beautifully. He has kind of close to top of range and is getting his opponent to raise. He has to put the puzzle pieces together here and recognize, okay, I've induced this, rather than being up against a hand that has ace queen beat.
Okay.
I think we just call Demps and decide on rivers.
We're in a beautiful spot now. Shallow to snack down to 1-1. Stack to pot and backdoor the nuts. So if he wasn't sure it was, he's loving life now.
He's feeling okay now.
And I mean, there's...
I hope he is. Hope we knuckle. I mean, if you are up against the really strongest hands, Demps, like the 6s, 4s, somehow a turn set of deuces, they're going to bet river for you.
Right.
Right? And there's all those brick diamond combos and stuff. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I mean, Panescu now just hating it, obviously. I mean, he may have shut it down with kind of, you know, these nut diamonds isn't a great one to try and bluff river. But it's nice to give our opponent the opportunity. And I was going to say, is there a chance that we still go for it and think, would you really block river with a flush?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit more than a block, though, right? Like,
is.
B33 still kind of substantial.
Well, just given what we've seen thus far, nothing would surprise me.
Yeah.
I don't just mean today. I mean, all the time I've spent here.
I don't mind that bluff, though, on the turn. Against, like, you know, against the size in it, it's not unreasonable. And nicely done from Resber, to be fair. Induced his man.
Yeah, and there he is. Top chip count at this table. Still early doors. Still sub-2 starting snacks. So we're not writing letters home just yet. Timmy Gazin over here checking that ace of diamonds on the 2-diamond flop. Our boy Hashim in the mix, and he's got a pair with backdoor flush draw. He checks as well, and it's Guayak, the man who sort of stole the chips off Hashim moments ago with the action. 2-7 feels like a mandatory bet here, right?
One of these where just going to stab small in position often. Yeah, the sizing looks good. Timur Gazin.
Is this where we potentially
I would just run this, I think. You have the backdoor straight draw to go with your nut flush draw. Yeah, this is pretty nicely identified from him. We can put all of these mid pairs in a coffin, get value from like Queen Jack of Diamonds and stuff like this. Right, we can run it against a 10 quite happily and just go ahead and try and get there.
It's a good point up against the hand like that. We quite often make a better hand here fold and the hand we dominate call, which is obviously anytime you're playing poker you want to create that situation.
Absolutely.
Right, this is the problem, of course, we do bet these spots against these balanced players is suddenly things get so difficult, right?
Yeah, when you get into theory world here, we're probably supposed to continue with this one, right? We have a pair, we have a diamond in it. You have to think of the natural bluffs, and it's normally the nut flush draw. Going to be some hands like King Queen offsuit with the King of Diamonds, stuff like this for Timur Gazin. Maybe something like a Queen Jack of Hearts, right? 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw. These are the natural kind of bluffs that people can find in the modern game. Just so hard to be sticky with 7s. You know you're going to be asked for all of it quite often on the turn.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, very nice.
Take a bounce, huh?
Pretty cool customer.
Here is 8.
Chips, raising it up to 8k, 2k, 4k. Over, next C, King Jack. Probably 2 seats down. Jack offsuit. That's what
5 seconds.
It does. You could mix a 3-bet.
5 raised 20.
I much prefer it to call. Like I think when people call here, it's a big mistake.
7 fold, 8 fold.
I guess not particularly big size, Andrew, but I guess
against stack depth, it seems okay. You would normally expect maybe 22 to 24. Like we're kind of nitpicking. What is it? He started the hand with 35 blinds, so I think maybe a little small. Yeah, 5.5 to 6 might be a little bit more typical.
Right, we do want to generate some fold. It's very hard for Gulabevich to actually have too many hands that do fold to this side. Let's see what that hand, one of the weakest ones, is going to have. Sure. Timing spot on.
She's played really well, like the first few days of her coverage. She just never really seems to put a foot wrong, just ticking along.
Yeah, tends to get it right. We see that a lot with her here. This is, of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C. And those eagle-eyed amongst you see the big projector screen in the background. I can see just 1 minute left at this 2K, 4K level. We'll be then kicking things up a little bit. With the old 5k big blind, get things moving even a little bit faster as we head towards the end of registration. Although, I believe actually there may be more registration dead. I was in level 8, level 10, I believe, today.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Biz. Here's a man we know and love at this very venue. In here with the 2 9s. Against Vasilov's Ace King.
Yeah, around about 40 blinds each. Not unreasonable to see these two going to war. I think typically you'd expect Biz just to flat here in position, but he's just decided Vasilov's aggressive enough. I'm going to run my pair. So here we go, 344k in the middle. Vasilov, the man at risk. Biz is just 28k behind though. Critical for both players.
I think. It's close.
One of those that made the work as poker.
5167. He has 167. So.
Couple of 6-figure cashes in his past in.
Yeah.
Nice.
Plenty of 5-figure cashes.
50. 25. Yeah. He's in risk. He has more.
Alright, off we go. Ace King versus 9s. Great flop for those 9s.
Not improved yet, but with some killouts.
Some killouts, I like that.
One or two many, I suppose. Oh,
It's a fair fight.
hello.
It's a fair turn.
Okay, when we get it with 2 9s against Ace King, we take this situation by the turn. But when we see that flop, we're a little upset to see them merge over above. Great cross, red, no danger.
I've worked out the science of these spots. When you hold the 9 of clubs, you just always win this one.
Okay.
But when you've got like 2 red 9s, you just pay them.
Oh.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Science. Next time you're all in at risk them, have a look. When they turn a nut flush draw, you've got one. Just sit back down.
You just toast?
You just sit back down, mate, and when you don't have one, they just get there. Wait a minute. Why is Vestal? Okay. It's saying eliminated, but he didn't leave his seat. Perhaps.
Okay.
Perhaps has a few chips back.
The break is in 24 minutes.
Obviously, chip graphic is as accurate as possible, but occasionally there's a, you get one bet size wrong, and it kind of spreads around the table like a virus. You know, like, oh, that person's double, but that person's stat was slightly wrong, so the graphics then go further behind, and we'll see. There's going to cut down their stats from important King 8-4 over here at DTD Live, and I'm seeing a lot of cards out there. We've got a 5-way pot.
Lahav is just so spiced. Like, it checks them on the button here. Somehow in there with the 10-8-0 multi-way, he's just going to bet.
Look at this.
He's going to win the pot, I think.
But when it's better than that, he gets 9s to fold and a weaker 8 to call. So he's better out the better hand. He's got the worst one to call. Now looks like he's in great shape to win a decent-sized pot here. I mean,
I'm trying to work out how Brockman was in here. Is it a limp pot? Somehow I don't think so.
I think the 9s opened and everyone else called.
This is real spice from Brockman when they hit 3 suited.
I was saying, like, obviously not great to be called in this spot, but Lahav just doesn't care anymore. He's running at every spot. I'm all in.
He is.
And Brockman, you called with the 8 here. Well, what do you think this man was going to do on the turn?
Yeah, and also, by the way, we might talk ourselves into calling this off. There's a multitude of draws. We've seen our man.
He doesn't even need a draw.
No?
This man.
I think he might call this off. Just against the particular opponent in question. No, he's going to get out of the way.
Back up to just shy of a starting stack. Well, he's scratching the back of his head. He's going to have plenty of players scratching the front of theirs.
Right. I mean, the thing with a player like Lahav, if he starts hitting cards, then watch out, everybody.
Yeah. I wonder now he's back up to sort of 170. Is that like, okay, now we cool down?
Now we'll chill out a little bit.
The reactor needs to chill out. Power has been generated. Veselov did have some chips behind. They found their way into the middle here from the hijack with this Queen 8. And Garofri matching it quite happily with the Ace King from the cutoff. This board, well, brings some sort of hope to Veselov. 8 of spades working in a couple directions. But alas, when you want to win, that is to make a pair. Ooh. There he is. Here we go.
queen.
Well, okay, I'm going to go buy 200k, but I guess I'll try and play this freebie 60k stack instead.
Yeah. Every epic journey starts with the smallest of steps, doesn't it?
Here we go.
I'll be making an epic journey to the dinner buffet when I go on my break. Have you been behaving yourself this trip on the dessert front? Talk to me.
No. Can't lie. I won't lie. Lovely.
They're so nice.
They had a lovely
Hey, it's
tartare
cool.
buffet. Oh, it was just delicious. So I had that. I had a couple of slices.
У нее же свои какие-то стандарты.
Salmon, delicious. Nice bit of
5
vegetables,
seconds.
and then
Creamy.
I went in some sort of raspberry chocolate.
Так они все друг на друга похожи.
Oh, I almost just want to talk about food. Right back to the action we got. Open from Hashim +1.
Hey, check.
Pretty wide peel this from Young with the queen 10 off. You know, he's been playing a lot of hands, right? So she's maybe just thinking, right, I want to try and get in there into the mix. Hashim just checks back.
Hey, check.
Almost like that check back, looking almost suspiciously strong, is not on this ace-3 board, but he's almost taking the. Oh wow, he finds another check, just extending.
Offsuit jack, anyone?
Right, does Young perhaps try and stab her, or she's just too suspicious about these check backs?
Hey, check.
Yeah, it's kind of like so showdown based from Hashim. It's hard for us to like. I mean, yes, we could be value betting like pocket eights with the diamond, something like this, right?
Right.
Nines with the diamond. Relatively small subset of one diamond hands out of the small blind. She's done well not to. Yeah. So like sometimes you just feel like, okay, right, I'm just gonna have to try a little nibble on the river. Just try and rep one of those medium flushes. I like watching Hashim play as well.
ATD live for half. Have it once more. No sign of slowing down, but Litvinov laying the trap, having opened this ace-queen, sends it on over, and the king-jack, zero equity, starting to bluff.
I mean, they've been sitting there and they know just how much he is just rifling it off, so it seems like we just call all day.
Yeah, obviously the queens was one of our hands, but they didn't know that. And I mean, it was kind of a spicy turn jam, albeit somewhat still overvalued, but they must be getting the perception. Hang on, this guy's like literally never slowing down. He bets flop, he jams turn, bets flop, jams turn.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him as much rope as possible. Well, I mean, I'm not sort of endorsing the follow-up, but if we are going to go blasting with no equity, perhaps we do some blasting and we turn some.
This seems like one of the better hands to like continue the story. I wouldn't have bet flop, but yeah, once the 10 of clubs comes, you know, we can go all in on a club river, we can river a queen, we can fold out 8s, 9s, 6, 7 suited type holdings are really in trouble now. You start to put an ace-4 of hearts in a bad spot, even though with his table image, I don't. I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, I think if he was fully aware of just
how
much Le Havre was going off, we would just call. But perhaps thinking, hey, I don't think my man's going to fold. Maybe he's picked up some clubs. Sure, they won't fold.
And that does seem fair. If you think he never folds an ace, like, let's just put it in now.
And my perception would be there's no way Le Havre's folding ace at the moment. There's no way he's folding clubs. So let's just run it.
Yeah, you know what? I think that is more than fair. I didn't realize as well that he bet 31k, which is pretty chunky, and we only had what, 2 times? Yeah, excuse me, 3 times that back.
Yeah, look at that, he had 100k. So you were facing a bet for nearly a third of his stack. Does decide just to run it, gets back over, starting to stack himself, sends Le Havre back down to 125. Still sits over, leading away over at the DTD live table. You see there as well. Lines are now up. We're playing 2.5, 5k.
Back to Luxon we go.
6 race
Skull
11.
Gun Bandit from +2. Yes, chunks. This is potential trouble. Gazin. Got a couple of ways here, Demps. I quite like call with exactly the suited variety. Just one of these that if you have to 3-bet fold this, it's a real bit of a disaster, to be honest, with a hand that
7
performs
race
so well. It looks like he has 3-bet. It's obviously never a mistake. You know, it's one of these annoying ones that, and it is infrequent that you get jammed on or 4-bet. Yeah, it's just a value 3-bet, right? And then we see,
as we were saying earlier, ace queen always seems to be that hand where you kind of 3-bet, but how you face 4-bets completely depends. Sometimes you're doing it to snap, sometimes you're doing it to snap fold, and a lot of the time it's
I very often just use the suited one as a peel, and 3-bet fold the offsuit one and just like whatever, it's not a big deal. But of course, you do get 4-bet jammed on so infrequently that you shouldn't have that in your head for it to be an issue, right? Fine to mix in 3-bets.
5 seconds.
under the bed.
Exactly.
Pass.
Oh. That's a story for another time. Skullgun Bandit now 40 big blinds deep. Feels like there's only one way to play it, but okay, apparently not.
And this just gives Tim and goes, should it come an ace? It's going to feel like, wow, I've got the nuts.
Yeah.
You never expect ace king flat here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, so often we say the value of ace king, even though we know it's a good hand, is just in playing it aggressively, right? Okay, you can see you've probably got the best hand here, but now we're playing a 75k pot out of position. It can get very difficult as we see a jack 5-3 ball rolled out.
I think when you do decide to play it this way, you need to be prepared to just check call down on a lot of boards, right? Because we just are so under repped. It's one of these spots. You have the nut ace high. We're not really supposed to have it. Team engaging with a pretty nice board to continue. Jack 3-5, backdoor nut flush draw. I don't think he'll do anything else but bet. Small sizing in position. We can line up some barrels down the street.
One of those where we knock out some hands that have extra tickets. Pocket pairs probably stick around, but we can blast against their certain run outs, and then of course.
I mean, just pretty easy check call, I think. This is curious because it looks like he's considering raising. Oh no, not sure about that one.
Wow, I mean, for those Skullgun Bandit must have just felt like he had some sort of read that this was the goods from Tim Agazen. Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous to trust ourselves that much, I think. Wow. Didn't want to 4-bet it free if I can get it in. Really felt like he was up against the goods. Peeled and just check bolts flop. Okay, back here at DTG Live. Some familiar faces in the mix. Lahav's got no part of this board, so expect to bet any moment now. It's over. She got in the top in position, ready to take on her man. And nah. Well, here's the best part of this. From the flop with that second pair and a gut shot, drawing at the wheel. Ooh, what a turn card. He picks up an up flush draw. Lahav and Simkatova pair their kings. Former is going to come barreling here with that pair plus flush draw. Big bet 50k to 43?
No, it was 15, I'm sure.
Okay.
I think. I might be wrong, but yeah.
That makes much more sense.
It's such a tricky table. We've seen so many sort of out of flow bets from players. Like, an arse shouldn't lead this card in my eyes against under the gun and cut off.
And now, with Lahav caught in the middle, I mean, Simkatova knows she's got a better hand than that player. Does she now consider raising here? Looks like she just come with a call.
Yeah.
Anar can have so many draws. Lahav, it's like, how does he ever have me beat the way he's been playing?
He is, but on the positive side, when we do just call, we have the kind of rocket man Lahav in there who could just rifle it off given the opportunity. I do hear you though. We certainly could consider it not having a diamond or a heart in hand.
Now,
could have set our own price, so to speak.
I like this recognition from himself. I mean, we've seen it go off, but really hard to get value here. If Simkatova's got a king, it's almost certainly better, and that's the sort of king 9 suited to the world. Let's check it over to her. She has clear the value there. That was pretty smart.
Very nice.
Maybe recognizing that, hey, like, I don't think Lahav really has much as played as it happened as a king, but for any amount of it. And Anar's probably got some sort of weak 1 pair.
Yeah, one thing I will say, she's sort of, I don't think there's any danger of it in this exact spot, but she's sort of opened herself up to potentially letting the big blind do something spicy when you just bet 25k. You know, like this small bet, we kind of, it looks like we have what we have, right? Which is like a mediocre sort of top pair. Nicely done.
Yeah.
She gets some nice additional value from Le Havre. Hard for him to fold.
And a really cool turn card for him. The only way he was going to do some chips here was on a king. There's only 2 in the deck. Here we go, so it's over up to over $500,000 in chips. Well, seatbelts must stay on. Le Havre is down to sub 20. Oh, he's not going to be on that stack for long. That's my prediction.
It's going to go one way or the other, isn't it, James?
Yeah, Masiuk, he's going to try and take these kings for as much as possible, but for now, it's met by a couple of peels. Veselov flops the flush as Masiuk has the king of hearts in hand.
One chip.
In the booth here,
6
suggesting a check. That's exactly what he would do.
You have to check this one.
Right, that kind of like medium strength made hand and the nut draw check. Let the baby hearts in there, the raggy heart in there, that will pay you off. You also have Benescu behind. You could perhaps go bluffing here with, as we can see here, no equity.
Hey, just this one of these spots where both the button and the big blind have a lot of flopped flushes. Also, we can check raise at some point in this hand with the king of hearts in hand and potentially make an ace fold. There's lots of good things that can happen when we check. Pretty easy for Veselov if he decides to put money in. To do so with this hand, obviously. And he's just going to jam. That's interesting. Okay. Kind of thinking to himself that if I bet small, it's harder to rep like a bluff, but we're sort of just repping like a queen 9 here with the queen of hearts, something like this. These are bluffs. Of course, the king of hearts becomes quite nasty now for Masiuk. You know, I was going to say we always get to the river, but we are now facing a pot-sized turn all in. And we do have that king of hearts in hand, which is normally going to be the kind of bluff combos of Veselov are going to contain the king or the queen of hearts, I would suggest. So we don't love this, but we can be ahead still of some semi-bluffs. And of course, we're drawing to the nut flush.
Yeah, completely understand.
Spinning.
Fade a heart. That's up to 120. Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel. GG, sir.
Nasty way to go for Veselov. Almost saved himself a couple of K.
Like
Sit open table 1.
swap the flush in a three-way spot on ace high board. It's prime for value, and he got max.
You trying to take her job?
I'm trying to help her because in this area of the table, you know, the corners, she cannot read.
It is a big table. One over there on the options. Go gadget. You do need a bit of cooperation.
Need one of those little stretchy sticks with the creepy little hand on the end of it that pulls the chips towards you. Three-way pot here. Ace-8 from Brockman under the gun. Litvinov peels button. Le Havre completing with 6-7 of diamonds. Let's go queen 7-4. I'm intrigued to see how Le Havre proceeds here. As we've seen, seems like he's primed and ready.
8.5.
You have to presume that this goes c-bet from Brockman, call from Litvinov. Really no other way to play this with jacks.
7 call.
Okay.
1 call.
Have decides to find an overcall. This is very reasonable. Middle pair with backdoors.
For like Brockman shoes and a half and pot, I just passing up more like c-bet spots.
I would be checking every time here from under the gun, I think.
I mean, I can check this one. I'd c-bet so tight. Oh,
I hear you.
Found an 8. Le Havre has found a gut shot draw to go with that flopped pair.
I mean, this is...
You know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen, right?
He's going to bet, Litvinov's going to fold, Le Havre's going to jam, and Brockman's going to call. The best hand is going to fold again.
It's the Twilight Zone.
Lots of these really curious sizing choices though, like do we really B25? Yeah, I like this. Against quarter, like what's he betting a quarter with here in a three-way affair? That's a strong hand.
Yeah, just cool. I think recognizing now, hey look, I'm not going to get sold, I've got a gut shot draw, let's just run my equity. And Well, a great river card for Litvinov to see.
I mean, like,
Brockman's
Brockman's just not bothered about Litvinov.
yeah, he's like forgetting he's in the pot. He's eyeing up the half stack there, like, I've got him. Like, no, you can't bet again. No. He can't do it again.
This is insane.
Oh my word. He has bet again.
Now the jacks aren't happy. I'll tell you that for free. What a curious
But I mean,
hand.
now kind of for 26k, is he ever going to bet that small with a queen? Has he bet? Oh, wow, look at this. I've just clocked this. He eyed the half stack, sees it's 52k, has bet 26. So should he face the check raise, it reopens the action. Oh my God, he has found the check raise.
Oh, no.
Oh my word.
What a genius you are, Mr. Brockman.
And Litvinov, let's go. I want to see Litvinov's face.
Come on, cameraman.
What has happened in this hand? I mean,
oh my goodness.
We all feel your pain, Mr. Litvinov. There's nothing you could have done there. Wow, Tom and a half.
That was amazing.
He was the wild one. And Brockman. But you know what I mean? Like, Brockman bet that size. Litvinov's worried about cool in the middle, the half check raise, and then suddenly action reopens. Something you see kind of on the flop and stuff more than you do see on the rivers. But it was all just bizarre antics throughout that hand in Litvinov.
The face, that was amazing.
You're only young. You're like 27.
I think I beat some value, right?
Sure.
I know I shouldn't beat some value, but no, what does beat 26?
It was, 26. I think if you took a little bit more time, it's like on the turn he's going, right, you bet a quarter.
I'm already 19 years.
I'm still doing okay to continue.
Right,
and then on the river queen, you're thinking, well, he won't bluff this, but again, he's bet like quarter pot.
It looks like maybe he's got like 9.
Ace-8 off, apparently.
Yeah. There we go. What a hand. Clip it up. That's one of my favourite ones I've seen thus far.
That one needs to be clipped.
And Litvinov didn't disappoint in his reaction.
Yeah, we'll say GG to Lahav. You were a lot of fun to watch, sir. Good luck the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Right. Focus.
No.
James.
No, I'm done. That's it. But we're not topping that hand today. We're not topping that hand.
No, it's going to be hard.
Poor Litvinov. He's probably watching this back right about now. What the hell was that?
That was hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, it can go small C-bet flop and call.
5 minutes, don't worry.
Interesting that you decided to bet with
No,
jacks.
5, but 30.
Hey, check this one back. Look to some river stabs.
Just for fun.
Nice pickup for him.
You want to show a queen?
You timed that so well just to go, I'd like to see Litvinov. His face just melts into his hand. Amazing.
We've all been there. You know, you get these non-standard spots. Everyone says they stuck their souls. This is what happens. But you get down here. GTO doesn't get through immigration.
It's not getting through.
The only thing allowed here is
right, limp pot, blind on blind. Stafiev versus Skullgum Bandit. Checks through to the Jack of Spades turn. On the 4-liner. Curious bet this from Stafiev. I'm not sure what this is achieving. I mean, we're trying to... I'm not sure why we're betting, James. This one has me a little stumped. He, ironically, is getting value from an 8. I mean, I guess we're just betting small to sort of get a little bit of value and protection from some king-high type hands.
First check.
Feels like it's going to go check. Does Stafiev get on the turn? Very reasonable for Skullgum Bandit to call one bet. Just digesting that hand still. That was box office stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm sad to see Lahav go because he was kind of causing a ripple effect throughout the table, and we've seen some kind of crazy hands as a result.
We saw a lot of craziness.
Yeah. I mean, the hand against Anar's Ace King where he bluffed 9-10 as well. A few epic ones. Right, back to DTD Live. Sipgatova open with Ace 10 from +2. Kotkovsky. 3-betting to 40k. Pretty large size from the hijack. 8 big blinds. A little too big, I think. Starting the hand with 40. And she's just very aware in general from what we've seen. I would imagine she's just going to let this go.
Yeah.
Against this big chunky size, like +2 versus hijack.
It just screams to me like ace king all the time. It's this size. Like it's a hand that doesn't want to get peeled, but it's never gonna fold.
I think it's normally just, yeah, I'm going with my hand. When people do this sub 40, maybe just a little value potentially left on the table with that big 3-bet size. Like you want to give it a chance, Demps, right? Like make it 5.5 blinds, 6 bigs. Let her maybe make it 13.
A reminder of what we got coming up for you in store. Today is day 1C of that Luxon Pay Grand Final tomorrow. We will play our way down to the final table of the very same event, and then of course that FT coming on the 9th. We then go dark for one more day. Andrew gets to work on his tan, and we will return for the MPP main event, the biggie. We have 3 days of coverage on the Crown Arch champion. Although sadly I won't be here for the end of it, but Mr. Steve Warburton will be returning alongside Andrew and of course Jay Harwood, who is going to be joining us very shortly today as we are approaching the fast break play of the coverage.
Yeah, Jay's first stint in the booth in 2025 incoming. So we had an open here from Atanas, defended by Timur Gazin. Check, flop. Makes some sense that Atanas doesn't want to bloat this one with a hand that has some showdown. Seems like Timur Gazin has seen enough though. Going to activate with a turn bluff, which makes, of course, a lot of sense. Open-ender here, we can chase out some hands that have us beat, like the King size of the world that didn't see that gets the job done. He's chipping up nicely now. 260, what's down to 110 or so at one stage.
Что-то закрутилось, понеслось. И, кстати, неплохо мне.
Back over at the Onyx. Open up 2 3s from +1. You're free. He's going to peel in position, 2 6s on the button, and that will allow Resper in here with the very delicious 6 7 spades and 3. Taken to the flop. You're free with only 67k back, but it's hard for these 3 hands to really see a flop that gets them all excited, and perhaps Resper with that gut shot most enthused here, and a board that the other 2 hands don't really want to bet, right?
Sure. Like, Yorfi had that sort of stack depth where you could just put this one in pre. You might have just enough. Like, we're on the button. I think if we have sort of 17 bigs, for example, then peeling is a bit more appetizing than peeling off 15. And now this is the problem, is that there are so few boards where we get to just get it in post. I think I'd maybe argue for just running it pre rather than peeling off 15.
This to me seems like quite an optimistic bet for massing it, because that button peel is just going to have a lot of Broadway, right?
I would agree with that completely. He's just deciding, all right, I'm going to start trying to leverage pressure here. And it's pretty uncomfortable now for Resper. You know, we do have a hand that wants to continue, but we're facing more than half pot.
Right, and more than half pot was bet into that kind of scary looking range.
Yeah, into that button peel, which doesn't figure to fold too many flops.
Yeah, I completely understand this fold from him.
Same. This is a nice find from Masiuk, and it's very difficult to find it. Versus that sort of shallow stack button peel. Well done.
How much were the satellites? 1K? 1,000 or?
All satellites.
I know, all together, but the last one is like 1,000 or?
1,000.
1,000, yeah? From 1,000 you got the package.
Okay, so it sounds like he was one of our package winners. They got 12.5k packages, included a buy into the Poker Open Street down to this Luxon Pay Grand Final, and then of course the main event. That was with your travel and accommodation included, so he stepped his way in with us. I guess from 125 into a 1k, 12.5k package. Here he is, making waves in the Mediterranean. Anar, the opener here with King 3.
Put in a very large flop c-bet on the kind of blank look at 8-3-4. I believe it was 25k. Brockman feeling he had to continue with the overcard and draw to the wheel, and are improving to 2-pair, hand over though on the turn. Yeah, some of those satellites are good to be looked out for future events here? Because it sounds like there's been lots of value, lots of people been drilling those pathways.
This is the thing, we know these events,
45.
usually overlays the theme of the festival. Jack, we saw in the first event, 1,500 pounds.
35 or 45?
40.
45. Okay, 45.
And of course, with the joys
45.
coming down to Merrick at the start of May, meaning that
Давай, последний блеф надо показывать.
5,000.
we're not sort of sweating over that. So many qualifiers being part of that. Ace deuce. Looks like we have reached that first break of the day. These players being informed they're moving back to the main floor, and a little spoiler alert coming up. We do have, joining that table in a moment, Espinyorstad will be kicking off our next feature table. But as we go on the break, this is how the Luxon table looks. Artyom Lasowski leading the way. He's been in the mix quite a bit on that table. But this table perhaps not the most exciting of the three. The main feature wasn't
35
really
or 45?
where we saw
40,
the lion's
45.
share
45.
of the action still very early.
45.
Of course, we have time at level 8, 16.
Давай, последний блеф надо показывать.
5,000.
Over at DPD Live is the million place. Top the count. 6 foot over.
After the break, you will be table 13,
In the mix. And that's the table where we sort of saw a lot of stuff going off, didn't we?
It was very, very chaotic. Of course, we saw Lahar departing, excuse me, not far before the end of our coverage there. He was the sort of unknown quantity that was causing everybody else to sort of widen their ranges, spew into each other. Whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it certainly was. And then over at Luxon, of course, where we kick things off today, Skogan Bandit still leads with 489k. Timagay's enjoying that table not too long again. Of course, Hussein, Hashim, the man that we fell in love with at the start of the play, didn't we? He was ducking and diving, making the right decision all the time. And of course, the shortest back there, Joseph Huayak, who we saw in the 1K. Nice to see him back in the mix. Bit of a character at the table. Right, guys, it is going to be a 25-minute break. Andrew's going to tag out. When we return, myself and Jay will take...
race 6. One pass. Two 18 race. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 18. Last 10 seconds. 5. 50. 8. 50. Re-race. Last 10 seconds. 2 pass, win 8. middle. Perfect. 3, 4, yeah. With 65. Table 2 sit open. 6, 8, 5. 7, 4. 8, 4. 1, 4. Five seconds. Equal. That's it.
Welcome back, guys, to the Mediterranean poker party. Yesterday, a little game of guess the chip counts. Absolute nonsense. Anyone can win that. Doesn't mean anything. Today, more important, we're at the table. We've got chips. We've got cards. It's poker. One-on-one, me against Andrew. But with a little wrinkle.
He likes to pretend that he's unruffled. He's still very upset from yesterday's result. It's 3-0 to me. Anyway, we are going to play an Indian poker variant here. One card is going to be put on our head like so. The other card is going to be face down in front of us. We're going to put the two cards together, not showing each other the down card, and we're going to make a no-limit Texas hand. We're going to run out the board, and we're going to play it out and see who wins. James, is it going to be you?
Christ, that's a lot of talking. Should we just get on with it?
Right, fine. Let's go.
I'm big blind. It's on you. Come on.
All right, sorry. All right, hang on. All right, so pre-flop, we need to just decide what we're doing. 6,000.
You got a good hand, by the way.
Have I?
Yeah.
I knew I did. I made it 6k to go.
Quite intimidating.
Okay. Action's on you, I'd say.
Check. That's a good board for your hand, for your card.
This type of a board. We'll go half pot. 6,000 again. We're going to keep the bet the same.
I'll call the obvious bluff.
Okay.
I don't wonder, you've actually got a way better card than me.
Jack on the turn.
Ah, but there's no way you've got a jack.
There's a jack on the turn.
Yeah, but there's no way you've got one.
Why are you looking at me? You should be looking at the board.
I'm going to lead.
Okay.
You've got none of that.
Okay.
15k. Mofo!
Right.
Be embarrassing to lose on the first hand. You've probably got to keep this going. You guys have set this up. Not much content if you play stuff. Oh, it's coming along, huh?
Good luck, buddy.
That's a bad card for what's on your head.
It may well be. But you neglect to consider the card face down on the table. He's put himself in a bad spot now where he thinks he has to bluff. Well,
you had a good card, but now you've missed.
3k.
You had a spade, but your connected spade's worth nothing. Now look at that. Brick, brick.
50,000. Little clicker. A little clicker. It's so I can spin up the remainder.
Okay, I call the bluff.
Have you called?
Yeah.
That can't be good. Well, you only have a 7. Oh, I might win then. Oh no, have you got like a 5 under there? Yeah. I decided to just go for it.
I like the basic nuts. Oh, that was easy.
I thought that you might be bluffing and that I could have had a jack.
I was being honest with you. Oh, you thought I was going to try and mug you up and make you fold a jack?
Well, I mean,
do you think I would make you fold a jack for the banter?
On the live on television.
On a pre-record. Do you think I would do that to you?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
That's fine. I can spin it up. Right.
It's going to be very short, guys. Very
it's not
easy.
Great. Maybe I could have called.
Very
like you've
easy.
got a 7 on your head. Maybe I could just call.
Maybe you could just call.
I had a 4. I don't know. It wasn't a great spot to be in. Right. Hang on. Ooh. Intriguing.
It's my button, isn't it?
Intriguing.
I'm just going to keep it small because I want to, you know, I haven't got a very good hand. And you've got a really good card, so I want to keep it small.
You think you might be telling the truth this time?
I told the truth last time.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm all in. I've put everything I could in. Yeah, all right. Ship it.
Ah, okay.
Ah, Queen 9.
Yeah, you got a good hand.
I knew it was
you
good.
overplayed it.
I suppose I should have trapped. Right, okay, I'm learning. You ever played this before, by the way? Not on...
Not for...
in real life?
Not for a couple of weeks, at least. I played some 1K, 2K, Hold'em, Indian poker. I was with me, Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu, and a couple other fish.
I'm actually a little embarrassed that I fell for the first one. Like I called 15K. Do you know? Whatever. We live and we learn. Right, limp. It's turbo limp. Whatever. I'm
Little milker.
I'm not folding.
Little milker. Get some chips in the pot.
Right, okay, we can call.
Get some chips in the pot. Here we go.
This is
That's all you got left.
That's what I mean. You only see this in 2025. Limp call. Flop it.
Oh dear, that's good for you.
Yeah.
It's really good for you.
Feels like it might be good for me.
I can't remember whose button is it.
It's you to go because you ISO'd.
Oh, I did, you're right.
I mean, I might have a draw.
Means you probably have a draw.
No, I've got a 7.
You got a great draw, you got an amazing hand.
Hey, all right. Yeah, but I'm not winning. Yeah, it's fine. Like you've got one of my outs, but I made the right decision to get it.
Baby, hold.
How can you bet call it off?
Hold.
4. Get there.
Hold.
Come on, Philip. Find it. Whatever, man. I hate this game.
Once more, when it comes to a card game. Oh, sorry, I'll be gracious. I'll be gracious.
You did bash me up.
Well played, well played. Very good game, very good game, well done.
I've got to run it, surely.
Really one of the toughest matches I've ever had. I have to give credit to you, to my family, to the Lord above. Yeah.
Gwyneth Paltrow, yeah. It's just always the same. Never changed, James. Well done.
Anyway, 1 apiece. Better at poker, better at counting chips. How many chips is that? What's your 50,000, my 50,000? 100,000. Guys, we're going back in the booth. And a very warm welcome back, one and all, to this, the Mediterranean Poker Party. We are
midway through day 2 here of this, pardon me, day 1 of this Luxon Pay Grand Final. Speaking of Luxon, this is how our Luxon table sits. It is Skolgan Bandit leading the way still with that 489k as we're about to kick blinds up to 3k, 6k, and that's good for 80 blinds. Timmergazen in the mix there as well, and Hashim, the man who impressed most perhaps early on in the last frame, he's in the mix. Over at the DTD live table, it is Alyssa Sigbatova leading the way once more. She so often is at feature tables in merit. Henrik Brockman in second place. These guys are obviously dealing with the live one before that break. And of course now busted, and this is how the table looks. You see Reveal joining here with a 200k starting stack. Late register still open for these last 3 levels. Expect to see more of those 200k stacks as this frame goes on. Then of course over at the Onyx, our main feature table, we have had a table change here, and look who is coming in atop the counts. It's the 2022 main event champion from the World Series of Poker, Espen Jorstad. His stack good for 646k, and to get a little word with him before we came onto this frame, and he told me I got ace queen in against aces. Ace queen offsuit in against aces, I should add, and made a flush. Now, before the break, it was myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley in the booth, but we've managed to drag him away from the pier, and for the first time at the 2025 MPP, I'm very happy to say Jay Harwood is in the booth.
Good afternoon, Dems. Good to be here. Feels like I've been here an eternity already and yet to step in the booth, but can't wait to delve into some hands with yourself over this session. Looks good. I tuned in briefly last session, saw a mad hand and just couldn't wait to get in with yourself.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that kind of stuff here as this goes on.
Yeah, why are you here even?
Here we go then, perhaps a little bit more at this table for you as we do pick up our first hand of this level. Alexandra popping up queen to in the hijack, and Dmitry Gromov, someone we see often at these feature tables here in America. Actually coming out with a 3-bet here, Jay.
Yeah, 45, kind of nice against the hijack. Can knock out some stuff that dominates us potentially, some king jack off, some king queen off, this type of stuff. Pointing off on this occasion into the muck. Nice little 3-bet there from Gromov.
He was having a lot of fun in the 1K. He actually had like a really big stack, went really short, and then spun it way back up again on the stream, which is always nice. He looked a bit steamed and a bit gambly, and then suddenly like whole complexion changes as he builds back up. Here we go then, back over to DTD Live. These two tables, the outer one, DTD Live and Luxon, we haven't changed the lineups. You see Sigbatova in the mix here from the big one. And what a flop this is for Ismailov, peeling from the small against Kotkovsky's open and action, Jay.
Yeah, and I think potentially one of these boards from the small we can potentially get some leads on from the small. Just going to have all this like Jack 10, 10-9 suited, 7-8 suited, pocket pairs going to be in there as well. But Ismailov gone in for the check raise, I'm assuming.
4 ace, 35.
Popped up to 35k if my memory of the chip colors is correct. And Kotkovsky with reason to continue, right? This open-ender, backdoor diamonds, some really good things can happen in this hand.
Yeah, can't be going anywhere just yet. There's Kotkovsky, too good a hand, getting this price. Can't see Sigbatova doing anything now with this action occurring in front.
Yeah, line that more easy to be made after making that check raise. We'll head to this turn with 90,000 chips, pardon me, 112,000 chips in the middle, and kind of an ugly looking card for Ismailov. Board pairing, we're not too concerned about both, are we? 9s and
8s, quad 7s there as well, but against the gun opening range shouldn't be too much 2-pair on the flop from them, so I think we're just happy to keep betting as Ismailov. Try get some value from some overpairs, charge some bigger club draws.
Oh, he's just rifled it in for over pot. That's Kotkovsky out of here.
Yeah, big old size, but I'm guessing he's making the assumption that overpairs aren't folding on this.
Right.
7-pair in turn, like 10s for ace is probably going to be flicking in the call there.
Right, try and rep perhaps some of those club draws.
Yep.
He did have a club draw, just happened to have a straight to kick it.
Yeah, going to have like queen jack of clubs, king jack of clubs from the small as our bluffs.
Stafiev opening A6 of hearts from the hijack over here at the Luxon table. Gazing. Frisky. He's do so. Alright.
Yeah, kind of a strange time to see this one. Usually latter in the tournaments you'll see like the offsuit Ace-X, high-low stuff with ICM, but you don't generally see it too much in day ones. Timagazin getting after it here and picked a good time as well.
Yeah, like the Silver's stuck in the spot here now with these 2 9s, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I say picked a good time. I guess this is player dependent here for Chris De Silva, known well from the UK, and if he feels like Timagazin's getting after it too much in these LP versus LP spots, potentially can go for 4-bet send. Still maybe a smidge of fold equity, but maybe feels like when Timagazin has 35k in, not going to be getting too many folds, but we can see Timagazin's actual holding never going to be cooling off.
Yeah, there's definitely everyone asking for the count, but no way he can continue with his A6, and like I said, Timagazin just poor timing. Silver's going to have a lovely little pickup here as we work our way through this day 1C here in the Luxon Pay Grand Final. And do you think, you know, Chris, these kind of spots when late reg still open, like encourage you a little bit more to sort of go for it when you are sort of half stack?
That's a good point to make, actually. When you've got a stack like that, I feel like if we're on that line with that decision, whether to fold or jam it, just always go and jam with the additional bullet if we happen to bust.
Not like you're going to come it off, but we're not in the mood to make tight folds at this stage of the tournament. Back over at DTD Live, we see a 5-3-4 flop where Brockman has flopped top pair from the big blind. Pardon me, Brockman's flopped top pair from +1, and Anara's going to check on that board.
You can have a lot of checks here anyway, as I know, not just with our actual hand on versus +1. It'll be a heavy check spot over to the in-position player. And then like we can spring some check raises with some of our strongest hands, this particular holding. I think a nice one just to check call as he does.
15k is matched, and well, how about that for a turn card? Won't know just how good it is. Obviously concerning the hot nature of it, but look at this, coming with the lead.
Yeah, interesting one. Not taking too much time before leading either. Just sees that top pair, top kicker, and feels he needs to bet it. Maybe protection against some one-heart hands.
Right, maybe expecting that Brockman's just going to check back so much. Doesn't want the sort of 6s through 9s to have a free call. Maybe those with the heart was going to call.
Yeah, good point to make. Like 6s through 9s going to definitely be in there for +1 that want to bet. So just always checking back this turns prevents that from happening, but still potentially can have some flushes as Brockman in from these positions. But nice laydown there.
Yeah, really good laydown. Managed to get some chips in on the flop when having the best of it, and after the toss from the turn, loses no more.
I've got to say, Dems, as well, I'm loving this pace of hands, like having the free tables, being able to switch between the free whenever we like. It's really nice, just hand after hand. Usually got that sort of 25-30 seconds in between hands with just one feature.
Yeah, again, obviously Jay's first venture into the booth for the MPP 2025. But those of you watching us, if you have just tuned in, we do have 3 feature tables, and we are playing between them at quite the pace. So you guys, basically, as I said the other day, you don't have to watch the dealer shuffle. We're just straight into the hands, and here we are over at the Onyx S-spin, spending 6-4 from the big, up against Vismanis' Queen Jack. The latter of them finding a gut shot to go with the 2 overs.
So, not the worst board to continue here, as Vismanis can knock out some king highs, even some ace highs from the big blind. S-spin with an interesting one here, 6-4 off with a dummy and gut shot. 15k into 39, so around 40%. Usually at 20, don't see as much check raising with like the gut shots. Usually need to be a bit deeper because we're just happy to realise, but this situation still going to take the turn in the form of the check call.
2 players, all head to that turn, and the beautiful looking Queen of Clubs rolls off for Vismanis. So I guess now.
Yeah, I feel LP versus big blind, we're happy to just bet this one, and potentially when we get clean rivers go for 3 streaks of value. Espen's particular holding cannot continue.
Yeah, it does make way. Again, if you're just joining us, I do have one eye over on the GG Poker YouTube chat, and I see Man of Straw, obviously asking a few moments ago. Is Jay Harwood in the comms today? Well, yes, there you go. You get what you wanted. He is in the mix, calling the action on this one. And Jay's going to be with us through to the completion of the MPP 2025. He had other duties back home first to take care of before coming out here. Interestingly though, guys, he managed to arrive just in time for the day off. Funny that, isn't it?
Well, to be fair, I thought I was working the Monday when I landed, but the guys gave me the day off, and then we had the day off. It was a coincidence, James.
Just in time for the party, all sorts of things happen. Very suspicious. Well, here we go, 3 hearts and Queen Jack on the board. Suits and Hearts, King 10. That heart working, but his mail with the set 7s. And did he check this one back on the flop? Is that what just happened here? Getting sneaky?
Yeah, checking it back, middle set. Feel like fine to better this stack depth. Like when with this, when we flop a set, probably just want to go for 3 streets of value. Maybe the times it's rainbow in a top set, looking some continues. These are the ones we check, but sneaky little check back.
Yeah, and obviously then when the Queen of Hearts comes off, not feeling like he can raise because so much does now beat him. But Glory's looking river. Feels like, oh, maybe bluff again. And if he somehow did have the hand, Ismailov now making the unlikely boat.
Well, time shot down though.
Yeah.
Still
yeah, it just kind of looks like we're up against the Queen a lot of time here, doesn't it?
Exactly that. Opening from hijack, you open probably like Queen 9 suited, Queen 10 off, King, Queen, Ace, Queen all in there for sure. So just shutting it down as on up.
Betting half pot on the end. I think before Nar does anything crazy. But
well, there's one thing I've learned at Merit is expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
You can never really call a spot 100% and be sure it's always going to happen. Tuned into that ace-8 hand, I wanted to check out the 3 tables, how it was working, and Jack's folded river and 6-7 shoved it on. I was like, what is going on here? It was a crazy old hand.
Yep. And anyone who regularly tunes into Merit streams will know just how crazy things can get. Back to the Onyx. Espen from the hijack. Dimitri Gromov feeding the big blind. Now these two I think we can trust to know how they're going to play fairly closely. Both very strong players.
Not too familiar with Gromov, but I'm sure you are. He's a regular here at Merit, but everyone knows Espen from the 2022 WSOP main event. 10-7-3 here.
And I was sort of discussing this the other day with someone who's not too familiar with poker, and I was sort of explaining how the last few years, main event champion, kind of been how you would expect, right? If I won the main event, I feel like I would just sort of sail off to the sunset. I mean, I still play poker, but Espen is looking to create a legacy for himself, right? He won 10 million. He's like, right, I'm going to prove I'm the best. I'm going to start going to every Triton tour, battle the best, prove myself. I want to be a star in this game, and he's made himself into it.
Yeah, there's not many in recent years I can really think of, actually, now you say it. WSOP main event winners that attack all the bigger tournaments and not have a little time off. Going to call here with the worst of it. 5 on the end here. So decision point for Gromov. Does he feel like we can value better 7 here? A lot of bluffs breaking out. Jack 9, Jack 8, 8, 9. We can credibly have bluffs here, some spade draws as well. So it's going to go for a thin bit of value.
It's a point where Espen perhaps 6 of spades suddenly becomes problematic.
Yeah. 8-6, 9-6, definitely going to be in there for the big blind. Some of the natural bluffs, and even like all the King 6, Queen 6 of spades as well. So not the best catcher. Like much prefer having something like Ace 3 of clubs here as like a hero pool, just unblocking some of these bluffs. Espen
reluctantly calling.
Nearly 5-1. Only need to be right like 17-18% of the time there. So the price is right. Espen pays it off.
Still plenty of chips in that stack, but 170k was leading away here on it. Like I said, he did confess getting rather fortunate. See it there, Gromov up to 350k. Yeah, Gromov with a fantastic
For the World Series, I went 0
WPT champion. He actually got second at the WPT that was held here back in 2014, which is the first time I ever came to Merit to play that one. So that's why I kind of remember him, especially being in that event. Of course, a multitude of big cashes in this venue. He's just like almost every series at a big final table they have here. Back over at DTD Live, Sipatova's kicked this off 2 10s, and 3 players have found their way to this turn card, and looks like Kotkowski deciding, facing the second check, to now start to get a little bit of protection slash a little bit of value.
Yeah, tough one for Sipatova here. Wouldn't fall her for taking one off after the flop checks through. Expect a lot of the King X to just be better multi-way, just flush out some equity, so can't fault her here for the call with the 10s. And I think Kotkowski here, this is sort of bet designed to check back a lot of rivers, steps.
Yeah, that could knock out some of those lone spades and be able to check back off a card like that. Especially when Sipatova starts to ask how many chips have you got.
Your hearts shouldn't really change much here. I want maybe 8s. The Sipatova 8s with a spade, 2 combos.
Can you ever see like Kotkowski try and get some more value here, or are you just too wide that ace queen is still a large part of the range?
That's the thing. Like she can have queen jack suited as well. She can have ace queen as well. I don't think King X are going to check twice. Maybe some, like maybe a king jack, jack of spades might be the one that checks twice for Sipatova. A small one goes its way.
Almost a standard hand. Who'd have thought at merit? Styles here at merit as we flip things back to the Onyx, where we find ourselves. Some cards out here. Talbot opening up from the hijack. Man is peeling with that beautiful looking queen jack suited on the button. Gromov just calls the small, and look at this. Bekrushiev activates the 6 deuce from the big blind. Here we go.
This is why I love it here. You don't see this anywhere else. I'm sorry, you just don't. Finds this squeeze with 6 deuce of diamonds. Not the combo I would advise, but Gromov in a predicament here with the 9s because we're going to be out of position in a pretty hefty pot.
He does make the call. Little does he know, he is absolutely dominating in this pot. And oh my word, 3, 4, 5 flop. I mean, it's the kind of flop Gromov's looking for. It's the kind of flop he expects, like big aces, to continue on with that gut shot. But somehow Bekrushiev has the joint. What is going on?
All about timing in this game. You can speak about what we're supposed to do or what our range is supposed to do on this board, but I guess as this man, we're just going to be firing with our straight. Ace highs have to call once, as James noted. Any ace high is going to have 2 overcards with the wheel draw, have to continue.
Turn 10 of hearts. 210,000 chips in the pot from off with not a lot more than that left. Bekrushiev, I mean, he can sort of start to really narrow Gromov down to these kind of hands, can't he? A hand that called the raise queen and called the squeeze. Makes sense that he's going to have a lot of these hands. Look at that sizing, perhaps targeting just this kind of holding.
Yeah, I think our hand's too strong here. Just go for the shove on the turn. It's over bet shove. Want to get it over 2 streets, and like we might also get some streets from still some ace high stuff. Like ace 10 suited's going to be in there, I guess. Ace 10 off's going to fold free.
Some heart combos as well, I guess, maybe. Queen of hearts. Stick around. Maybe not.
But a tough spot with the 9s here because supposed to be repping jacks through aces here, maybe turn top set that goes this size. Never assigned 6 deuce suited. Ace deuce suited could be a thing as a bluff potentially. That is definitely one that could get in there. Squeezing pre as a bluff, flops the wheel.
Well done, Gromov passes the test. Suspicions peaked. There you go. That's not how we saw this hand playing out.
And as I said, you only get that in merit. Something else you only get in merit, James, is difficult surnames. I'm used to Smith, I'm used to Jones, I'm used to Baker. It's nice and easy back in the UK, so you might have to take the lead on some of them.
Well, I'm going with Bekrushiev for that one, I think.
Last 10 seconds.
Chat will let us know if we're wrong on some of these. Back over here, and the name we
5.
mud from the off today, myself and Andrew, was Skogon Bundit.
3 raise.
We did speculate that perhaps his hand's been caught in the cookie jar on 1 or 2 occasions, given the faster on board. But here he is, 3-betting from the big with his ace-9 off over the Pavlov Open, who looks like he's going to continue with dominating suited hand.
I like the aggression. The thing I don't like is just the combo choice. Like the idea of 3-bet bluffing from the big blind is knocking out better hands against late position. Like we're never getting ace-10 to fold here, so it doesn't really achieve too much. We just bloat a pot with a hand with reduced playability out of position here. Like better to 3-bet something like ace-deuce, ace-3 that can fold out ace-5, ace-6, ace-7, etc. So it's an interesting choice. I'm just going to fund it.
6-bet 10.
10k into the 75k pot with no more than enough to continue to that size.
We're following this one against this flop size here. Just makes our decision easy, just calls here turn.
To call.
As you say, someone that has swirled this pot out of position. Not a lot of hand. And pairing 3.
Telling the story here that he's got one of these overpairs.
Feels hard, doesn't it, with that 10k c-bet that does an overpair really go so small? Maybe sort of aces, but even like a hand like 10 is kind of monster bet, doesn't it?
Yep.
Bet out the king queens of the world, these kind of holdings.
Go over to Pavlov here. Don't really think we need to turn this one into a bluff. Only really targeting like ace jack, ace queen, ace king. We'll see.
2-bet 17.5.
Looks like he's going
17,500.
Small bet here.
820. Interesting stuff here. This hand. Seen a lot of Atanas play over in the UK. Plays a lot of the high roller stuff. Usually a pretty solid player. This one's kind of interesting though. Like, what is our bet achieving? Is he just trying to knock out some like king queen, king jack, some potential bluffs?
Right.
Last 5
seconds.
seconds.
Playing together all day. So you may have more data points on Skog and Bundit than we do.
This is the thing, player dynamic as well. Sometimes players are taking a line that seems outrageous, but it's an exploit. They've seen someone do something that we haven't, and they feel like this is an exploit that's going to make them the most over the long run. Really struggling to come to terms with what this bet's doing here. 20% on the turn from Pavlov.
Interestingly now, of course, given all that in mind, Skog and Bundit's not expecting better ace highs to bet, so does this now kind of look like there might be some overpairs, but also some of those king, queen, king, jack suited type combos? Was thinking about it, but it does.
The problem is the flop size. It doesn't knock out anything. There's not a single hand that calls our free bet that now folds to this tiny flop size. Like anything with 2 overs is just going to continue. So we're sort of still playing against the pre-flop range. The flop doesn't really start knocking out anything and condensing our opponent's range. Interesting hand.
It certainly is. Switch back over to DTD live. We find a queen 8-5 board. Brockman is defended from the small blind here. Kamakarev in with queen 9. Top pair.
Goes for the check back with one of these top pairs. I guess one of the worst queen X we're going to have, so not a bad thing once in a while to go for the check behind. But
so unfortunately, we check behind to invite some bluffs, and the man pairs up the bottom card, and not one you attribute to the small blind 2 off on the 5.
10 of spades rule. We're really going to struggle here to let this one go. We check back flop to induce some bluffs, and can't see a world in which we fold this one unless we're met by some extortion. If Brockman gets greedy.
Wow, we found the check. Kamakarev now going to feel like he certainly has the best hand, and he's in for a nasty surprise.
Really surprised that this is going to work out well, but you think of Kamagarev's range, he's going to have some 10x, turn 10x, they're always checking back, some 8x as well, some ace highs. Like, not going to assign too much queen x, but what a well-timed check here from Brockman.
Oh, just a snap call. Wow. Obviously, Brockman a little fearful that there may be something stronger checking back that flop. And Kamakarev sort of shaking his head, but I think he should count his chickens lucky that he didn't face an elevation there, because, as you said, his hand was so under-repped. Having checked back, he may have had to call that raise.
And it's not even like we're met by a big river size there, 27 into 67, I think it was. So it's like between 40% and half. And against that size, you just never expect to be behind with a 5. If he's river jack 9, he's going to go bigger, surely. So maybe something to read in the size in there.
Yeah, certainly a surprising hand here at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. This one, of course, that 2K buy-in. Guaranteed prize pool at $2 million. We're pretty confident we're going to sail through there. We're not going to have to dip into Jay's wages just yet to cover up any kind of shortfall. Everyone's starting with 200,000 in chips, and still a little bit late rich to go here on this third of 4 starting days. The fourth one is a turbo taking place tonight, and then of course everyone will merge tomorrow for day 2. Over at the Onyx, Album's got 7s in the big up against Cromwell Open. Aces, and he's going to be in trouble in this Tactics 3.
It goes for half. It should just be a
Там только через 2 часа тебе будет.
Album's still ahead of all this ace Viking high queen nice stuff.
Well, king on the turn. Not a card that Talbin wants to see in theory, but up against the aces, maybe a card that saves us some money.
Yeah, exactly that on this occasion. I feel like 7's always going to be fold into a double barrel. I think we just like fold all afterwards through 10s here and continue our Jack X. Probably how I design the strat. 55 into 79. So it does size up as Gromov. Really like this. I think the size is on point. It just sets up like 90% river jam, which I think is really nice from Gromov. Now as Talbin might be letting this one go, yes, our opponent can have some 10-9 suited, they can have some queen 10, ace queen, ace 10, but we just don't have coverage on rivers here with 7s. Like, what are we doing against the triple?
Right, sometimes we get bluffed in this game.
Yep.
We're not getting bluffed, we're calling too much. Yeah. And even a player as relentless, should we say, and well known in this room as Gromov, we do have to give credit once in a while. There he is there with 300k, middle of the pack on this table, about 50 blind.
And the thing is, you can tell, I've only seen
card at that particular range, you just kind of, it's a flag goes up, right?
Exactly that. Well, we've gone all in and the call here. We are flipping.
Yeah, Globovich. He's flopped a gut shot to Broadway. Does have that heart working for him as well. Yeah, diamonds, not a welcome sight. It's the hit to get back up to the starting stack, otherwise it's the re-reg desk for him, and that's going to be the only way he can continue in this one. Come at Gareth, sending him out.
That seemed pretty standard, look about 15 gigs effective, cut off versus small blind, these two hands always getting in at that stack depth.
Able to sit open.
Sometimes.
Yeah, some involved in some early skirmishes. Can really get things going here on this bullet. I always say that quite openly. Like, oh, it just goes through. It's another $2,200. Like, this is a big tournament. A lot of money on the line.
I feel like anyone that's travelled here though would have a few bullets in the bag. I feel like if you pass before the late reg, there's no one saying, oh, I'll leave it till next year.
Yeah.
They'll be jumping back in for sure.
Fair point. From +2, Huayak raising things up with his king. Young in the small blind. Ace-8 diamonds, and then just over in the big kind of offsuit one gappers that suddenly get much murkier three-way.
Yeah, spot on, James. Like, that's a misperception a lot of people make. Like, you hear the old saying, I'm getting a great price, I'm priced in now, but in reality, although your price goes up, equity just diminishes. Like, we're more likely to be dominated, splitting equity three-way, reverse implied odds, all that malarkey.
Taking this one on.
I'm actually surprised Huex not open jammed here. 10 from +2, King Queen suited. Well, that's why he's not open jammed.
Yeah, flops all the world on this King 10 6 board.
Check. Oh, 8 check, 1 check. 4 bet 18.
Quickly coming out on a C-bet. One assumes this gets through, but don't assume anything in this room. No, Huayak is someone we saw quite a lot of in the 1K, the Poker Rogues Mystery Bounty. Nice to see him back in the mix. Bit of a character at the table, was kind of getting the players chatting, having some fun. Hang on a second, what's Chris doing here?
One bus.
There we go.
Blinds going up, perhaps, maybe? Trying to get
okay.
The full
potential. Right, okay. Trying to engineer maybe so the button is at a new level.
Yeah, button lands on him for the next level. If there's like 1 minute left on the clock, that makes sense. Chris just making sure the blinds go up on his button.
36?
From off from under the gun, bringing a little fruity here with an offsuit combo, and Espin pouncing on it. Talbu maybe going to look to do something himself. It's so hard when action's already taken place in front.
See H-Jack doing much here. Gone over and Espen wants to free back quite off person.
Yes, it's nice. Good theory.
This for a fight.
You outplay champion of the world. No?
We are playing some poker here at the Onyx table. This Manus? Yeah, okay, there we go. Maybe forgot it was him for a second.
75?
And obviously, just come back off break and playing 30 minutes. Espen, you've only seen this table for that long. You don't know what's been going out and out of tables. If Espen's been free betting a lot, then potentially Talboom's just going for this. Then this guy's free betting too much. I'm just going to 4-bet like ace 10 plus whenever he free bets in front of me. Could be the idea.
Yeah. I'll do it for mine.
A little chat. Flicking, not something that Talboom wanted to see, although what does he know? The situation is pretty nice. 177,000 in the pot. He has his man drawing thin.
0.67 Rainbow as the 4-bet are still going to have strongest over pairs. Generally going to see small sizes in 4-bet coups when the ranges should be so condensed. We'll see what Talboom's got in mind.
32?
32,000 declared. And this is just one like Espen taking a peel of the 4-bet, but this board is just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we do have that free to flush, free to straight out position.
Open. One time, show. One time.
So feed anyways.
I will not watch this. Okay, you want to show us.
He was like, he was good at mark, but he's so happy that someone asked him to show. He doesn't want to just rip it in Espen's face, but really wants to show. Oh, here you go.
Я думал, ну ты же не просто так открываешь из первой. А то, что там, это хуйня мясорубка пошла.
This table. That was me thinking the ace jack to find the mark pre, but
720.
No such thing. Litvinov, the man who's had the most pain face of the day when he had to fold jacks on the river in the most bizarre pot I think we've seen this festival so far. It was the one hand that you tuned into just before the break and saw. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, it was pretty mental.
And well, he's got a good situation developing here in the sense that should both players make a straight, he'll be sitting on top. Obviously, Sipkatova drawing to the bottom end as well.
Leads there from Sipkatova against +1 on this 9.5 turn. Just going to have a lot more 9x in the big blind. I think 7-8 and a diamond's a really tiny one to use. We can bluff diamond rivers, we can still bluff brick rivers.
As it is, both players have proved to a pair, and one imagines maybe it's just let's get to showdown. But yeah, I'm a little surprised maybe not seeing that lead from her there. No, she's more than capable of understanding these situations.
Check.
Very experienced player.
Check. Showdown.
Showdown, as Dem said, and the Queen will play for Litvinov. Sometimes you just sat there, Dem, so you're on cruise control. I actually just snap check the turn, like sometimes you just cruise control. I'm just going to check to the aggressor rather than taking sort of 10-15 seconds, having a little think.
Yeah, I guess especially as well as we're approaching at the end of late red, there's going to be some fast-moving chips around the place. Maybe looking to catch a punt rather than make something happen yourself.
5 check.
Luxon got a innocuous looking board, A7-4, a couple of clubs, Stack from +1, Skulkan Wonder +2, both players not enjoying the sight of that ace.
Yeah, and I actually really like this from Staffy. Once again, +1 versus +2. We are going to play heavy check on a lot of boards.
9,
the ace high ones.
6, bet 9.
Almost potentially a really nice check raise here with this king of clubs in here as Staffy going for a little check raise, knock out stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s, already set up some barrels versus some of the weaker ace-X.
Really small bet again, we saw this a moment ago in that 3-bet pot. Just 9k.
5 fold.
Just going to take one off.
Sorry, of course. I was starting to look at the pot size
5
and realizing it must be a 3-bet from Skulkan Bandit, right? But this stack depth, so that hit. Check and play making a little bit more sense.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thought it was single raise pot, but surprised that Stevie's killed this one.
Yeah.
The 3-bet coup out position.
6 check.
With king queen off in general, probably wants to hit the mark.
Well, as play finds himself in a spot where he has a blocker to the nuts.
Think about hands we're going to have in spot. Not really going to get to the real worst than king high. We're going to have some pocket pairs, we're going to have some ace x, so maybe one with nut blocker in hand that needs to be bluffed.
89,000 chips in the middle. I guess the question here is, like, am I going to bluff a size that reps a flush only, or am I going to try and widen the range?
Yeah, I think like if we go small, we can still have some ace x of our own. On two-tone turn, we probably expect Skull to just barrel all his ace jack plus on two-tone, so maybe thinking he's more weighted towards stuff like nines through kings. It is a hefty size.
Yeah, just second going for that. Far better than a pair, my friend. That's golden bandit. Not much can be done here with a couple of red cards.
Last 10 seconds. 6 1.
Not to win the pre-flop in the form of a free bet.
Steffi showing the king of clubs. And when he sees the king of clubs, you must be thinking, well, like, I guess he had it, because yeah, there aren't many offsuit king combos that cool, are there?
No, there's not. You just guess he had it. His king queen, king jack, king 10 offsuit, being the monk pre, facing the 3-bet.
Obviously, we didn't see the size. Perhaps it was super small, but nonetheless, we move on. Bukowski defending the big here with queen 4 of clubs up against Lipanov. Both players finding a piece, no bet going in.
Finally, potentially from the big blind here, just under the gun, gets stripped with a lot of the strong hands. Generally, are going to probe this turn a lot once the 4 line up from big ends. EP, just going to have a catalogue of 7x, going to have all the 2-pair combos, so we just get to probe this turn small with almost our entire range.
Lipanov, of course, performing with that bet far better than perhaps the perceived ace-high, king-high, queen-high type stuff he could be holding, but how will he fare should he face another bet? Heart completes on the river.
Now it gets really awkward, because once we get called on this turn lead, like, just expect the ace-high, king-high stuff to be folding, the heart's now complete as well, so don't really be too much with a 4.
Does go check, and Lipanov more than happy to table that 5. Yeah, it's one of those weird spots, isn't it? Kokowski thinks, like, I'm usually ahead on this turn. I do a small bet, but then suddenly once called, it's like I'm usually behind. But then, as you said, kind of stabbing with almost whole range on the turn. So therefore, if I bet river, am I really bet my whole range? It's like which ones work as the bluffs? It's maybe just deciding with those.
What are you doing for kind of streaming for them? Or?
Interesting because it's hard once the flush completes
Bet
to
12.
believe on rivers there.
Almost every day stream.
Next hand at the Onyx.
Like, what, every day? It's like 20 times, 20 days a month.
Battling against Gromov.
To go. Sometimes
The latter check calls king 9 deuce, very broken board, and ace high obviously going to be up there in terms of range.
My screen time is on my stream is going over 10. Yeah, it's hard to only
Probably
have that.
feel like we need some sort of equity against a king, gut shot, flush draw, even an overcard. Like if we've got an ace here, it's going to be a much better barrel than our particular combo. We just don't want to be drawing dead against king x, that's the idea, and even 9x on this occasion. We're going to have to check mark versus our hand, but picks a good time because Gromov at bottom end of the range, just with the ace-8 high.
Make it. Not the aggression.
Хорошая была, да? Не надо было, у него там, блядь, такое. И он до сих пор еще нервничает. Плюс 10, ну, мог вообще выбросить. Клин по телевизору будет показывать.
I can't pretend to understand any of it, but we see Hashim. I understand this. He's got 2 clubs, 2 on the board. That's a flush. From under the gun. Ugly
20.
board though.
5 bet 20.
That position, but he is just going to fire this perhaps with the 2 deuces, recognizing very hard to win if he does anything else.
An interesting one for Chris here. Now getting 4-1 with a gut shot and 2 overcards position. Potential to win this on later streets as well. Feel like we can still need to call here, getting this particular price.
1 ball.
Now, Hashim, does he have options in him to play this flush draw with an over?
3.
He's just content to try and make the hand.
Once it goes back call, maybe it just feels like there's reduced fold equity, not getting through 2 players. Probably would against these particular hands, but
wet-looking board. Somehow, Steffi's still, Deuce is still best. Oh, look at this, Hashim.
Let's go.
Love it. Find a different way to apply the pressure.
Should just knock out the deuces and the jack higher, Chris.
Nicely done, sir. Okay, count. No way. 80,000. Look at the sunglasses just obscuring the cutter of the chips. Or is it just really that suspicious that this is low clubs? I mean,
even still, Dem's like,
yeah,
just gotta let this one go. We got so many better calls here as Chris. We can have an 8. Obviously a 7 for trips, never folding, but we're just gonna have
last 10 seconds.
Jack 10 of diamonds. Yes, we unblock both flush. We unblock both flush draws, but we can lose the Queen Eye clubs, Queen Eye hearts, King Eye clubs, King Eye hearts.
Yeah, you can see how bad a shape he's in. But he's thrown the time bank chips in.
Do we know how long we've got left of rage period, Temps?
It's these 3 levels of rage.
Okay, so still plenty of time. I was thinking maybe it's one of these, if you spin up or go and re-enter.
Seems bizarre to me that he's thinking this long, unless somehow we have some sort of graphical error. It's beginning to feel like that's the only thing that makes sense. Or perhaps Chris has misremembered his hand. I mean, it does happen.
I don't think I've seen him look back at it yet, so it could be a possibility. Eventually, we get the result we were expecting.
Now, there is one other possible avenue that I think sometimes gets overlooked is on these stream tables, perhaps he saw something in the way Hashim acted, and he's trying to get maybe a baseline for later, so he's going to make him sweat this, see if he gets a read or something. Look at the stream later, be like, okay, that's when he was bluffing. If I see that again later, maybe I'll know. I'm just sort of coming up with ideas and reasons why it might have taken so long there.
What is going on here? Gromov been singing his praises, and then he just rattles this in with the 7-5 off.
Notice the bet size as well. 57 with 5-7. The opener, well, he can't play, and then Alexandra was stuck in the middle there with 2 7s. 2 7s is sort of not 2 9s, is it? It's
I don't know what
such a different hand.
Like,
yeah, like this
I don't think the hourly is higher. I think the hourly is higher just playing online.
To play the times we don't got that set.
For exposure, if you're brand building.
He is going to call. Wow. This is against the early position open as well. This is pretty spicy, but he thinks
it's
the
nice
7.
to like break up the
well, more that he thinks Gromov could be up to no good here. I mean, he's bang on. Gromov, obviously very well known in Russian circles. Reputation preceding him. 7 of diamonds, wrapped around the 6, is going to continue.
Want to make educational stuff? Teach your wizard?
All 6 in the pot. Decided 26k.
Probably mostly for them, yeah.
7s now.
I don't know.
Can't falter backside. Down to below. SP1. Look at this turn card for Gromov.
Now this is really interesting because what do we think that Alexandrov's got here once he calls our flop bet? Like, yeah, I guess he could have some over pairs, but you just expect that like 30, potentially like 9s plus to just set us in if he's flatted than 3. So maybe feel like he is going to have a lot of flushes here, a lot of suited hands that want to kill in position. I know we can see he's got one of these select combos of open pairs, but I'd be worried about barreling here as Gromov for sure.
Yeah, it feels like okay.
Yeah,
I can just beat some of the King Queen of Spades, like holdings. And well, he does bet here, and I mean, if he knew he was up against 2 7s, it would be pretty spicy.
Like do jump in front of some stuff once we pair this 5 as well, so it's like it's a really intriguing hand from Gromov here. Is he going to unload it because 9 on the river?
I thought he had 8.
Yeah, I'm wondering what
Wrong
that
read.
was
7s.
designed to accomplish. You see, you know, almost the next best hand calling.
Maybe some live stuff feels like early position opener, which was in the middle of the range was weak. Using that free bet to target the open rather than the callers in between, and just never expected to go post with one of the flattest pre-flop. Interesting hand.
Nicole.
Top account on the Onyx table. Now playing level 9, 4k, 8k. Of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C, the third of 4 Day 1s, the Turbo taking place tonight, and then the field combines tomorrow when we play down to our final table. On the 9th, we will pick up action off that final table, of course, and crown our champ. Then another well-earned day off for Joe, because he needs to get out to the pier.
Of course I do, of course I do. It's beautiful out there.
And then, of course, the big one, the MPP main event. That one, a 5K, 5 mil guaranteed. 4-day event. Eventually, we will crown a champion on the 13th. Where it'll be your good self, Andrew Headley. Steve Warburton will be making a return to the booth for the last couple of days of the match.
Three-way action here. Machine with the call on the button after Pavlo open cut-off.
Two by 20.
Pre-suit it. Surprising this from Pavlov here with a 10-9 off. Always speak about this spot a lot. Anyone that's listened to me commentate before, but one of the most misplayed spots I see in Hold'em is cut-off versus button. I don't think people realise how often you're meant to check this spot. Even like on the ace high, king high boards, like you're just supposed to just play pure check on a lot of them, and you just have so many whiffs as the opener in the cut-off, whereas the button's range actually becomes stronger because they have hands that you don't have, like the king 4 suited, the queen 8 suited, the offsuit ace x. They're just going to whip the board, so you are actually supposed to play a real heavy check cut-off versus button. But now we get here, just going to be a send from Steve, setting both players in for a hefty amount, but happy to run his equity with pair flush draw.
Yeah, I think we're just ready. I'm good one way or the other. Picking up the pop. Say this is the penultimate level of rebuys. He's maybe thinking, hey, someone want to give it a go. Maybe get a worse hot draw to call even. Amazing thing that can happen.
Good luck, change dealer.
40K. There's going to be these next two levels are going to be really big. Level 9 and level 10 plays as a 20 big blind starting stake.
6 bet 15.
Brockman. Defended here with ace 4 in the big, and always nice when you have an ace in the big blind.
Kotkowski. Should just be cool in, and already Kotkowski's head, you can have some ideas about tripling this already on this particular board. Like we block some of the strongest ace x from the big ace jack, ace 10, and then just pressurize the 9x and 7x all the way down. But once we catch this card, like we are going to be doing a fair amount of checking.
6 check.
That's exactly the way he sees it. Let's knuckle back to see a really rather warming sight for him, though. He's got trouble here. He's just so much stronger with the appearance of the second ace.
An interesting spot though, because you think of Brockman's bluffs on the 9-7, like a lot of his hands either make a straight or a pair of 10s that were just draws on the flop, so like a 10 probably doesn't bet. Maybe this size, we can't fold this size, it's not 50.
Yeah, it seems like this size particularly just screams, hey, like, he can be betting worse for value at this point.
10-8, 10-6 suited potentially could be going for this after check turn, so...
5 seconds.
This size. It becomes awkward against pot.
It's kind of like one he was hoping to have it checked him and he could bet for value.
Yeah, literally that.
Don't really want to see a bet in front of you. Especially as well with Brockman, given that we saw that hand a moment ago where he kind of checked the river with trips.
I think actually the Dutch skill there was like the reserve currency.
Cautious about putting lots of chips in, suddenly finding a bet with the river.
The British pound, I guess?
Alexandrov.
They had a reserve currency for like 100 years or whatever.
Gromov just
like
speeding here with the 2 5s.
Wonder what happened.
Yeah, this is interesting when we have this stack that Gromov starts the hand with what, 12.5, 13 big, so...
He's a man who knows that if he loses his hand, he's got 200k. That's the situation here. This is a re-entry play.
That's all it can be. Knows what can rebuy it. You can also find a 5, that's the other avenue.
Who's away? He usually put forward on the deck.
I haven't cribbled to 40 going off. What did I get out from?
Finish off
I think it's open.
Looks likely.
I thought I heard 40k. I put it through.
Are you backdoor routes?
I think it just
the double up.
Oh wait, no.
See there, top of the screen. 5 of hearts already in the muck. So Gromov will need to find the 5 of clubs and 5 of clubs only. Let's double up this stack.
Good luck.
That's not to beat.
Maybe some reminiscence from Gromov when he walks over to the cash desk about the 7-5 offhand that seemed strange at the time. Would have had his reasons, I'm sure, but was sitting pretty comfortably in the 300k stack, and then suddenly dangerous spot, just 12 bigs.
I think he's probably going to go re-enter, but he doesn't
It's open table 1.
Get him.
Не играли по 200, но 660-100. Видите?
Spades be spades. What comes out? A couple of spades. Gorgon Bunda, who's kind of lost like those sort of 2-3 bet pots we've seen in the last orbit or so. Was leading this table quite comfortably. Now perhaps with a chance to get a lot of those chips back. See how this one plays out. He has checked in flow here from the small, facing 11k bet. Makes sense from Tim getting like 3 high.
Yeah, it does. 3 high is going to be like our nut spade draw to bet, always dislodging better hands. And I like the call from Skolgan Bandit. King high can still be good here, blind and blind. So just call. In come the barrels from Tim Agazin on this card. Decent clubs on the turn. Once again, still here with 3 high. We can potentially pressure some 5x, 9x, Jack X to fold out by the river. Maybe not wanting to bet and get jammed on and having to fold and not getting to realise could be what's going through Tim Agazan's head, but blind and blind here. Potentially could be a spot to barrel.
Yet another black card comes down. Not the one, pardon me, then. Two players with no hand by the river.
Yeah, forget all that we don't really want spades in our hand as Tim Agazan. We got 3 high. We got a bet, sir. Yeah, we got 2 spades. We don't really want it, but we're not winning this pot with a checkmate.
17.
Tantalising size as well, isn't it? Just opens up the value range nicely.
Yeah, it can definitely have a jack or even a 9 for the size on check too. Some of the stronger 9x that play with 9 king 9. Skolgan Bandit just can't really do much with king high. He's shocked if he
10
called.
seconds. 5.
Put a pawn. Oh wow!
What a sicko!
Wow, wow, wow! And like, let's see Tim Agazan's face when he sees just what's called him. The king high. That's disrespect right there.
Oh, Skolgan Bandit, take a bow.
Well, maybe, you know, just lost those 2 pots. He's like, I've had enough of this. You guys have got to start showing me some cards. Well, well, well. Battle lines drawn.
Почему поставил?
Clock at first. He's there thinking, not that he's won the pot, he's thinking, oh, how unlucky I was that it didn't come a spade. I would have got it all. Over at the Onyx, we've got 3 spades on the flop. Saul who slapped the button here against that. This man is +1. It's getting a little fruity. Hang on a second. Oh, so pardon me. I thought for a second this man is check forward, but no, see about this board.
I think this.
Has he bet 25k?
He has.
Wow. Hang on a second. What is going on?
I have no idea. Maybe one of these re-entry plays again near.
Side eye look from Tool and 4th spade. I mean, if we were going blasting, assumes we had a plan to sometimes barrel a spade.
Here it comes.
140 out there. Bets 40. Perhaps just recognizing that Tool has exactly this kind of hand. Looks like he's going to fold it without too much thought.
Yeah,
yes, I win.
Laughs once he goes bet. and then the spade completes on the river. Really difficult to assign bluffs here, so agree with the fold from Talk. Not much we can do there.
Now nothing makes sense.
Handcuffed on this river. The bluffs pretty much now all completing.
You can still play 5 to 10 years.
No good.
Huh?
You can still play 5 to 10 years from now.
Yeah. Not Tritons probably, but...
There is a much here.
Fold again.
32.
Golden Monday. Free bet in the button to 32k. Hashim with the 4s here. Starting the hand just north of 20.
3 call.
Gonna go for call. It's just a 4 big blind free bet here. Feels like he can take his price on the hump for a set.
You won't hate that 8-5-3 board.
In front of ace king, ace queen, potentially some free bet bluffs.
Free check.
Straight draws working. Back on club, not live. He's not to know this. He's going to face a bet from that.
17. 17.
Skull up there with just size and flop to get a nice comfortable turn jam. Might have gone bigger here. Goes fairly small, 17%. And Hashim, with his particular hand against this size, may feel obliged to continue.
Just sort of think, say, if I think I've got the best hand now, do I just say all in, make it easier to play? I mean, who did that? Surprised? Looks like he is going to raise. Basically committing.
Yeah, let's go one bit here, no need to flat. Just this shallow now. Fine to just free bet send this one. Gonna be getting called by some club stuff. Gonna get getting called by some 8x. Almost shouldn't be too much from +2. Not worried about 10 through kings. These should just shove pre, potentially aces in there as a trap.
Through.
I can't see how he just flats it. He makes the call 206 in the pot, so literally going to the turn at 0.4 SPR. Be stacking off on all turns anyway.
Right, I was about to say, is there any argument ever just flatting here and then folding if it turns a club? But with the 9 of clubs in hand, I guess we just, if we're up against a set now, it'd be tragic to fold.
Exactly. There's no term in folding at 0.4 SPR when we just play flat, so it's probably better to just get it in here. He's not thinking about folding, surely.
Be very surprised. She hasn't been too out of line, but at the same time, bet's so small. Like you mentioned, just 17%. Whoa! Wow!
That shocked me.
Whoa! Because I just felt like Hashim was going to check raise like these kind of pocket pairs, just thinking he has the best of it.
And Hashim's probably like, lovely, ace king, ace queen's folded there. Got that out of the pot. But when he watches this back and sees 9s, he will not believe his luck. Potentially would have been out the door. Because I doubt he was raising to fold after putting in that percentage of his stack. But that was a strange one from Skolgamundit. Literally only really lose to some sets and lets it go.
Back here at the Onyx. Khrushchev +1. Flats the 3-bet against Espen, who has the goods with his ace-king.
Seems pretty standard here. Usually the bottom offsuit ace-x, we're going to peel a 3-bet without a position. From early position, ace-queen, tend to fold the ace-jack. 4-5-5 rolls off here.
Rocking the mandatory uniform. It seems like if you've played in a Triton event, you must wear Triton gear at every other event at all times to intimidate your opponents.
Starts with third. Would still look all against Espen. Capabilities, going to have some 3-bet bluffs, stuff like some king queens, some king jack suited, some queen jack suited, some of the real aces.
Alright, it's one of those things, doesn't it? It goes both ways. You don't want to play mediocre hands out of position against the elite players, but at the same time, you've got to recognize the elite players are going to be having in here with worse hands against some like worse players. They just never have worse than you here.
Exactly that. Like that's potentially an exploit against maybe some recreational that's been playing tight all day, and they see bet this flop. Maybe we can just fold ace queen and exploit. Maybe just fold it free as an exploit if they free bet us, but against someone with Espen's capabilities, just can't fold flop versus third.
Is he going to go blast and try and make some pairs fold? Does he just check back and how do you even look to pick off a bet on the end? Not impossible, right?
Yeah, I feel like maybe on like a full turn better to barrel because stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks more inclined to fold on the 7 turn. I feel like all the over pairs still sticking around. We still beat some stuff as Espen, like the ace queen, maybe some stuff like a king queen finds that floats for the 2 overs backdoors, but Ushiev fires.
Just, I mean, I always think when you see these spots and someone bets this, they're literally targeting exactly the hand Espen has.
Literally, only that. And like from our perspective, when we hold an ace, it's literally 12 combos. Really difficult for Espen to hero this one. Where are the bluffs going to come from? Like if we bet like 20% on flop, potentially more stuff like king queen with the backdoor flush draw.
Right, and holding specifically ace king cover is probably if we are going to call ace king the river here, this is the one. Right?
Yeah, of course. This is the best one because king queen of hearts, king queen of diamonds, king queen of spades, particularly the ones that float flop. So spot on dents in terms of the ace king combos, we're not going to have a better catch than clubs specifically. Shot though, Kushev went for the bet here because we still beat enough stuff that Espen just waves the white flag with some of his pre-flop bluffs, ace queen as well that we chop with. Targeting specifically this one hand.
Wow, and Espen hates it but makes the call. Look at his face. I don't think he was expecting to see that hand, was he?
I don't think he was, but that's the difference right there. I feel like in game live, difficult to call ace high, especially in a 3-bet 2. And exactly echoes the words of that man. That is why he's world champion, or was in 2022.
Oh, we can play
with there. The person stands over 10.
Yeah,
like, oh,
literally every time.
Yeah. Espen, big as
but you know, champions, they change. At some point, you're gonna be champion of the world. At some point, I will be.
110 million. I've got 18 million in earnings. I'm okay being a former champ. It means I was a champ. Jack 8-7. Hashim with the best of it here. Again, put some more chips in, holding just 9 high and not open to working.
Fruitful open from the hijack, 9-6 suited off of this stack depth. Let's get a flop that
7 check.
we like it up and down. Choose to see that against big blind, but surely we're going to see the delay on this ace of hearts turn. All of our ace highs probably going to be checking back on this board, so great turn to start barrowing as intimidating.
25.
Barry does with a healthy side, I guess. Just really puts the pressure on those 8s and 7s, right? She has Jack going over, especially Dutch draw with his kicker. Another ugly card to see.
I feel this intimidating
Three check.
Bad a hand not to bet once again. Literally bottom end, 9 high. Doubt we're going to get to the river. This is probably not worse. And then just in terms of our range, we have some delays with king 10. He's still going to have some strong hands on his turn. Like a mandatory barrel here.
10 seconds.
No diamond in hand as well, good thing. Just too bit of compliment in my opinion.
80.
Big here, so 80k into
80. 80.
Really up against it now. Such a juicy looking flop with that holding, but the board just ran out horribly. And this time, Tim Gazen gets it through. A little bit more worrying about blocking. You had to go, you feel like.
You need to try and take that out of your head, though.
218. Well, this table pretty shallow stack considering the stage of the tournament we're at. Of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1C. We are still on level 9, about to go to level 10, which will be the last level of rebuys. 15 levels in play today, but of course once we get past level 10, slight wrinkle in this one, we go from 30-minute levels up to 40. And in fact, that's the case for level 11 through a level 20. Stay with me. After that, we go to 50-minute levels. So nice that the play, as we get
she was
deeper,
a big Zelda fan.
does deepen with so
I was a
much
big
money
Zelda
on.
fan. Or I'm a big Zelda fan.
As the days go on, the clock gets bigger.
Do you play any video games at all?
It's the business end.
Used to play a lot.
Of what?
Call of Duty, FIFA. I play a lot of
Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Check ball, like in general, you do see just a lot of check ball in the top pair, but against button, when we're in the big final, we do have some of these lower top pairs.
Too old now. Old and slow. Old and withered.
Manus is just a man possessed.
All people can win.
It's not really an old people game though. League of Legends? What?
Full throttle aggression decks.
It's like, you're too old for Fortnite, you're too old for that.
No, but League of Legends is also very quick now. I play Dota sometimes, and Dota is also like, yeah, you have to be fucking fast. I don't know.
Yeah, depends a bit on the champion that you play.
Half behind and another run out that makes it.
Okay, sure.
I mean,
it's identical to the last one.
Like we're just barreling with no hand, and somehow we get a river that, like, we get to bluff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bakuziev, upright in his chair, right? I mean, the 5 is surely the hand.
I actually just reinstalled a couple of games like a couple of months ago or 2-3 months ago. After not playing for like 2 years, I reinstalled Dota and Counter-Strike. I'm playing CS with some friends of mine sometimes.
Bismuth already.
It's a lot of fun because I have a lot of friends in poker that still play a decent amount of CS.
Kind of interesting.
So we always play as a team and we're on Discord, and it's like, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
The same with Fortnite as well. Right? I guess you know.
Yeah.
But this is like
really.
There's no one of those disrespectful.
Disrespectful.
I can't think of it. What's the worst hand we've got to the river with check ball and play?
Yeah. Actually, I'm fine with that now. I used to be like, I didn't want to play if I couldn't be good. But now I'm like, for CS now, for example, like I don't know any smokes, I don't study the game at all, you know, I don't play like maps, aim maps or whatever, I just play to have fun, and it's actually fine.
This man must have some history.
It's fine. I don't know.
I'm still learning.
Yeah.
To be thinking about it for this long, as Dem said, probably the worst hand we're going to have there at the river.
You're hating life because Anna's watching him.
I still try my best when we're playing, but I'm not studying, you know, not try-harding.
This man is a man who pretty much all his caches have been here at Merit.
How old are you?
The thing is, like, all his bluffs on the turn should contain a heart, like King, Queen, heart, Ace, High, heart, like, I can't really think of bluffs on the turn that don't contain
If you feel too slow, you can imagine.
That's the problem we got here.
One thing.
Fusion, yep.
One thing.
Would be some time to throw on that cake.
No, Fortnite was actually crazy.
Does he want to be a hero on stream?
Is that the last time Bank Chip just gone in? We're into the final 30 seconds of his tank. He's burnt them all.
So many things you could do.
Yeah, I haven't played it at all.
Still miss it, but still. It's great.
This is heroic.
Yes. There was just no skill.
Just want to see the table in
Oh,
action.
wow, he's made the call. And
he doesn't even get to show it.
he does show it though.
Better not to bluff at this table on TV.
Don't do it.
And just overvalue. If I do anything, it's value.
Same.
Bit of advice from the table mates there. Don't bluff this man when he's on
What do you mean,
TV. Little bit of
It was
advice.
actually valuable. It was actually
What a
valuable.
sick call.
Kuziev take a bow.
5 seconds.
Deep into the tank, use of his last time chip, and then made the correct call.
It feels so good though when you get them right. Them safe feels so good.
Over here at Luxon.
Newton.
Young popping up 2 jacks, 5k, 10k minnow from her. Ryak flopping a pair and a flush draw with just 43k behind.
Shallow stack depths here, mate. Just set him in a jump on the flop.
Z50. Or all
A straight flip for these two. Young with just 7 blinds back to herself.
У меня просто слиплись карты, понял, и у меня получилось так, что я на флоп выложила 4, но потом забрала. Нормально у тебя все сошлось? Окей.
It was impossible to hold here even, pardon me. When you're sitting there with the 2 jacks, doesn't it? See that card, that hand get turned over. And, well, 3 now works. 8's a chop. Clubs, 7, 4, all still good for the win. And there it is on the end. With a much needed double up.
18 bigs, Young down to just sub 9. She's going to need a spin.
We've just kicked off the 5k, 10k, so we're even deeper into the well here. Young with just 7 blinds left on the last level of re-entries.
There is a time to
Yeah.
Jump straight back in if you don't win, you're all in.
Right, much better for that hand to happen now than in 25 minutes time.
Exactly.
Frozen out of it. I mean, he's gone hard at this table, and fair play to him. I mean, Bakuziev had to come out with one of the sort of the great calls I've seen in order to pick him off.
He's going to get it in good here, though. Kuziev with Queen Jack of clubs behind to the King High with Bismuth.
Finish the map being off.
Pretty good hand to see.
King on the flop.
Yes. It's better 2, 3, 4.
Well, maybe the runner flush again.
We need something exciting. It's all right.
Excitement on 9-6-3.
Now 10. What we are waiting for now?
Pension.
Pension is huge.
Queen on the third. This man just wants to over quickly. Oh, King. Exactly what's going to be for him. GG, sir. He played hard, that's for sure. No one's doubting that man's heart.
I think it's like aggression. If you put 2 players together, you should put someone like him with full throttle aggression. You put someone who's just got activity about them. He's always going to run deeper like this. He's going to get the bigger results. Like, it's better to be too aggressive.
That's how I knew about. That's why, like, I used to live there, right? In yeah, so I had a friend talk about you.
I feel like it's better to be over aggressive.
Yeah, I used to live in Tartu,
aggression
right next
rather than being one of these passive players. It's really hard to come to that shell when you've been playing for years passively and trying to be aggressive.
No. A little bit of a decision here from the big blind against that hijack open. The player who hasn't really stepped too far to the line.
They're at 35 now. Can go for 3-bet call here. It's over. Important if we are going to 3-bet that we never 3-bet fold here. Important to know that. If we are going to 3-bet fold, better to just play cool, keep some dominating stuff in.
150.
Whoa.
Okay.
Just going committal. Huge 3-bet.
Yeah,
15 blinds.
That's in one. Just gone for like the 8 big blinds, 7.5 big blinds, somewhere around there. Like sometimes still reduce some stuff, get some potential ace 5 suited to rep, like in this spot, potentially Queen Jack suited could make as a 4-bet jam.
Right, I guess maybe slip it over exploit here, recognizing she doesn't think Anar's likely to do that, and maybe if she goes this size, maybe he like overfolds some of the hands, like 9s that might jam. So she's just trying to maximize equity that way. See all sorts of different ways to approach these things. Players at the table, neither opponent's best. Pavlov, he's up against Hashim on a 10-7 board.
Flop going check here.
Yes.
Pavlov to check all third pair on the turn.
Cool one.
It's a real cool one for Hashim. Now it comes down to what size to choose here. Something really interesting for Pavlov. Queen Jack should bet flop here at a high frequency game, so I feel like Atanas just gets to raise this one.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. We do bet. We do get bet into. Do we check raise this hand? So you're saying yes.
I feel like Queen Jack's going to just be high frequency bet on the flop on the King 10, 7 rainbow, so probably not going to assign much of that. I guess Ace 10, one that could value cut ourselves against.
2 4s as well.
5 seconds.
Does 2 4s go 30k on the river though, like 30%?
Right.
Probably
Raise
not.
67,000.
I feel like the size is just too good not to go for the lot.
Oh, he's actually gone for the really clicky side. I actually quite like this because that's what I was thinking. All those kind of, a lot of the one pairs fold. Maybe he's chosen an exploit sizing here that like one pair just can't really ever fold to, right?
Does Hashim ever value bet like King, Queen, King, Jack? I feel like that just snips back. So I feel like Hashim's either going to have a bluff here or Ace X plus, which is going to struggle to fold versus any size. We'll see here. I can't see how we fold against this particular size. But I really like the raise from Pavlov. I feel like our hand's too good not to check raise it.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of a non-win sizing, so this is obviously just pure trust from Pavlov that if another bet came in, he knows his beat. Tables it. Really unfortunate river for Hashim there. Wasn't really like to do.
Я говорю, можно вообще там не быть, можно сразу вылететь.
Making the pot right.
Ну, то есть даже с аэропорта не выходить.
Now with 30 bigs, 1.5 starting stacks.
Давай.
Offering nicely here.
Yeah, like 8 people, and I won. So I was just 10-minute countdown waiting for players.
Yeah.
But if anyone entered, I would still win 8k.
Yeah.
Well, unless one player entered and then it would stop. But as soon as it hits 12, then I would just be losing again.
Yeah, losing, yeah.
If there's 11 players, I would have won like 11k. But then if there's one more player, I would have went down to like 8k. It worked out really well because I got to 7k without paying.
But it would only happen if there's some wild dude that wants to register. Like if it's a reg, he'll never register.
Yeah, so I was
hero in the most ridiculous spot.
But there was quite some overlay left, so they could have registered an overlay.
He's taken this man as a seat, and I had to do a double take there.
There's some fun stuff you could do as well. Like I would time it, like let's say there weren't enough players. I would time it till the break, register right before break, and then I get all that time that runs.
I mean, what is going on?
You know what I mean? Maybe trying to fold an ace here. Maybe just says, well,
giving you guys
this guy's going to have a real tough time calling ace king, calling ace jack. Once turn goes check, he's just not really going to have too many strong hands. So maybe the idea there from Bakuji, yeah.
I don't feel too good about this one, if that makes you feel any better.
Get back himself. He's two of the shortest stacks in the room. Battling out with 15 minutes left. Late reg available, and a queen in the window is good news for the silver, but the check behind it presenting problems, perhaps. Kings remain. Sandra.
One win. Table 3 sit open.
Late on level 10. Silver's been battling and finally finds himself just above starting a stack.
One way to save 2k though, isn't it?
Yeah. Over at the CTV live table, over in the action once more. She's flopped best on this ace queen board, pardon me. And Bogowski with one of those hands where like we feel like we just see a bit of range on this board, don't we? But if we are going to check back a hand, we'd love to check back 9, wouldn't we?
Yeah, like it's one of those, maybe like choose to check back something like kings and jacks, bet like 7s, 8s, 9s, this type of thing. Not loving it as Skipper's over against guns specifically, but gonna have to call one still like these pocket pairs that we beat, king jack, jack 10, king 10 all in there as well. But we don't love this spot already. Got to take a turn.
Is this hand like 2 9s without a heart? One of the ones sometimes we see far again. You think it's just too far up there?
Yeah, it's too far up there. I feel like we need like 5 6s. It needs to be slightly lower down. Just knock out some like 8s, 9s. Like with 9s, we don't really knock out 10s because that 20 effective pre. These is just the pure jam versus us.
Okay.
So I feel like if we're going to start betting any pairs as a bluff, it should be stuff like 4s, 5s, 6s, knock out 7s, 8s, 9s. This type of stuff.
Makes a lot of sense. Just the check back. Pardon me. The check back makes a lot of sense. And we find ourselves in a situation where Sigurd is going to feel fairly comfortable about our hand, but look, it's like just going to try and squeeze a bit of value out of it. Slash block, right? Bogowski is recognizing that Dolce was really tough for him, although he could still have beaten some hearts. Didn't get curious. Yeah, it was always one of those spots when I saw when people sort of worked out that those small pocket pairs from either position raises just work out as like a great bluff hand. Like, I started seeing people pop up and I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, you know, almost like overnight, population realised, oh, hang on, we go hard with these.
Yeah, we do, like, especially on like the turns that bring 3-4 away cards where we technically get value from hands that always fold river, that have like the pair and the gut shot that have to call turn, but then we can't get them to fold river. So it's kind of sick because you get value from them on the turn, although they're better hands than you, but you fold them out on a lot of rivers. So it's kind of a sick way to look at it. But we've got an interesting one here, and Talboon actually finding a donk on a ball we should actually have some donks on as well, and a nice combo to do it with, up and down, club in hand. Running into the pair part of Hasbani's range. Now, decision point for Talboon. And triples about. We are going to have 6-7, 7-3 suited, 3-6, 4-5 pure 16 combos from the big blind.
66. 66. I've never been to Vegas, but
2/3 on the
it just
turn.
feels so insane to grind for 5 weeks. Like every time I grind, like for 15 days, I feel like I get sick. Like
spot with the 10s, but I feel
like maybe not here, you know, because you have the spa and everything in the sun. But like every time it's like 2 weeks, like it's sketchy. Plus the air conditioner. Vegas? No.
Then you go to San Diego for 10 days and chill, and then you go back.
You've got it.
No,
yeah, I mean,
I get it.
I mean, I want to do it at some point. I mean, I go to Florida quite a lot.
We just get snapped by the value.
Play,
5, 6, 7, 7,
but I mean, there is differences. You rent an apartment, you do it kind of half-half. Just sitting in a hotel room. And if you do get sick in a hotel room, I feel like it's so miserable. I had the flu A playing in Morocco.
I don't know what flu A is, but it doesn't sound fun.
No, it's horrible.
Bird virus.
Just wanting to take the pot down there.
Look at this.
One call.
Just want the pot to get up to 20 blinds. Blinds, aces, and blinds the trap.
Yeah, generally the stack size that we do like to trap off as well. Like sub 20, 15, like around there.
2 folds. 3 folds.
A hand that a lot of players would be tempted to peel with, but he's probably recognising there that you know, the silver is going to be good enough to have some of these traps. I'm going to call, flop a pair, get myself in trouble a lot. So, really wishing you could have them back right now. Queen 6-2 is a couple of heart boards. Well, it feels like he's in danger here as he flop that pair. Doesn't bode well.
Stubby's actually a nice one to particularly here. Gone versus cut-off. Jack got some removal to some of the stronger queen X of Chris in the cut-off, but does go for a well-timed check. As Chris here just going to start betting from now, try and go heads up to the turn, but look at this.
Wow.
I guess he feels with ace of hearts. Fine to just check, and now he gets Huyek to just send it in.
And he's feeling so good about his hand right now.
Open, please.
This was gamesmanship going here, one hand at one card at a time.
Well, Huyek showed Chris the queen, so then Chris showed him the ace of hearts, waiting for the other card to be span over. I don't think any slow rolling going on there. Just
Huyek just is in space, just perplexed at the sight of the ace, having just flat free, checking back the flop. Shocked to see that hand. 3 outs left in the deck. In their hits. And it's not to be. Very deuce.
Sit on win.
Silver win yet another win.
10 minutes out for Chris.
Only big blind. Just no one.
You see the background of the clock there, 1 minute 30 left on the level, so just take a moment, break coming up, potentially reinvest in this one.
I loved it. I've loved this free table, how quick it is. Usually you've got that sort of 20 to 30 seconds to fill, dealer shuffling, but this is fantastic. Having the free tables, being able to switch between the three. Action thick and fast.
23.
Boost in production. Guys at GG. He's looking officially on the low. This is Espen with 2 sevens from the cutoff. How boom, will he find that cold 4 earlier?
I don't think this is one that actually free bets that much. Cut off versus button against EP, yes, because like we knock out ace jack off. But in this situation, like Espen's going to open ace deuce through ace 9 suited. He's going to open king 10, queen 10, 10, 1 suited. We just keep in so much dominated stuff with position against Espen's range. A lot of people may see this, think aggressive playing the cut off. I should free bet it, but when you actually strip the spot down, all the hands we actually dominate in this given scenario against Espen is going to take the aggressive route here. And we could see a 4-bet send here from Espen. Like against a competent player, these are the ones that we can choose as 4-bet rips. Some of these middle in pairs, LP versus LP, could definitely be an all-in here. Even more inclined with the ace jack off show. You know he's capable.
Right, that's the thing. This guy is definitely capable.
Might be good.
There's the jam.
I can do it.
Espen more than happy
It's not
to see
good.
ace 10 off into them up before it's a flip situation.
It's lovely to see that, isn't it? You can play a pot you think, but instead just picks up 55k in additional chips.
I guess we're going off TV now, right?
I think.
Brings to a close the re-entry period of this tournament.
Okay.
The players are going on another break, and with it, I will be shortly stepping aside, but Tasso will be rejoining Jay Harwood in this room to take a quick look at the counts. As we start that frame, Espen is leading the way on the Onyx table. He's increased his stack up to 689k, but a lot of the action on that table has come from the man third in chips. It really is pushing the envelope here at Merit.
35 or 45? 40, 45, okay, 45. 45, I fold.
I believe that's kind of name. We're very familiar to a lot of the American
5,000.
I've seen here. Now it's over 1 million in chips. That is a big stack here.
1-3.
A lot of times she's increased her stack up to 700k, but obviously only good the third in chips there. Right around the start stand involved in a number of fields, certainly in the first frame of play on that table. And of course, as we look at the Luxon table, very, very different sort of landscape here in terms of chip sizes. But we've seen some really interesting play from the players here. Atanas Pavlov, not surprising to see the moves he's been making. Very accomplished, Jay pointed out, someone who plays a lot of the high rolls around the UK, and then of course the climb somewhat of Chris Da Silva into third place there with 330k. And of course, Skolgan Mundet, the man who started with the big stack there, still doing just fine. So guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back in 25 minutes.
5 raise 8, 5. 7 4. 8 4. 1 4. 5 seconds. Equal. Check. 8 check. 5 check. 8 check. 1 check. 2 check. 3 check. 5 with 10.5. 8 4. 1 raise 40k. 2 4. 3 4. 5 4. 8 with 25. 1 raise 125. 5 4. 8 4. It's less. Showdown, guys. It's less than 125. Wait.
You are down because
yeah, but I didn't. I don't need to show the card. You need to wait for me to show my card. If you didn't wait, I marked the card.
you must show the card.
Sure.
shot clock on 0. Registration for the student closed.
It's a fair turn.
45. Cool.
Good. 16,000.
I'll do it for mine.
Open. One time, show. One time.
Don't fear anyways.
I will not watch this. Okay, you want to show us. Yeah, not the bull. This is my story.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Refreshed from our break. Of course, this is the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C. Look at the chip counts on the Luxon table. Daniil Stafeev out in front, 600k good for 50 blinds. Krista Silva, who went short earlier, he's now up to around about 28 bigs. On the short stack, we have Hassanin Hashim, who really entertained us in the early going, with some work to do now, down to 7 bigs. A couple of names we know well also, Atanas Pavlov and Jessica Tussel, both sub-20 though, with work to do. Over to the GTD live table, led by Saref Anar. Over $1 million in chips, Jay, 1.1 million, good for 92 bigs. Alisa Sibgatova, who we've seen in the first few days of our coverage. Pretty serene progress for her so far. Through the names, we've got Brockman down there. We saw him earlier playing some spicy hands, but also, of course, work to do. It's sub-20 now for him. And Bazem Abudavas down to 8 blinds. Gonna have to get after it. And over to the Onyx table, of course, the Big Daddy, the featured table, led by, well, a guy that's played a few hands of poker in his time, won a couple of events. You might have heard of him occasionally. Espen Jurstad, of course, who won the main 3 years ago, Jay. I'm getting long in the tooth for remembering such things. Running through the chip counts down to the shorties, Stephen Toole and Jordan Westmoreland, 10 and 11 blinds for them. So work to do. So welcome back, everybody. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood on comms, taking you through the next couple of hours.
Someone's watching the
Jay,
stream and they know who you are. And
like, I'm poker, and I was like, oh, this Eastern European idiot.
It's all been going on so far. Can't wait to get into the next couple of hours with yourself. Obviously, got to watch Espen as well.
Yeah,
always great to watch. Yeah. And he's kind of an enigma, Andrew, because you said won the WSOP, you remembered the year as well, but like if you go back over the last 10 years, and I said name as many WSOP champs as possible, he's probably the one that's going to be at the top of the list, the most memorable.
I think it's probably because he was in the tank for about 45 minutes, if you remember that famous heads-up hand.
I do remember.
When he went to his happy place, closed his eyes, just, could you imagine? Like sitting there, I guess it was simpler because he had it both times from memory.
Yes.
So like, imagine you're all in on a bluff, heads up in the main event, and you're in the tank for 28 minutes while old mate just takes his time.
Yeah.
Genuinely obscene amount of time when you think about it. Anyway, let's go. Bekuziev under the gun. He opens the action with the King 10. Talboom, Jay finds pocket queens of
100,
23 bigs to start the hand. Comes in for 3-bet.
Yeah, seems pretty standard. Size seems kind of nice as well. 23, scaling down slightly. Going to be working.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Bekuziev with a sort of bottom range open of his own.
There was a talking point. Bekuziev last session made a ridiculous call. Basically got to the river with his worst possible hand that he can have, and still called off correctly. It was some moment. I think the whole table was in shock.
Strapped on the cape correctly. Out to the DTD live table we go. Open here from Ozcan, excuse me, 24,000 with the Queen, 7 of Hearts. Abu Davas, 10 bigs, sends the troops in. King Jack suited, seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, standard gets, I think this one should always be jamming versus his cut-off open, especially off 10, still got a little bit of fold equity, and Ozcan with one that I doubt's going to be pulling off here.
Yeah.
190.
Although stranger things have happened, we do see people like to spin the wheel here.
Yeah,
this is why I used to work down, because that first 90 minutes I had with them, so I was seeing a few things I weren't expecting to see, but we're over at Merit. There is the jam getting through.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty reasonable open and a very standard shove. Worthy of note, 450 runners, chunky. In 1C here, so I'd imagine once more on course to smash the prize pool. It's been a great start here at the MPP 2025. Back to the Onyx table we go. Looks like a single raised pot here. Alexandrov content to check back with ace 10 versus the big blind defend of Toole, who has a double gut shot, Jay.
Yeah, kind of an annoying card here for Toole. Gonna, in our head, have a lot of leads on the turn, but Queen of Diamonds probably one we should be checking over.
That makes sense. Lots of Alexandrov's checkbacks could have some interactivity.
Oh, it's kind of funny to me anyways when people have like
what do you like here, Jay, with this 10? Like, do you want to start
It's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because Toole has got this stack depth that can just potentially check down
winners
us.
the last 10 years, like how many of them like I respect
does check here at this
just like
oh, look at this, and he's found it. Very nicely done.
Kind of have to prove it over like
targeting sort of
a few tournaments, you know? Maybe like 10 tournaments.
Given up on the flop and then just start
way.
bluffing, right? Like
you probably got so much respect from people who don't even know you, and you're like...
Yeah, because I won one tournament. Yeah. Having to win this one random tournament. You know?
Like, whatever lost the flip, final 20, and you don't pick up aces. It's
get some ace highs and king highs to fold out here.
Yeah, credit to Toole for finding this one. It's not always immediately intuitive, right? You're
maybe this
worried.
is also why I like
just get
after the main was so determined to like play high stakes and stuff, because I wanted to actually earn that respect, you know, like I didn't want to just...
You're getting respect from like 90% of the people, but not from the 10% of people you kind of want respect for.
Yeah, gets himself a little bit of breathing
I don't
room.
think Mikita and Jason thought too much about
these new
the main event winner.
tables of chips for each table makes it a lot easier for us in the booth. Espen still with the table chip lead. As we head back over to Luxon. Single raise pot here. Stafeev from the cutoff, Chris De Silva defending. Flops top pair on the 9-3-3J. And looks like he's reaching for check raise.
Raise 48.
I like it. Chris spoke about this earlier with Dems, like some of these late positions versus big blind, like do go for some check raises with our top pair for protection. And Chris flushing out the ace-5 there.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, whenever you get to this kind of like sub 25, right? If you flop top pair against late position, it's like, all right, let's.
Yep.
If you've got it, you've got it.
Exactly that. The famous quote.
We did that this afternoon, myself and James. Little bit of filming for the stream, a bit of content, and we had to name the famous poker quotes.
Oh, okay.
It was quite good fun. One of them was, if you call, it's going to be all over, baby.
Scotty win.
There we go. Can't get them past you, can we? Right. This is interesting. This is a multi-way limped pot, and it certainly looks like it. So Oz can open it with a limp, and are content to limp behind with the ace-7 of diamonds. Brings in Abudavas and Brockman, and look at this from the big blind. Astratov says, no, no, no.
Astratov taking off with a 9-4 off.
I mean, obviously it's a very extreme hand combo to use, but you can kind of see what he's thinking, right? Like the cutoff button, small blind, they're all kind of dead money, right?
Yeah, or even the hijack, like if the hijack's got a hand that's top end, it probably just wants to open, so maybe just an exploit here feels like it's going to get through enough of the time, but would prefer having a little bit of removal, an ace or a king, something blocking some continues, but here we are.
Thank you so much.
Whatever, let's go, bump it up.
Street poker, Andrew, sometimes, just...
Sure is. Well, it's going to work out favorably, potentially, on the 8-6-3, pretty innocuous looking board. We've got the betting lead, we have 9 high.
You say that like it's a good thing we have 9 high, but
I mean,
I feel like it is that we have to bet it now, just folding out everything better.
It's fine, he can't have 9-10 of spades now, so he's not going to continue, right?
That is correct. 50k into 172, so just shy of 30%, and interesting now for Oscan with the ace-10 to overcards to the board.
It's just become really murky now, right? Like, because we limped and there's this kind of 5x ISO, it's hard for us to sort of narrow down what Astratov is going to be doing this with, because so many people limp behind. And look, there's more than one way to do it. He's just picked up 120k or so in chips there just by bullion limpers.
The old red line.
Yeah.
Getting the better hand to fold.
I want one of these t-shirts. I don't know, you haven't been here long this week, but we're seeing the old GG Poker emoji t-shirts everywhere.
I miss talent.
Now these two going at it again. Uziev this time
like,
with a stronger hand.
Exposure and whatever, like they could probably make
this is a tough one, Jay, right? Against the better players in the big who might find some polar light stuff.
Exactly that. Like it's very player dependent. I feel in these spots it is someone that will find like some ace deuce, ace 3 that will dominate, potentially get involved, but we're against someone that I don't deem capable. It's just going to value bet close to value.
And he does deem his man to have the capability, decides to put it in. It's tough to fault him, right? Like, if it is someone like you suggested who will find the 3-bet bluffs, ace-10 does okay against that range, but unfortunately it runs into the queens.
I feel like maybe we need to have like the suited broadways to be 4-bet ripping, like these one in general, like the 4-bet not all in bluffs at deeper, like the offsuit. We just want that little extra 5% equity when called being suited. But Tower Boom has been active.
Yeah, it gets snapped off. Gonna have to find help, and well, Jack 8-5 all hearts. All of a sudden, Bekuziev, an equity favorite now, 57% of the time, is gonna send Tower Boom home. Not on the 7 of clubs. More out in the form of a 9.
Easy.
Basically flipping here with one to come. 590k in the middle. And he gets there in the most tilting fashion for Tower Boom. Queen of Hearts on the river. Takes it in good spirits.
Top set, no good, sir.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
shy of 800k.
Yeah, GG, unlucky.
I always say, Andrew, if you're ever going to get caught bluffing, make sure it's pre-flop. This is when equities run finest. We have more chance of getting there.
Yeah, Yeah, nothing to be done. Obviously, fist pumping it in when faced with the 4-bet shove. And Bakuziev on the move.
91.
Over to DT Live then. Open from Anar from Hijack with a pretty strong hand. Ace-Queen does get 3-bet to 91k from Astratov in the small blind. Gonna make the call, Jay, in position. Through to the 9-7 deuce rainbow board. Action on the Russian.
Interesting one here for Astratov out of position. Difficult to fold out better really here with the ace-king high, but still going to have all these open pairs in the range as the 3-bet up.
Right, like it's kind of one of these, right, where you feel compelled to c-bet, right? You've got the betting leads, but it can be quite difficult to define, you know, where your opponent is, especially when we bet so small. This is a little intriguing to me. I'm not sure we have too many 15%ers, but he has gone with it.
So 15%. Call by the ace-queen, has to continue versus that size.
Have a little peek. Still ace-king.
Maybe checking for a club. Potential maybe to double barrel unload on club rivers could have been the idea from Astratov.
Oh, big old bet from Anar. Decides to turn his ace-queen into a bluff immediately.
Once again, like only really trying to fold out exactly what Astratov has. Like if he does have one of these 3-bet bluffs, we're just ahead of them anyway, like an ace-4, an ace-3, maybe a king-jack, king-10.
Very nice though. Is this a situation where for like Astratov, when we choose 15%, it starts to make it a bit trickier for us because Anar can have so many different combos that when they do start firing on the turn, there can be more bluffs in there, right? It's a tricky spot.
There's not really much in the 3-bet coup on that board that's going to fold out to 15% anyway. Like, you name me a hand that folds to 15%.
I can't think of many. Ace-4 of hearts or something like this, and even that might call. Well then, back to the Onyx we go. First look at Espen in this new frame. He's going to bet in position here. I believe this is single raise pot and 2 calls. Espen going to go for value and protection on the 10-8-7 board. 7 of hearts on the turn after Bakuziev check calls. Very wide open from him, by the way, with the 8-5 of hearts.
Seems like one that Espen's going to be checking back. Like theoretically, Bakuziev should be checking some overpairs here as well at this stack depth, so we'll be aware of that as Espen.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. We could potentially go for a thin river value bet on a lot of rivers. It's the 4 of clubs. Is this one that's a little too thin, Jay? Like, do we like a bet with 9s?
No, I don't think I do. Just simply because like the hand we probably target here is an 8 specifically.
Yeah.
And from +2, Bakuziev shouldn't have too much 8x in my opinion. Like he's got 8-5 of hearts. We can see that he's treated himself to a wide open, but I feel like it's difficult to get called by worse here for Espen.
Look at this. Some of the best players in the world. This is how they maximize their value. Just seems to know where he is, and all of a sudden, Bakuziev with a tough decision, Jay.
One thing I will say that is actually interesting why Espen may have bet this spot. He was present at the table when Bakuziev pulled off 4 pair on a 4 to flush 3 to straight board and saw that Bakuziev got really sticky. So maybe that has a factor, and there we go. He's going to get paid by just an 8.
Really nice.
That's the difference. That's why he was world champion back in 2022. I don't feel a lot of people find that value bet there, but could have been player dependent, knows his customer. And there was also advertisement in that hand you weren't here for. Someone mentioned at the table not to bluff that man on the TV table, so there was some advertisement.
Yeah, nice. Well done, Mr. Jurstad.
Probably a bit of thin value in the end.
It's always important, right? Like if you, over time, of course, right? Especially as you run deeper in tournaments, getting thin value can have a big old impact on your chip stack moving forward. As we move back to the DTD live table. Got a c-bet here from Ozcan. Intriguing one for me on the Queen 10-8, and our calling in position, Jay.
Big stack across these 3 tables. Just seems to be happy to bet when checked to.
Yeah, this is not one that I would bet, right? Like, you yourself are just going to check this one back and look to evaluate rivers?
Even on the flop, I'm surprised flop hasn't gone check. Oscan potentially would want to check out of position, but Anar wanting to go for maybe the old bet on the turn to get a free showdown, perhaps, what this could be.
Yeah. Is he going to value bet this? Is he? Wow. I mean, I guess it's not a bluff.
150.
Like, pretty wild to find this one, half pot.
This is madness, the value about this. I think, like, maybe Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited are the ones we target, but pocket nines, like 9 should bet flop, Jack 10 suited. I wouldn't expect to bet flop.
Yeah.
You see there, just the king 10 out the way. So if it was value, we're never getting called by a worse hand if the same hand is folding.
Welcome back to Merit, Jay.
Oh, it's great.
Right, we bet here, we get called by 9-10, and we fold out jacks.
It's unbelievable, isn't
Eh?
it? It's unbelievable. And Anar just on the move, having this stack at this stage.
Yes, chunks. All right then, Hashim, who thrilled us earlier, has unfortunately run into the very bladed pocket kings of Chris De Silva. Basically the worst possible shape you can find yourself in pre-flop.
Gonna do well to get out of this one.
Unfortunate. Was on the very short stack here. 5 or 6 bigs all in pre. Barring some kind of miracle run out, 3% equity for Hashim. Is he gonna get the jack? Of course he is. You gotta have some form of sweat. Jack of diamonds turn. 10 or dead for Hashim, unfortunately for him. Has to depart the table. Good game, sir. He's one to watch though for later in the week. Really played some beautiful hands. Me and Demps were pretty impressed. Chris De Silva though, stacking him up, closing in on 500k. As a Tanis Pavlov, have a catnap.
Thank you.
Back we go then to DTD Live. Sipgatova on the button, 10-7 of spades.
5 raise 25.
Probably bottom of the suited 10s we open. 10-6 suited probably goes into them up. 10-7 just getting in.
Now up to Ozcan, content to defend from the big with the 3-5 of hearts. Well, what a flop for Sipgatova. 10-6 deuce, 2 of spades. Big check from Ozcan.
15.
Just north of 20%, between 20% and quarter. Small size. Sipgatova. Ozcan feels like needing to call, getting this price with his gutter.
Sipgatova continues to improve. 10 of clubs on the turn.
Really nice card, not in the form that we just turned trips, but like even some 6x. Obliged to continue in this 10 pairs.
Any checking at all, Jay, or you think this one's just so good? Like,
I feel like at this stack depth, like we just want to go bet, get as much as possible. If it's like potential shallower and we can get still play for stacks on rivers, potentially, then check. I feel like a 6 is just going to be calling always. Even the gutter coming along for this size.
Yeah, not a big fan of this. Would rather have shown some aggression myself here. Nothing worse here than just having to always check fold rivers. Unless you ping that miracle 4. 9 of diamonds completes the board. Sipgatova with the check mark.
So we choose a size here to target a 6. Like never getting called by the missed spade draws anywhere. Potentially some like 9-8, 9-7 of spades in there, but wouldn't be going too large here. Sipgatova.
Yeah, she goes with half pot, makes some sense. Very nice pickup for her. Another one who's impressed us in the early going of our MPP coverage the last few days, just consistently chipping up. Around about half the field have been eliminated, 450 entrants, down to the last 200 or so. We jump over to Luxon. Pavlov here, gonna activate with a bluff on the Jack 10 5-8 board. Stafiev checking the flop. behind as the original opener.
Can be a nuisance. This man, whenever senses weakness in the form of a check, he does just like to attack regardless of his hand. Like, would prefer having a queen, a 9, but just going to take the king 6 off here.
Well, he's rivered a pair, 6 on the river. Decision now, Jay, whether to take our showdown. Does quickly check.
Kind of interesting now for Steffi. Is it, can we credibly rep anything?
It's really hard, right? It's super awkward.
Like pocket 8s is literally it. Probably maybe like a 10-8 suited if we treat ourselves to a loose open. But
yeah, like, are we going to value bet ace 10? Right, this is the problem, right? When you start putting money in on the river. What I'm saying is it's hard to have thin value, right? Maybe it would be something like an ace 10. Can't think of too many Jack X at this stack depth that don't just c-bet flop.
Yeah, agreed.
So maybe a queen 9 suited, something like that might be. Oh, and he's jammed. Okay. Now then, Mr. Pavlov.
Yeah, so now this is interesting, because if he chooses not all in size, like you say, and maybe there's some ace 10, expect king 10, expecting a jack to go for value itself, but now he's gone for this size, repping a more condensed value range. But either way, Pavlov doesn't take too long before tossing the full pair into the muck.
Maybe part of the problem with having a king in hand, right? Like the kind of king queens, king 9s, ace kings, or maybe some of the natural bluffs. Well done, Stafiev, though. Gets it through. Up to 727k. Action continues. Thick and fast. Back to DTD Live we go. Astratov here. Opens with 10s, +2. Ismailov from the hijack J, 20 bigs, sends them in. Not unreasonable.
Yeah, if I know the man was squeezing 9-4 off, which he probably doesn't, but if there's some dynamic between the two and he already knows that the guy's capable, fine with this jam against this particular opponent.
Yeah.
And then like these spots, like Fieri is just a snap call because the jacks through aces should 3-bet not all in to induce, so 10s we should never really see jacks through aces, but if we're against an opponent that potentially will jam his hands, it becomes a bit more dicey. Even still, 10s for 20.
Yeah, I feel like 10s, you just shrug your shoulders, flick in a chip. I hear you though, like I can start to get behind folding even like 9s here maybe, thinking that 10s and jacks are in the reshove range. Obviously, against certain opponents, you're just going to call them 2, right? You hear me? Anyway, we're off to the races. So over 500,000 in the middle. If Astratov can hold, going to be up through that magical 1 million chip mark. Ismailov looking for help. They both look absolutely thrilled to be here. Playing the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Here we go then. Oh, Jack in the window. Great start for Ismailov.
No runners either, so just fading a 10.
No dice on the 4 of hearts turn. 2 outs once for the Russian. Oh, and there it is.
What a brutal game we played.
Oh, 10 of clubs on the river.
Table to
in the heart of Ismailov. GG, sir. And all of a sudden, Astratov up over that 1 million chip mark as we referenced. Those are nice to hit, right?
They are, they feel good. You've already in your head doubled the player up and you're thinking how many chips you got left in your stack, and then you just drill that 2-outer on the river.
That's why poker's the greatest game ever, right? You see that jack, you're like, I hate this game. I'm so tired of these flips. Never win. Oh, thank you. Good game, mate. Listen, you played a sensational game of cards today, sir. Unlucky. As we see 2 players on that table above a mil, joins Anar. Bunch of short stacks though. Brockman, Abu Davis, and Kotovsky with work to do. Back to Onyx. Pretty wide open from under the gun. Pocket 4s from Alexandrov. 3-bet from Z, 62k.
Wow.
Okay, Westmoreland deciding. I mean, he does only have 6.5 blinds. He's going to run it with the King Queen O.
Yeah, gonna actually love what he sees, the fact that Z's got ace jack and he's got 2 live cards. I just feel once he goes EP open 3-bet, likely to be dominated here with King Queen or flipping, but picked a very good time to get it in as Westmoreland.
Yeah, it might be. Of course, we're not always privy to what's been going on the previous few hours. Might be 2 very spicy opponents where we think King Queen can hold up just fine. And he gets in with 40% here. Dead money in the middle.
I could see it at like 4 bigs, but at 6.5, like when we can still have fold equity when folded to us and we get a shove through, potentially.
I mean, I don't know.
Could just let it go.
No.
Good game.
Well, could have let it go and is actually flop dead. Pretty rare in No Limit to be dead on the flop. No way out of this one. GG Westmoreland. Are getting to that stage. Lots of shallow stacks. Gonna be a bunch of blood on the felt. Z to 630k.
No, I mean it's.
I hear you though. I would normally fold this.
Like we've got what we're cut off, so once we've got another 5 hands, so just 5 hands to open shove.
I think like king queen suited I could get behind running it.
Nice weather.
Yeah, potentially.
Your husband out, you outside, it's like.
You're like
raining and it's grey and it's like.
Yeah, start questioning life choices.
Back to the Luxon we go. Under the gun, skull gun bandit with the pocket 10s.
6-bet.
Tricky ones these, Jay, on the king queen 5.
Yeah, against gun, I don't mind folding unless it's a tiny size, which it actually is from Skullgun Bandit. He's been doing a lot of this, a lot of small sizes, regardless of texture. 12k into 68 here, so sub 20%. But we've seen this a lot from Skullgun Bandit.
5-4.
Yeah, I'm with you. With no backdoors and stuff against the bigger size, and could imagine folding being a thing. Stafiev though, gonna go hunting for a 5. Comes up empty. Jack of Hearts turn. Really interesting spots these.
Check.
Yeah, the thing is, if I'm Skullgun Bandit here, it's just going to be a triple for me. 10's no spade. Like, just target all these 1 pair, King X, Queen X to fold out by river. We block the 10-9, we block the Ace 10. If you got it, as you say, Andrew.
Yeah.
It just seems like too good a combo not to target some King X, Queen X now and just unload on the river.
Yeah, I like this a lot from him. Just immediately put like King 7 of diamonds in a grim spot, right?
Exactly.
You know, even and all of the other 1 pair holdings.
6-bet 37.
One thing I will say is that we haven't seen him choose many larger sizings. Obviously, this is going to get, you know, the naked 5 out of the pot. But maybe in the longer term, we need to, like, there is B33 to B40 on this dynamic board. You know, if we're nitpicking, I would say like a 3/4 pot bet, right? Starts to make a bit more sense, though, right? Like if we have 2 pairs straight ourselves, want to get money in. I like it though. Very nice turn bet.
It's an interesting one here. It's Abdavas going for the limp in the cutoff after a limp from Ozcan. Only working with around 13 bigs with a 6-7 suited, 20 bigs for Ozcan.
Yeah, you do. We have seen, you know, throughout the coverage the last few days, some of these really weird, you know, we're going down branches of the game tree that even for us in the comms booth can be a little tricky. Multiple limped pots. Abdavas deciding, right, well, I'm in for 12. Might as well be in for 40. Has less than popped back. Big flop for him, and it is pure empty. Ace, Queen, 9. All Brockman.
Any checks here, Andrew, at this 1 SPR?
I don't think so. We've ISO'd. I'd just bet really small, I think. Like, our opponent's going to have enough of the kind of 10 Jack, King, Jack, King 10, some flush draw types that want to get... He's not, is he? He's not, is he?
Nah, this is just...
You never know, I'm telling you.
TV time.
But yeah, you would imagine it's TV time. Yeah, I guess you could just... I feel like if your opponent has any decent piece of this board, he's just going to get it in. And you can just, you know, if he has Ace 8 of hearts or whatever, well, we have a heart, you hear me, Ace 8 of clubs, we're just going to stack him. The natural checks, I guess. Kings, yeah. But like, maybe you could, right? Sometimes you can literally disregard theory and just be like, if I check, this guy's going to bluff, right? So that's a thing, right? All right, Jessica Tussle. Pocket 7s, 15 bigs.
A really close one. I'd probably induce 8s, but 7s I feel like just jams.
4 all in.
I feel like 8s, like 9s I'd definitely induce. So 8s is kind of close, but 7s just probably want to jam for 15.
I would still raise call this, like against, it kind of depends who's on my left. Once again, if you've got like the super pros who will always, you know, 3-bet jam deuces through 6s and ace deuce suited through ace 6, then I like just min. But yeah, I mean, can't be a mistake. Just open pile.
181.
And got a call, Jay, right?
Yeah, it should be a snap ace 10 here. Tuchel's going to have some ace x we dominate. Going to have king 10, queen 10 suited we dominate. Jack 10 suited. Flipping with a lot of stuff, and even like 60% versus like the king queen, king jack, all this type of stuff. Jack 9 suited.
Yeah, he's kind of shown himself to be a little risk averse in certain spots, which is not a criticism. You know, doesn't really love playing big pots, but can't imagine folding this against a good professional. You know, Jessica's just gonna find right all the ace x offsuit and stuff like this. She's gonna rifle them in. So we're off to the races. And both players can be relatively happy to see what their opponent has. Right, we're flipping 380k in the middle. Oof, ace in the window, followed by the 8 and the 4. Not good news for Jessica Tussel. Needs a backdoor straight or a 7. Does have some chop outs on the Queen of Spades. Any spade now, of course. Will allow her to remain in her seat. Looking for the 7 of hearts, though. For the full double. No dice. Jack of clubs completing the board. GG, Jessica. And good luck in the rest of the week's endeavors. And Skullgun Bunda up to 700k or so now, Jay.
I remember Jessica from last year. Did she have a deep run in one of these last year?
Yeah, she's very accomplished professional. I can't remember, but I remember she was deep in something. I don't remember the exact event.
Was she the one also that got busted by her other half?
Her other
yes,
half
that's
on
the
the
one.
bubble.
Yeah, I remember now. It's just clicked. It's just clicked in the head.
I wonder if she forgave him by now. Guys, if you are just joining us, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1C, $2,200 buy-in, $2 million guarantee. Starting chips in this one, of course, 200,000. Started with a 30-minute clock, Jay. I believe that now is up to 40 minutes.
That is correct.
And reg is closed now. Right, there we go.
So we got this level about to go up, and then 2 more levels of 40 minutes break, and then you and Dan's back for the last hour and 20.
Yes, sir. Back to the Onyx we go, and here he is. One of the bosses, the end bosses of merit, Gromov.
I feel like you have
Not sure how much you've seen of him, Jay, but he's box office. He's going to do a lot of funky, aggressive stuff.
Well, you before you joined us, he actually busted on a bullet in the booth where he made a pretty mad play, 3-bet squeeze the 7-5 off, and went for it. So I've already seen what Gromov can do.
Final table.
You will be impressed as we go at like some of his live
or whatever, and then he had like a $5 regular tournament on the side.
Obviously, sometimes that's going to backfire.
He was in every tournament basically.
I mean, look at this for appeal from him. Just the naked gut shot. Again, interesting that Bekuziev decided to see that.
Not just insane, it's very stupid, I think. Like, you're just bleeding money doing that. I think.
Does pick up bottom pair to go alongside his gut shot. Why? Can't see any player putting chips in on this
I mean, I remember in Barcelona when he won 600 something thousand. He won the Estrella 1K.
Very mediocre type holdings on this texture.
In the morning at 10, he was grinding the 500 to the 5K.
9 of clubs completes the board.
No, he's insane. Yeah. He's completely insane.
I mean, you would imagine if we've overcalled, we might want to block.
I'm just thinking if I'm leaving anyone out.
Check.
I mean, there's good guys like mid-stakes.
Like, four's never going to be a good three-way, is it?
I would argue it's a mandatory
like
bluff
good
mid-stakes
guys.
Like block some flushes, block 7-8, right? Like we have the 8 in hand.
He doesn't play an MTT,
or less of a, interaction when it's versus under the gun and dealer specifically, but you do block some 2 pairs. You have like a funky 4 or 5
I don't know.
and
I haven't
like
seen
this. I feel like if
I'm
we
sure
call
he could
flop, then we should flop.
quickly, though.
Yeah. Anyway,
If you
Bekuziev
wanted
loving that live, picking that one up with jacks. The 700 K. Over to DTD live we go. Ozcan versus Astratov. This looks like a potential limp and ISO to me.
Yeah, exactly what it was. Limp under the gun with the Jack 10 off. ISO from Astratov with the raggy ace.
Pretty ambitious, right? dip into the ace-6s of this world. It's going to go for it, though, and it's going to c-bet a faintly terrifying queen 10-9 board.
Maybe it just feels like one and done here from him. Now that he's ISO, but going to get some bad news.
Yeah.
Form of a jam. Ozcan just happy to run it.
Actually, don't totally hate it. Middle pair, open ender, backdoor diamonds. Put some pressure on some hands. Just, you know what? I'm ready to go. I typically call, but you hear me. I've seen worse. Ozcan, 312k, and are still out in front. 1.36 million feels like a lot. Over to Luxon we go then. Three-way coup, Chris De Silva up against Stafeev and Timur Gazin in the small blind.
Interesting one for Chris here on Nintendo's free-way. Happy to bet this heads up, 3-way, I'm not
bet
sure.
20.
20k into 99.
Yeah, really tricky spots always, obviously, in the multi-way kind of dynamic. Just feels like you never get a flop fold, which might not be the end of the world.
7 pass.
I would typically start with check or bigger bet, I think. Could be wrong. Jack of Diamonds turn, both now improve to a gut shot to Broadway.
You know, I feel like this is maybe the problem with the flop size, because now like Stafeev can still have stuff like Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, Ace Jack off. Like once we side up on the flop, like we're going to knock out a lot of these holdings three-way.
Sure.
But like just condense the range more. But against 20%, he's just still got so much stuff in there.
And it starts to get murky when we line up the barrels for exactly the reasons you just said. Of course, though, on the flip side of that, when we go small, we get, allow our opponent to have all of the 4s through 9s of this world that are going to struggle to continue. See what Chris decides on.
Yeah, still going to have the overpair advantage, still going to have the strong Jack X as played, so wouldn't shock me if we saw the double barrel come in here from Chris. Target 4s through 9s, even set up a triple versus something like Ace 10, King 10, Queen 10.
So as he lines up the barrel, what do you do now, Jay, as Stafeev? It's around about half pot on the turn from De Silva.
No, it's an awkward one with the Ace Queen. Like we can be ahead of some stuff like King Queen, King 9 suited. Probably going to be mandatory barrels on this turn. Now, what are we doing on like Brick Rivers? Are we happy to hero down Ace Queen here, or are we just feeling like 3-1's too good a prize with 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts? It's going to call.
It does commit chips. Big River incoming. Is the 7 of diamonds. Neither player with a diamond in hand.
And once again, back to that flop size. Still some plausible flushes there for Stafeev once we go 20%. This is the thing, like they're all like the Ace X of diamonds are just going to take one off. All the like King Queen of diamonds, King 9 of diamonds, stuff free to flush, free to straight.
So we're basically trying to fold out a turn Jack if we go for this, right?
Maybe some like King 10, Ace 10, this type of stuff, some 10x, but we are going to end up chopping this up.
It's pretty interesting. Like Stafeev probably doesn't think he's good that often on river. I was surprised to see him. Surprised to see him check so fast. Both are going to be pretty happy and maybe think to themselves, I'm not sure about that hand. Tricky spots. These three-way coups.
Nobody has diamonds.
This thing is so much for MTT tournaments. It's like I missed the bet on the river. Spots at certain stack depths, and it changes it when you're shallower or when you're deeper. And it's changing when you're going heads up. It's just ridiculous how much you need to know. That's why it's like the Cadillac of poker, in my opinion. MTT, Texas Hold'em. I've got a lot of respect for the people that just play tournaments. I'd go mad, honestly. If I only played tournament poker, I think I'd go mad.
Well, back to Onyx. You see Gromov here, 55k on the turn. Top pair on the flop, continues to barrel on the Jack of Hearts. Tool, non-believer, does call twice with Queen 6. Gromov now content to check back river. Makes sense.
Difficult once again. I guess we target the worst 7x, maybe some non-believing 6x. Feels too thin to be going for value.
Yeah, I'm with you. Gromov then. Bullet 2. As far as we know, to 530k for 35 big blinds.
Thank you.
Back we go then to DTD live table. Sibgatova.
5 raise 30.
Pocket sixes from +1. Makes it 30k to go.
6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
Round to Anar. Does get out of the way with the ace-8 of spades. A little surprising with the mega stack. Maybe round to Astratov. We've seen this man has spice in his poker vocabulary.
Doesn't strike me as a man that folds much in the big blind.
Does commit 15,000 more. Okay, Queen 8 to clubs. On a flop, either player is thrilled with Jay. Sibgatova with the betting lead.
One of these as well, so potentially could be used as a multi-street bluff. Sixes with a club, but not going to need to. Just 7 high out the way for Astratov.
Yeah, one and done. Always nice, of course, you have an underpair to the board. Your opponent just to get out of the way. Back to the Onyx. Three-way pot in progress. Have Gromov here with the open raise with ace-5, called by Gekuziev on the button with 8-6 of diamonds. Espen electing to complete with the king-8 offsuit.
40.
And here comes the big blind lead.
Yeah, just the only player really with straights here. 4-7, 4 deuce, going to be in there from the big blind, as well as a lot of these 2-pair combos that our opponents should not have. I'm a bit, it's a bit of an outrageous combo choice though from Espen. Like, you prefer to have like a 7, a 4. I guess we do have this 8 of clubs we can put to work on later streets.
Sure. Yeah, this is one of those where against late position specifically it starts to get a little dicey because cutoff, of course, he's going to start opening, right, the 7-8 suited of this world, 6-7 suited, some king-6 suited, right, for top pairs, etc. But does decide that in a multi-way spot he can start to put pressure on his opponents. If he wants to take some live reads down the streets, both players call him. I'm not going to like that. Jack of diamonds turn, Jay.
Becomes incredibly difficult to barrel into 2 again here with our hand, and does quickly knuckle over to Gromov. Let's see him with the second best of it at the moment. Gekuziev, pair of 6s still out in front.
So what do you want to do, Jay, with the 6 here? Like, it's kind of grim, right? Like, you don't really want to put chips in?
I feel like we're going to hear from Gromov if he's got a better hand than us. I feel like this could be okay, because I'd expect Espen just to keep barreling hands better than the 6, and then I'd expect Gromov to just bet a hand better than ours when check 2 from Espen. So I actually kind of like this from Gekuziev.
Okay.
Get some value from a 5, get some value from some club draws, some 4x.
Yeah, he is going to get value from that 5.
No, what do you have there?
So 400,000 in the middle,
okay,
Gromov with pot behind,
deuce
deuce of spades completes the board. We can see Gekuziev wins this pot with a check. He does indeed find that check behind. You can be thrilled to see the ace-5 of Gromov. Very nice pickup for him. Over $1 million in chips now. There we go. You can see it. Table chip captain for now. Closely followed by Alexandrov. Espen on 650k. Gia Shulukia lurking in the shadows with 340.
10 seconds.
Now then, Skullgun Bundit has run into the bullets here with a light 3-bet pre-J.
Yeah, don't mind it though. Gun versus +1 here, king queen off. Can go for the 3-bet bluff once in a while. On this occasion, just ill-timed. Shouldn't be doing much more in the pot though, assuming we're met by 4-bet offs the feed.
Yeah, you just very rarely see people trap this at this depth, right? Kind of 40 bigs effective. Reasonable for Stafeev to think that Skullgun Bundit's range is going to be strong, right? Obviously, like, he's a little unfortunate here that it's king-queen offsuit and not pocket queens or something of that ilk.
Yeah, +1 3-bets us, we do expect them to be weighted more towards some value stuff. Should just be underhand there, but don't mind it from Skullgun Bundit once in a while.
Seems like a pretty well played hand by both. Terrible feeling when they fold though.
I know, you're always like, oh, why did I not flat? But like you said, that stack depth, I think it would just be a mistake not to 4-bet. I think we get shallower potential, some flats going in there.
Yeah, people don't bluff much, right, from +1, so a little unfortunate for him. But you know, pick up 90k uncontested will never be too bad. Back we go to DTT Live. Tricky spot for Anar then. Gadziev has found the goods in the big blind. 3-betting to 140. Starting the hand with just 30 bigs.
And I think one that potentially 4-bet jams here. 9's LP versus big blind. Potentially one that just sends it in. But Anar finding a well-timed flat. However, going to find it hard to not double Gadziev up on this board.
Yeah, I mean, we just put it in. Okay. Intriguing. I would just send it here, I think.
Yeah, probably would have just 4-bet sent in the first place, Bree, but once we get here, agree, feel like we can just run it here with the knights.
Let's land on call. 3 of clubs on the turn. Gadziev still good. Gonna jam now for 40% pots. You don't love J, right? But I mean, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, just got a call. You've got an overpair, hijack versus big blind. Got a gut shot just in case for insurance. We can fold if Anar finds it. I don't think many people are folding this.
Yeah, it's hard to beat value, obviously. You might occasionally beat like ace-8 offsuit, something like this. That, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's out of a 3-30 that shouldn't be, so it's like one
too often,
isn't it?
He's reaching. Get a great price, 198k to win, 683.
Like, what are we looking for on the turn as well? Once we call flop, like, we're going to get a better turn other than a stick, so...
I've just put it in so I don't have to, you know, injure the old grey matter anymore.
Prosty using some time lapse. Love that. Split screen shot.
We see he's only 90%, of course, with the benefit of seeing folded outs, which he isn't aware of. You can expect to have 6 outs here, a good amount of the time, if you are indeed behind.
5 seconds.
Is he going to get away from this? What a great fold from Anar.
What a player. What a player.
He knows.
How does he know, though? How?
Well, it's pretty underblocked, right?
I know it's underblocked, but we got 9s at that stack depth and we flop an overpair, like...
Stick solvers with the sun
shine.
Man's got it.
That's it. Street poker. Look at someone in the eye. Got it, have I not got it? And go from there.
Right, we have an all-in here. Vey on the short stack. And on fumes. Pretty bleak turn of events. Jack 10-7. They decide to put it in against the +1 open of Timur Gazin. And the dead chop. Needs one of the 2 remaining kings to stay alive. And that's not going to get done. GG, sir. Gazin continues to get healthier. The field begins to pick up speed in terms of that graphic in your top right, ticking down. 160 now remain, 450 the extra 1 seat. Back we go then to TD Live. Gadziev elects to limp with the 3-4 off. Sipkatova content to C3 with 8-3. King 6 Jack 2 spades. Very much a case of first to bet. It's going to win this pot.
Yeah, one to have at least 1 spade in hand for both to start. However, this deuce turn should be the green light for Gadziev.
Yeah, seems a pretty good one to play stab. He agrees.
Just always following that better hand. Still a little bit of equity with that gut shot when called. Good toe, not releasing straight away. 300 to go into that.
A nice awareness from Gadziev, I think, to not blindly stab flop. We can check here. Still have all of the big hands for later streaks you can represent. Nicely done. Or fold from Anar, by the way.
Like priests.
Anyway, back we go. We had an open here from Gia. Open raise with the 7s. Gromov defending with King and Queen. These are 2 of the merit end bosses.
Empire Earth?
That's
no.
25k. Right about
no,
quarter
I never got into
pot
that
from Gia. Gromov gonna call one
ever
from the
played Rome
big.
too?
With the king queen part at hand,
I played
sense to
the
me.
game I played the most.
This
was
could
like
get him in
Warcraft
trouble.
3, the Frozen
So far,
Throne. I
turn
played
J.
on like high level.
Yeah.
And then I started playing Dota
Unfortunately,
high
from the
level,
big
and I
blind here of
played
our combo.
CS on low
Really
level.
like this check back.
And then World of Warcraft.
Super nice from Gia.
Yeah, it's funny how like people
Such
get
a
into
big
it, and
combo
there's
to
other
induce
people in playing League of Legends.
And you
like,
pot
it's all,
control
like,
against some
groups, and you don't
potential
get into the
flushes, which
different
of course
groups if you
there
don't
are some.
Play the game.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Off the river bluff from Gromov.
Love that check back on the turn. They're just reckoning range versus range. How it should be a better spot for our opponent, and they're just going to stab this when they don't have it always.
Yeah, nice.
My little sister's trying to get me into
all-time money list.
Apex
Just on
Legends.
$3.5 million
Yeah,
in
exactly.
earnings.
But it's like
You haven't
it's
seen
just
him
so
before.
surprised, like, why won't you play it with me?
Yeah. Always in the mix here
That's the
at
way I
Merit.
felt when I
I'm
was
gonna go with
20,
that
like,
as well.
you know, like,
Oh
why
mate,
wouldn't
makes
I-
life so much
why would
easier.
I still
Telling you.
grind the headshots out?
We did a. I'll tell you when we get him to breathe, but we're off to DTD Live once more. Open from Gadziev, suited ace boost, defended from Ozcan with King 8 of Diamond in the big. What a flop for him. Top 2 on the King 8-7. Gadziev with the betting lead.
Yeah, these are the spots when I see that, like, you don't want to panic, you just want to call your hand, just recognise it's a board that our opponent's going to throw the barrels in as a bluff, and then we get the value from the strong King X, even right down to King 9 anyway, so sometimes play a flop if you can feel the need to raise it straight away, but when you look at your opponent's range on the entire spectrum, we want to keep jacking, we want to keep some ace deuce up to ace 9 suited.
Especially against cutoff, right? You can just be,
you
you know, like cutoff's just be in here with Queen 6 clubs, right? All this type of stuff that's basically dead. But he does go with raise.
Just cuts them the loss there. When cutoff's just going to have so much stuff in range that's going to be snap folding. Like get the heart on the turn potentially, get our full double.
Right, hang on, you don't want the guy to turn in that flush draw, Jay.
He's only going to make it 20% of the time. I'm a numbers man, Andrew. You know me, I'm a numbers man. I will take my 80%. Let him turn the nut flush draw.
Bold. Right, back to the Luxon we go. First look at Basil Musa. One of the nicest guys I've ever met around these parts. Always root for him. Good flop for him on the Jack 8-3. Timur Gazin peeled pre-flop here, excuse me, from the small.
Interesting one here.
Yeah.
In with no backdoor flush draw. Any ideas of getting aggressive, folding out some ace high, king highs here? Would prefer to see one heart on the board to take the queen 10. So it's just going to proceed with check call. I feel like just north of 30 as well. Going to see a lot more call in here. Just want to realise equity.
Yeah, 7 of hearts on the turn. The one natural straight draw of 9-10 suited gets there. Otherwise, Musa still in pretty good shape in his mind's eye with top. As in potentially debating lead. Eventually knuckle it over. Decision back on Musa J.
Yeah, against small blind, just another street here. Maybe a bit more dicey against big when 16 combos are 10-9 in there, but should only be 4 combos 10-9 suited for small blind. So it's king jack, jack 10 suited. Even stuff like 9, 8, 10 suited are obliged to ping you once they pick up the gut shot.
Yeah, 58k into about 168, so that's 1/3 pots. It's tough, right? It's tough. Like, you might have some ideas.
Yeah, but just got to get out of the way.
I think it's not quite deep enough to check raise, right? Run big bluff.
Yeah, I agree. Just not deep enough to do anything there.
Well, you make it 170 and he jams, it's just a bit of a disaster.
Just throw up, isn't it?
Yeah, nice pickup from Musa, up to 700,000 in chips. I tell you something, but it escapes me now.
We're talking about Gior's surname, I believe.
Ah, yeah. Right. Well, I still can't tell you because I've got another hand in progress.
Don't forget.
I won't forget. Raise from Gadziev off. Sipgatova electing to call with the 10s in the cutoff. Abu Davas on the short stack gets to complete with the 7-5 suited. Does flip a gut shot on the 6-3 deuce. Tens of Sibgatova still best.
Board that I feel like we would get some dogs, but not at this stack depth. I feel like as Abdelmas was just chilling, and then MetLife Sport just call and organise our equity to the turn. If we're deeper, for sure, could donk this board. I'm just not sure at this.
I feel like it might jam, you know, I've just got a feeling. Yeah, it comes. I don't absolutely hate this, like I'm not thrilled with it, but anything that's not an overpair, I think you probably just get it through. It's not an appealing spot to jam, but we do have 1 over, a gut shot, backdoor diamonds.
I guess if we're going to do this with 6x, we need some bluffs as well, right? So maybe this is going to be the best one, a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw.
But Gadziev's just sandwiched, right? Yeah. So whenever he's unpaired, kind of has to just get out of the way. As it stands, Sibgatova with the easiest of flick-ins. So Abu Davas gets the bad news, does have backdoor diamonds working, but we can see 1-4 remaining. How's your luck? The 1 immediate out. Does he find any additional equity on the turn? He does. 9 of clubs on the turn opens up. 4 8s. It's possible. Get out clauses. Double gutter. No dice. King of Hearts on the river. GG, sir. Sibgatova continues to thrive, up to 900k for her now.
Been thoroughly impressed with her today, what I've seen.
She's really solid, technically, from what I've seen. You won't get much out of her reads-wise either. Maintain composure very well. Some big stacks developing out there. Astratov, Anar, and herself, all around about 1 million in chips. So, a little look at the schedule, guys, as we move forward. This is, of course, day 1C of the Luxon Pay Grand Final. We're going to have day 2 tomorrow through to the 9th, where we're going to have the final day, take you all the way through to crowning a champion. Then myself, James, and Jay will have a nice day off on the 10th and back on the 11th for the Big Daddy 5k buy-in, 5 million guaranteed MPP main event. And please, guys, if you can, if you're enjoying the coverage, please give us a like and subscribe on the channel you're watching. Really does help us to continue to bring you as much content as we can, Mr. Howard.
I've got a question for you regarding the main event. Do we know if last year's champion, Aquino's here?
I hope. Did he win?
He did win. I'm sure he won. I'm pretty sure he won.
20.
He had all the chips heads up, I remember, because the Patrick hand free-handed,
He did
right?
win, didn't he? Of course, that famous hand against Petichuk. Who got absolutely mullered in one of the sickest ones we've ever seen. Not like this, Jay, not like this. I remember it well. Yeah, that was a pretty sick FT. I'm not sure, I haven't seen him yet. Maybe he just decided, I'll take my title back to Brazil and just take it easy. Anyway, back to Luxon, 3-way pot. Savenkov with a pretty marginal open here pre. He does have a lot of chips. You can see Timur Gazin has him pipped. Pocket 8's still good on the Jack-Jack 6-4. This is a tricky spot, Jay, now for Savenkov to decide what to do.
Yeah, I agree, because Button's going to have some Jack-X, but also going to have some spade draws in here, all the ace-deuce of spades, up to like ace-10 of spades, which we are still ahead of, but drawing dead versus all the ace-jack down to like Jack-9 suited. It's a tricky one to approach. It's going to start with check. I think that's the way to go. We don't really get value from worse from the second barrel. And still plenty of Jack-X in Timur Gazin's range on the button.
Yeah, he does decide to check back rather than, you know, set the price himself. Perhaps worried we could get check raised occasionally. Savenkov does check river, perhaps concerned, Jay, that he'd be up against some ace highs, right? That would make some sense that have been counterfeited on river.
Yeah, I really
think it makes a lot of sense, yeah.
And just give like some 10-9 of spades the chance to bluff on river as well. King 10 of spades, this type of stuff. I think it's a really nice river check in theory.
And then check jam and get ace 10 to fold, right? With the blockers, yeah.
If only it was that easy.
What do you think of the 8s? Check, it seems alright, right?
Yeah,
one of those where he could have bet small, and
I think maybe block turn could be a thing as well with 8s.
Right then, back to the DTD live table. Another one of these limps from Ozcan, somewhat muddying the waters. Brockman decides to take it 3x out of the smoke with exclusive clubs. Again, these kind of murky ones, right? You see a limp, 3x, we have ace-10 of hearts.
I feel like if we are going to bump this one up, maybe you need to put a bit of added juice in it from Brockman.
Yeah, I think so. That's why I was referencing 3x seems a little too small. As it stands, does run into a dominating holding in the big. Astratov, with the ace-10 of hearts, makes the call. Flops huge. 9-8-3, 2 hearts. Not flush draw. Brockman comes up stone empty. Does start with a well-timed check.
Interesting one for us from top now. Where is there any need to bet up? Ace-10 of hearts. Do we ever fold out bet up? Can we just check in some turns?
Okay, we may just decide his opponent 20 bigs back. Let's just bet get this in if necessary. Size in. We can see that against the exact hand Brockman could have bet anything. 15k. We got the job done. Astratov then crosses the million chip mark, joining Nar in the $1 million club. Then first look at Daryl Makalinen. I've got to give the man a shout out. Plays regularly on the IPT, which I myself have joined some of their events from Ireland myself. He's run into it here, unfortunately. Ace Jack of Diamonds runs into the Ace King of Tool. Backdoor that flush draw potential, but not much else.
You want a sweater or no?
No.
There's a jack. Not a good one. Eight of Hearts turn.
You want
Two
maximum
outs
pain or no?
for Makalinen. It's a black jack. Find it. 6 diamonds on the river.
Oh, have I? Yeah. I thought you had 3,000
He's
more.
going to get new. It has half a big blind.
You said you were doing poker quite earlier as the, with the film guys. Who come up with a chip in the chat? Was that asked earlier?
It wasn't asked.
It wasn't asked, okay.
Do you know, or are you just
No, I'm asking you because I thought you would have found out earlier because that's one of the most famous quotes of all time.
It feels like it's got to be a broadcast. We had a few. We had, he called me 10, honey. Which is obviously Helmuth.
The best thing about that hand is when he berates the dealer and the dealer goes, I just sat down, buddy. Like, literally, how he's having to go at the dealer.
Always
dealers, like, I just sat down, buddy.
He's always berating someone.
Back to this hand. But Sivgatova opened from gun with the ace-8 suited. Oscan's with the king-10.
Yeah, not a big fan of this peel pre, but we have seen that Oscan is inclined to get in the mix, and he's going to make a very ambitious float. Heat, 2 overs, no backdoors. Jack of clubs turn though, and this starts to get very difficult for Sivgatova.
Knowing what to do on this turn, what our opponent's range look like when we go quarter here. This is the thing, Oscan is going to continue. He's continuing King 10, he's potentially just going to continue on his Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack, but nice little double barrel. Gets it done.
Nice identification from Sivgatova, continues to accumulate.
Do something every
fun
month.
to fire that barrel.
So they have like a weekend every month.
Back to Onyx we go.
So, but yeah, let's
see. And then force it all in. Bottom pair on a 10-3-5 board.
I'm playing till I'm in London till
betting
finished.
Into
like
Gromov, who does
early
turn that open ender.
Yep.
And then if
To
my
Broadway.
apartment in Dubai is not ready to move into yet,
There it
I need to do
is.
something
River's
related.
nuts on the 9 of spades.
Yeah, well, Malaga is,
Z.
I think it was 16 to 22,
Very
but
dicey spots, and Gromov's going to lead.
yeah.
Okay.
But
I think we kind of
is,
have to leave
earlier.
the player all in just simply
I think it's
because
27
he's
to
probably
9.
just going to check back all his Queen X,
Right.
Queen,
Yeah.
Queen Jack.
I've never been though, but they say
When
that
there's
one is
player
the
all
best
in
one.
here, so I think this is kind of
Like
tight.
that series
Just
in Belgium
recognise
is
it.
like the, if you
It's
ever
a
go
river
to
that's
the
going to
moor,
be
like that's the
heavily
only
checked
one to
back
go
from
for.
Z.
Yeah. And what our natural bluffs are just
But yeah,
going
I'm
to be
not going to that
bricks,
one.
diamonds or hearts, right?
I
That-
guess,
with
yeah.
no interaction, not much
Yeah.
else to bluff with. Does fold.
There's
It's
something
going to
in
be
Slovakia
GG
as well.
to
the
Makalinen.
WPT. But again, it's kind of small.
Not much to be done.
I think they have like a 1K. at
Some
least.
way to run into Ace King a few
But
months
if you're
to go.
homeless, I mean.
Around about 20 bigs or so. GG, sir.
End of June.
I pick up
thinking,
Gromov.
Might as well go play something while I'm still homeless, I guess. That's...
Yeah.
There'll be enough time to relax once I'm...
Other opportunities
yeah.
Of course, for Daryl. We see Gromov back up north of 300,000. A third of the field or so.
I mean, June is kind of quiet because I feel like a lot of festivals don't want to compete.
Back to the DTT live table we go. Sipgatova in there with the 8 deuce off. Okay, blind on blind. Never mind, Andrew. So looks like a raised pot pre? No, limped pot. Limped pot. Ah, Sipgatova ISO'd, right. We're back. Makes some sense, Jay, right? With some of these worst possible hands as an ISO.
Yeah, we want our best hands, our worst hands. Just a polarized spot, like raise our ace king, ace queen, aces kings, and then we use the trash holdings like the 8 deuce once in a while to balance that out.
I don't mind this either. I think she checked back the flop, which I kind of like, right? You're gonna have some hands that can still delay and still force Gadziev hold some of his king hands, jack hands on later street, stuff like this, and she's gonna go for it on the river.
I bet 80.
Just about half pot, Jay. Do we need to go bigger here?
I'm not sure. It depends what she's trying to be rep for value. Like if she's saying she can have a queen for value here, I think it's fine. So king, queen, jack that she checks back flop, but running into the queen, Gadziev not folding blind on blind for that size.
I don't mind it. Tidy little pick off from Gadziev. Back to the Onyx we go. How about that for a flop for Tool? He's got a touch of the Ben CBs about him, doesn't he?
Do you know what? I was thinking exactly the same thing earlier. He is a proper double go up for Ben CB.
Deary me. Well, Kuziev, those chips aren't coming back, buddy. You see Tool finds a very tidy little slow play here. Was a raise pre-flop, by the way, from the Queen 7. Defended by Tool. Flops the nuts and improves. Not that he needed to a hard draw on the turn. Potential dicey waters for Bakuziev, Jay.
It looks very uninterested as well here from Tool. Anything to pick up on there. Little swing in his chair. Eyes are glancing away from the table. Acting uninterested in the pot. When he's sitting there with the stones with the redraw.
Wow, and he's absolutely bombed it. I don't hate it, you know. I mean, it's obviously feels bad when you run into the nuts. We have a reasonable bluff, right? Like a big blind sitting there with a 10 or a 9, Jay. They're just in a horrible spot. Even like a weak king,
yeah, exactly.
Right? They're not loving it against full pots.
And like if we're thinking about tripling as well, there's a lot of hands that call turn that you fold river, the 10 hearts, jack 9, the queen 9, jack 10. Like there's so much that actually call turn. But when met with a double, have to fold river, so could potentially see a huge one.
Nice find from Tool just to call. Easy to get carried away here, thinking your opponent will never fold. Gotta let him bluff you, and well, if we're gonna treble it off, pretty good river card to do it. Ace of clubs completes the board.
Once we get here, there's Bakuziev.
Oh, it's the give up.
I'm surprised he's found the give up here. From the turn. I guess when he goes that size on the turn, he's only got dips back. Maybe not getting them folds because of the price tool's going to be getting on the river, which kind of makes sense.
All in?
No, all in and out. And time to posture for a little while.
Always fold. Back to the story. We got some time.
Right, do we? Right, quick, hurry up. We did a segment one time here at Merit, and it was like commentator's dictionary, and they put loads of players' names up that were very difficult to pronounce. You know, I like to troll you with those sometimes. And Giaz came up, and yeah, most of the like, we just call him Big Gia. Just keep it simple.
That's what I'll be calling him for the remainder of this festival.
But there was some absolute shockers, like I'm talking 20 consonants in a row.
Yeah.
A real test.
This is what I'm saying to them. I'm literally using Biff and Jones and just like 1 syllable or 2 syllable surnames. You come here, there's 13
Terry
syllables.
Jordan's all in.
Literally. It's 1 or 2 syllables in the UK.
You get more syllables here, my friend. 3-way pot. Ziev versus Sipgatova versus Kankutaranlanli. Ranley. There we go. We're back. King 4-8. Gadziev continuing here. Ace-Jack. Backdoor nut flush draw. Sipkatova going to take one off with the gut shot 6-7 of spades. Through to the Jack of Hearts for the turn, Jay.
Probably where we are going to start checking while it's catching this Jack. Going to be some kicks in there for Sipkatova for sure. Seems like can constantly check. Oh, it's Gadziev. No, Sipkatova. We're just 7 high now we get here. Does she feel to start bluffing this? We expect Ace King, King Queen, even some King 10 to continue barreling. Not choosing to fire.
It's not fun, is it? Right? Like on these, it's like what can I credibly rep that's real strong value that wants to maybe river if she has to, sort of King Jack, stuff like this, pocket eights that's been slow playing. He's going to go for block here. Intriguing.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice there. Yeah. Sipkatova may go a bigger size when she's checked back some King 10, King Queen stuff. So we set our own price. And then if raised, Andrew, we actually have the avenue to just say the words.
We've got the daddy.
I'm all in. So 3-bet bluff could have been in mind if we were met by a raise there.
Pretty impressed with him so far. I feel like he just knew he had the best hand and just wanted a little bit of value.
Maybe always expecting a king to bet on 2-10.
Right. Like which is kind of reasonable, right? Mostly do. Back we go to Luxon, Krista Silva.
85.
Comes in for the min range, King Queen. Very nice find here from Savenkov. As soon as I see people go 4.5 bigs, I just always immediately think, all right, this guy's well studied.
Yeah, I agree. When Chris opens up, what is 24?
Yeah.
7-4.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, Ace-10 off generally used versus EP as the 3-bet bluff. Like we much versus LP because we don't fold out worse, but do like attacking these gun and +1 opens some of the time with the Ace-10 off too.
Kind of a case of knowing your customer too, right? Like I might not to be disrespectful, but like an inexperienced amateur, I might not make it 4.5 blinds, whereas against the pros that'll find the raise folds from early, it seems really nice to move this 4.5 bigs. Chris with the decision though. King Queen off, Jay.
Yeah, much prefer suited if we're going to go for any sort of 4-bet bluff as an all-in. Like in general, that's what we want when 4-bet jamming. We want the suited combos. But Chris De Silva says, I don't need the suited combo, sir. Have some of that. We got the blockers.
I don't need your second card. I took just one.
Well, Chris, you're going to have to get rid of a time bank card, but nicely done. I'm sure you're not too fussed. Sometimes though, right, if you're against the real aggressive guys, maybe you're just like, whatever. There's going to be so many 3-bet bluffs that it doesn't really matter.
We've got the prime one, the King Queen, blocking everything that's going to be calling.
Yeah, well done.
Thing is, I just run into aces all the time when I do that, Andrew. The one I don't block, I just always have aces.
Well, look at this. Getting it in against Gia.
Always sweaty.
It's about to have chunks, but hold the phone. 5 of spades turn. Shul here. Turn a flush draw to go with 8. No dice though, and Tool out of nowhere.
Last time you didn't even get this
1.4 million in chips.
Yeah, what a 20 minutes for him.
Yeah, 31% of chips at the table, as you can see.
The more you complain, the better you run.
Thing about this game, you can be sat there going in between 20 30 bigs.
Actually, probably not true. I'm not a big complainer and I run better than him.
Bluff into you and suddenly you're right back up there.
Back to G-Live we go. 3-way pots. Sipkatova against Anar and Astratov. Sipkatova finds backdoor jacks. Very disguised trips for her. Astratov, I believe, been no post-flop betting here.
Check all the way down to the...
Compelled to have a stab, but it's pretty difficult. I mean, I guess we could check like a weak king twice here, right? It would make some sense to me. He's just going to try. Fold out some of these mid-losers and ace highs.
Some 10x really going to be able to call against this size.
I don't hate it.
Just off half.
It's not an appetizing bluff to make, actually, with 9-7-0.
Over is kind of against big blind. Well, it's in a horrible one we get 3-bet jammed on. I know we probably lose some value against some like suited Jack X. Maybe against big blind we have to raise actually, Andrew, when he's got like all the jack deuce suited upwards that's going to defend. It's a really grim spot whether to raise or not.
I think an ace of hearts may tip the balance, although you might expect your opponent to bet larger on the river with a flush anyway. I hear you. Half pot. One of the benefits of just call, I guess, is that sometimes you can get a nar to overcall, do something. It's very unlikely, obviously, right, to just, you know, bluff raise here in position, but yeah, she agrees with you. Let's just make the call. It does seem tough to get called by a worse hand. Like, it really sucks here when you just make it 280 and just have queen 9, right? Queen,
yeah,
you just,
yeah.
right. Yeah. Nice hand. So a bunch of 900k stacks, which 45 bigs doesn't feel like a lot, but it's a relatively shallow kind of structure at the moment. Back to Luxon we go then. Open from Stafeev from +2 with the ace-queen called in 2 spots. Mukawem on the button, an 8-3 of diamonds of Karapa now in the big. Everybody checks through to the king of diamonds turn.
See here, going to be a card that does connect with a fair amount of our range. Going to play a lot of checks on this flop three-way anyway. Maybe more inclined to delay this one heads up and play here, button himself, he's checking back still, having king 10 through king queen.
I think to have the kind of nice combo to just go ahead and try and win this pot.
With the club, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. One slight issue, I think, is that you will pick up quite a few calls from the big blinds and may have to fire a river bluff. You know, he's going to have a bunch of pair and straight draw and stuff like this. Ace makes some sense to bet. Mukawem with the pocket 7s and that open ender, not going anywhere for 40k. Stafeev does get there. Ace of diamonds, river.
Get to value bet, Stafeev. Mukawem can definitely have a king here. Once he calls after checking back flop, I would be assigning him a fair amount of king x, king 10 for a king queen, so probably want to choose a size to get the maximum from a king. Mukawem wasn't happy with that ace rolling off, but does correctly fold.
Yeah, look at the chip counts there. Stafeev up to 900k. Savetkov out in front. Table 1.17 million. Back we go then to DTD Live. Sivgatova going to defend with 9-6 of spades facing. Then it's up front from Ignatian with the ace-jack. Flopping a piece. Middle pair, top kicker.
Up board, going to have lots of c-bets on the king exit versus big blind. Even with the second pair, Nation is coming out firing. Like our hand probably does like to check, not needing much protection. In terms of range, like it is just going to be a range bet a lot of the time in Jack 6. And now, interesting one for Sivgatova.
Yeah.
The backdoor flush draw against this size, we are okay to come along.
Yeah, she agrees with you. I'm going to make the call. Hard to fold any pair really versus kind of less than a third pot. She's not going to like this card. 10 of hearts on the turn. Decision now on Ignatian.
Difficult one with the ace jack. I feel like we are going to need to find a check at some point. We're not checking back flop.
Yeah, seems like a pretty natural turn check. Gonna have best hands. You can evaluate some rivers now. Very interesting rivers. 10 of clubs. You'd argue, Jay, this might be the worst hand we get to the river with, right? As Sivgatova.
It's like a create bluff, but when you think about our range of the calls flop, we're not really going to have a worse hand than the 6 when we have all these lots up and downs, queen 10 that either make a straight or trip 10s in the river. So potentially could have been one of these creative bluffs with bottom pair.
It's kind of intriguing that Ignatian opens here, like just basically targeting a worse jack, right? Like or a 6. It's curious.
6 never call, right? So
so it's sort of like, might open yourself up to get, like she could check queen 10 here, right? Look to gonna check raising river. In any case, here we go. What's happened here?
Head over to the Onyx and
Efimov.
4-3.
Wow. Oh my god, Gromov just like, what the hell is this?
It's all about timing.
Oh no. Surely not. Queen of Clubs turn. Gromov has to stand up. He's in so much disbelief at this one. Needs backdoor queens. 2 outs. No good. 6 apart. Efimov just decided. I'm in there. 4 high. I'm only going to get through 2. Ugly for Gromov.
Tough one to take for Gromov, but you say seasoned veteran here at Merit. He's probably seen it all before, Andrew.
I don't know how often any of us have seen that one right enough. But yeah. File that one under. Optimistic. Hey, worked out. Efimov now, $500,000. Oh, here we go then. Back to Luxon. Unfortunate here for Mukawem. He's been pretty much coolered. Runs into the aces of Timur Gazin. 7-5. No help. No backdoors. Needs a black 10. His stack is going to be chopped considerably. Jack of Hearts on the turn. No good. If Timur Gazin can fade a 10 ball, be up to 800k. Does 4 diamonds. No good. Pretty unlucky, Jay, right? This is just pretty much a cooler.
Yeah, literally. LP versus LP. Effective sub 20. These hands should always be getting in. Unfortunately, just on the move one there. Nothing he can do.
Yeah, Savenkov still with the best of it. 1.17 mil. Timur Gazin very healthy now with 800,000. Back to the DTD live table with an open from Brockman to 45,000. Ignition made the call with the 10 deuce of diamonds in the big. Flops a flush draw J on the 7-4-3. Oh wow, okay. Brockman just piles for 2x pot. This is going to be a very annoying development for the man in the big.
Yeah, I guess we're just resignation. Like, it looks like the Brockman's just got a big pair and doesn't want to see it turn card, therefore just draw into our flush draw. 9 out twice against this price, just not getting the correct price to call this off. And can be up against some high flush draws as well, need to note that. It's frustrating to flop a flush draw and having to fold it, but like that fold there from Ignition. Just a bit too expensive. We're going on the hump for diamonds.
That's an annoying one.
No, great. And after that, 2 more levels.
Approaching the next break.
All in. Go.
With Lux we go. We go now all in with Ace Jack. Had an open from Stafeev from under the gun with the Ace 4 of Hearts.
11 bigs here. Surprised if this don't get through, Andrew, but we're having a little count up.
Yeah. From what I know, like Basil, seasoned veteran, knows what he's in. Maybe just
227.
Unless he has a live read or knows this player and knows they can be really getting in there out of line ranges.
Well, he has just taken a couple of decent hits move when he's lost 2 pots.
Yeah, right. You might think he's steaming.
Yeah, that's all it can be. Potentially feels like there's some steam coming off Mukawem, but we can see it's a legitimate hand to jam 11 with. And that should be the end of that. Yeah. Unless the feed fancies a little gam with the suited wheel ace.
Yeah. You're just not loving life, are you?
It's one that we never dominate our opponent. So important, and when we are in front, our opponent's going to have like the King Queen, King Jack suited. We've only literally got 60%. It's not like a scenario. Whoa, he's going to spin him.
Okay.
Have a little spin.
And maybe you think the opponent can be, or did he? He did? He did. Okay. Sorry, I just thought his cards had disappeared. All right, Mukawem can be back in business here if he can find the hold. $500,000 in the middle. That's about as good as it gets. King, Jack 8. Essentially flops Stafeev dead.
Running 4s or running King ace for the chop. Only avenue out of this one.
Yeah, and that'll do. Yeah, a little surprised to see that call, I must confess. Maybe just thinks, like we just referenced, right? This guy's over it now. He just ran into aces.
I don't know why I'm shocked anymore, Andrew. I just saw 4-3 off in the on the button for so 2. It's like aces basically.
Yeah. And some nice developments for him. On you go, soldier. He's back in 25 blinds. Off we go then, back to DTD Live. We are at that time in the broadcast, getting a batch of all in call. Pocket 8s versus King Queen then. And that's a nice development when you hold no men. 8 of diamonds in the win. Zipkatova with backdoors available. She's not loving this flop, naturally. And that'll do it. Spades on the turn. Nice double up for the man from Turkey. 424k. I can tell you, 13 at the moment.
Thank you.
We're going to play right up to the end of level 15, so we're getting there as we see Ignition. The chip lead on the Luxon table. Back to the Onyx we go. Open from Virlanuta to 40k. Round to Espenavig. Lands on call with the ace queen. Through to the Jack 8 board we go. Makes a lot of sense, right, Peel?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. There's been slightly more shallow enough, I feel like. And it does have that merit of keeping the dominated stuff on as well.
Yeah.
So, suited ace, X, ace, Jack, 10, King, Queen as we see this occasion.
Virlanuta declines the opportunity to c-bet, perhaps respecting the fact that the big blind has the advantage in terms of 8. We can maybe bluff this hand down the street. We do have showdown also, of course. Espen going to check again.
Espen here just gets a showdown. Wouldn't be fall into a turn delay with his hand.
And wow, Virlanuta flips the script.
And this is going to be interesting because, like, if I'm Espen here, you expect the King, Queen, King 10 stuff to actually go for a delay, if not see that flop. So when we block Ace King, the hand that Virlanuta is going to be repping here, Ace Queen doesn't seem like the worst catch.
Yeah, it's a very reasonable one to bluff catch. I think the only problem in these spots is that often it's like the suited Ace X, right? That delay, and then bluffs. Like, what else is... Like Queen 10 suited and the hands you reference, they're probably bluffed already, right? Like, it's kind of... But we do have a pretty reasonable catcher. Yeah, nice. You kind of just need him, Jay, right, to have ace 4 of spades that decided delay, and now I'm going to bluff and
like,
hold out ace 10 or something like this. Tough.
Not true.
As we see Tool went on that little tear to 1.2 million.
You're not playing against
I feel like there's plenty of things we can say with that name for later in the broadcast, you know. He's hammering his opponents. This man's hard as nails. I don't know. Right, I'm sorry. Guys, if you are just joining us, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1C with myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood on the mic. And of course, Mr. James Dempsey will be rejoining myself in the booth soon for the final few levels. We're on level 13 at the moment, taking you through all the way to the end of level 15. And we'll be back tomorrow with day 2. Be very close to the money, I'd imagine, by then. And we will take that down to the final table. And we'll be bringing you that day after tomorrow. Back to DTD Luck we go. Raised 40,000 from Gadziev plus 2. Ignition makes the call from the cutoff with the ace-10 of spades. Kankur Taranle decides to overcall big blind with king 6-0.
Once again, one of these that multi-way probably just has to go into the mark, likely to be dominated, splitting equity 3-way, out of position to 2.
Checked over to Gadziev, is reaching. His board, as such, from early position. I'm going to decide, I'm just going to bet a small size in, try and clear out some equity, trying to find with my opponents. Ignition dominated, of course, with that ace-10. 9 of diamond on the turn, Jay.
There would be some. This didn't check through on this 9 of diamonds turn. Both players and likely to get value from worse. Probably should already be thinking about showdown.
They both agree. 5 of spades, river. Action on Gadziev. He's going to try and show down against maybe a worse 10J, pocket 8s and the like. Nation pretty happy. Little green as his opponent just hit.
I so would have thought I was chopping there as Gadziev when I saw that green. Turn over me king 10, my opponent green. Oh, it's a chop, I'll take that. Oh no, he's got me pipped. Kick up is good.
Back we go then to Onyx. Raised from Bekuziev with the ace-10. Makes it 1k to go. Okay. Villanuta defending. 9-7 of spades in the big. Through to 6-6 board we go. Neither player with a diamond in hand. It's still best. Quick check. Few clubs on the turn, Jay.
Potential lead spot for Valenua once picking up this gut shot. Cut-off just going to have, once again, a lot of queen high, king high, ace high stuff that we can potentially target. If not with the turn barrel, potentially flush them out with the second barrel coming in on the move up. It wouldn't shock me if Valenua went for the lead here. Going to have some 6x, obviously, as our value, and even stuff like 4x and 3x can get to bet some of the time against the flop check back.
It does land on half pot. Kuziev, though.
The only thing,
sticky for one.
Yeah, the only thing I will say, maybe this is not the customer that we want to just be bluffing.
Sure.
What I've seen from Bekuziev today doesn't really like to fold.
Yeah, really bad river for the Romanian. 6 completes the action. 6 of spades on the river. Now all of a sudden becomes a little unappetized, Jay.
Yeah.
Try and go for it, but he is aware, has 9 high. Can try and dislodge the ace highs of this world.
I don't think Valenuta's seen some of the antics of Bekuziev. Hasn't been at the table long enough, so maybe just trying to rep a 4 here, even a 3 for value, trying to get called by ace high. But what I've seen from this man, I don't think he's going to be finding ace 10 on this river.
It seems pretty reasonable to pick this one off and does flick in calling chips. Nice hand, sir. Reasonable river size if we're going to bet it. Like, I guess we could bet 5-7 here, right, for value.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Even like the any 4, any 3.
I always just feel like I'm getting heroed here. You know, on this 6, I'm just like, oh. Of all the cards that I think I'm going to get this man out.
Yeah.
Nice pick off from the ace-10.
Would it just be outrageous having the 7 of spades, blocking 6-7 of spades, just say I'm all in for like infinite? Would that be outrageous, or...?
I feel like it might be a spot to go polar, especially against Bekuziev, but yeah. As long as you jam a 4, right, I guess, occasionally, and have some good hands in there. I don't know. Ignition over at DTD Live, 40k to go. Round to Brockman with 9-7 off. Getting shallow. 15.5 blinds behind for him.
Feels like still gets in at 15 against the hijack open. Happy to defend heads up.
Try and flop some equity, make something happen. Queen 3 jack though comes up pretty much stone empty. 9 high only. Ignition with the decision.
Yeah, like it's one of these stack depths that Brockman can potentially play some check jams on. You've got to be like willing sometimes to bet call ace king high at shallow stack depths if our opponent's going to be shoving like diamond draws 10-9, king 10. But Brockman's hand's just always in the muck.
Ready to go. Ignition had a very nice last 60 to 90 minutes, so 1.2 million out for him. It's good for 60 bigs. We start to lose players at a quicker rate now. 128 left from 450 that registered day 1C. this 2K Grand Final. Well, Musa finds the goods. Pocket aces over at the Luxon table. 43K to go. Skull Gun Bandit, who we saw with a lot of chips earlier, things have kind of dwindled away a little bit. Still in the fight, of course. Now then, Timur Gazin finds a very playable King Queen in the big.
Yeah, against hijack in the big. Expect to just see call.
Does flick in. 25k. You've still got them, Basil. Jack 4-4 to spade board.
Check.
Very interesting. Musa with the overpair. Timur Gazin with all the backdoors working with those two overcards that he probably thinks are clean. Musa gonna see bet. Looks like 1/3 pot.
Timur Gazin hit King Queen, spade diamond.
You could go either way, right? Like, I don't expect them to fold ever.
Yeah, but I think raise is kind of nice, especially King Jack, Queen Jack off all.
Oh wow! Look at the respect.
Just go for fold, and he's gonna see some good news.
And I know that Timur Gazin's like pretty accomplished, good player, and maybe just respecting his man there. I would not be able to resist at least the call.
I'm like walking off, and then someone like, wait, but
perfect timing.
Fine, call
and I
fine,
just had the left hand.
weren't expecting fold.
Great
fold at a great time.
See, me and you get stacked there. You see, check raise, turn to 10 of spades.
Off we go.
Right.
GG's.
Someone caught it.
Right. Efimov, pocket queens.
Where I
and Z. Trouble ahead, flops top pair on the 8-7 deuce with only 16 bigs behind into the overpair of Efimov UTG.
Yeah, and this stack depth going to be difficult. Usually sub 15, and you've got top pair, you're happy to play for stacks.
Yeah, looks like a raise. Tough to blame him. Around about 120k, a little less, 105. 1/3 of his chips have crossed the line.
We play 2 more levels after this?
Efimov.
I have no idea.
In waiting with the ladies.
It doesn't finish in the money, does it?
No. Probably not. Unless you just savage everyone.
He puts in a third of his stack, make the assessment that he's not
people.
going to be folding, but
yeah.
make the call.
Sending
Don't
people
mind
down
it.
to the...
Yeah.
If your opponent is just in there, right, firing away with Jack 9 or something like this. Unfortunately, it's not Jack 9, Efimov, it's Jack 8. You have been run down, at least on the turn. Turn top 2 for Z. Nasty one for Efimov. Looking for a 7, a deuce, or a queen to get out of this one.
Ruthless turn for Efimov. Still with 15%.
They're coming.
Unfortunate for him. 3 of hearts on the river. Z finds that big turn and kind of plays itself, OJ, right?
Yeah, like even if he takes the check call, having unit same result on 2-tone Jack of Diamonds turn, so
200.
always destined to double up for Efimov.
Yeah, so back up to 750,000 for Z.
To play the 25k?
No.
What?
You were thinking of going to Monaco after this to play?
No.
Beautiful
I'm
time.
going to Triton, Montenegro.
Excuse me, a beautiful time
Another
to
month.
find the Jack of Diamonds. Unfortunate for the Russian.
No.
Still has 10 bigs
Oh,
in
Montenegro.
his stack to try and
And the
spin.
25K starts at the same day as the 10k.
Here.
And
Ah, okay.
if I make day 2 of the 10k here, it's going to collide.
Right.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet.
Back to the Luxon table we go. Timur Gazin raising the button with the Queen 10. Look at this, Chris De Silva finds the old solver approved 3-bet J from the big with the Queen 5-0. Very nice.
That's the trick, gets the Queen 10 out of there. Nicely done, Chris. Not stack deck to choose these as well. This is
nice hand.
Like the prime 30 BB reader. We like to use these.
One day I want to look as cool as Chris De Silva when I'm on a stream.
Don't we all?
I know.
Not many people mean it less.
Sickens me.
The only thing is his tie. What's he wearing, man? Come on.
Hey. I've had enough abuse this season, okay. Right, let's go back to the Onyx. Efimov. So I'm going to get unlucky a moment ago. Looking to flip here and get back in the fight. And it's a good start. Queen 8-6. Although, basically a stone flip post has to fade sevens and hearts. With 2 to come.
I think
Very
said,
clean.
Like,
6 of clubs on the turn. Velunuta, one more chance to eliminate his opponent. And there it is. Deuce of hearts on the river. How's your luck, Efimov? Just feels like you're going to lose that flip, right?
Yeah.
When the queens get run down, you just think, nah. Unfortunate.
No,
can you
sure,
do? Sometimes you can play perfect poker, and the gods don't reward you.
I'd just like to quickly take a step back to what you just said. Are you a Man U fan? I thought you'd be supporting like Hearts of Midlothian or something like that.
Do you know what? I went to Edinburgh University, so I do quite like the Jambos. I do quite like Hearts. Yeah, unfortunately for me, Man United born and bred, pal.
It's poor football now, Andrew.
I know, it's painful. Right, enough about that. Luxon, Stafiev, big hand. Pocket Queens, Timur Gazin, big hand. Ace King of Hearts, 3 bets the cutoff. Mr. De Silva gives it a little bit of thought, gets out of the way. And you would imagine the classic of all classic coin flips might be upon us, Mr. Harwood.
Yeah, can't see how these 2 hands don't get it in pre at this stack depth. Steve here. I'm assuming we're just going to pull that send. There is the send, and Timur Gazin shouldn't take too long before making the ball, and off to the races we go.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, one of the biggest pots we have seen so far in this grand final. 1.4 million in the middle. Huge flip for both of these guys. Essentially, whoever loses it is almost out of here. Stafia with 46k behind. Looking to hold off the Ace King of Hearts of Timur Gazin, and that's a very nice flop for him. Jack 5-3 all clubs. All of a sudden, a 4-1 favourite. Knock out his man. Four of Hearts on the turn. Never easy. Needs to fade. Aces, Kings, and Deuces of the non-club variety. And does. 6 of Heart on the river. Very unfortunate. Gazin played a solid, strong game.
Yeah, massive.
And what can you do?
Massive to win. At this stage, up to just shy of 1.5 million. Timur Gazin, we see some of him later in the week in the main event. They're the ones you've got to win. Big flips, a fine poker tournament. Even at an early stage. It's the few beneficiary. Up to just shy of 1.5 million.
Feels good to win those ones.
Now we're
a
rotating
quarter
table,
of the
right?
field left.
I mean, they can't
Back
leave
to
us
the
on
Onyx we
feature for
go.
all day.
Alexandrov in the cut-off.
Plays a lot slower, right, on the feature.
Finds
on the
real
feature
hand,
table.
pocket
Yeah.
jacks. Big old open size.
We're off.
3 over 3x.
That's interesting from Alexandrov. He was on the Onyx table previous
Yeah, we're
session
off.
as well. Seemed to just be opening a normal size, but
Any chance he's adjusted, Jane, that he's seen Bekuziev like really be sticky? Put more money in potentially with some hands that he shouldn't. He jammed!
is this?
Oh!
And this is just a snap because Queens, Kings, and Aces never jam for 40.
Wow, he's put it in!
Aces, Kings, and Queens just 3-bet, not all in. So Jacks was just the nuts here, right?
Yes, it is. I mean, maybe level himself Bekuziev, thinking, why is there such a big raise pre? It's the half before the break, right? People are like, oh yeah, it's fine, I'll put a bit of extra juice on this and take it down. Goodness me.
A jam from Bekuziev, and as Alexandrov here, I'd just be thinking Aces, Kings, and Queens never do this. They want action.
I mean, you can't fold, right?
Sometimes we're flipping, yeah, against an ace-queen, a king-queen as a bluff, but how is queens through aces ever in range here for Bakushanyov? I'm probably just one chip in this.
Yeah, I mean,
like
don't think we can ever fold.
No, we can't. Like, queens may be the worry, maybe the type just before break, not wanting to go post, just all in with queens for 40.
Maybe with a couple of tables left or something like this, if we're worried about, you know, if we think we have an edge, right, stuff like this, you might consider fold.
Wow,
wow.
Actually debating letting it go here, Alexandrov. Carl versus button, 40 effective, but it's not like a situation that it's gone like 3-bet, cold 4-bet. All in, he's going to let him go.
No.
Jacked into the muck and Bakushanyov.
How's he got that one through?
Whoa, boss.
8-7 off. I'm not having your 3.5x open, young man, in your eye. Well, myself and Jay pretty shocked to booth to see that one get released, and that is the last hand before this upcoming break. I'll take you through the chip stacks. Onyx table, Stephen Toole, who we saw have a wonderful hour or so, 1.3 million for him. Espen is on the short stack now, but still healthy. 500k, good for 26 bigs. We've got their Lanuta, Alexandrov, and Bakuziev somehow escapes being all in at risk there. That's a very tight fold.
I agree. I'm just never going to give my opponent good through aces and put just one chip and try and win a flip, or just try and win a 70-30.
Really wild one. DTD live table, Pavel Ignatian, 1.2 million for him. Very steady progress. Anar, shade under $1 million. Solid day for him also. Moving down the counts, we've got Sipkatova. She's been very solid. Still in the mixer, 600k or so for her. Brockman on the short stack. 14 big blinds to work with for him when we return from break. And close out the feature tables. We have the Luxon table. Stafiev out front. 73 bigs for him at 1.46 million chips. Musa closing in on $1 million. Krista Silva, who we've seen playing some very solid poker. Found some nice 3-bet bluffs and the like. So guys, please don't go too far. Myself and James Dempsey will be back to cover the last few levels of the Luxon Pay Grand Final.
guilder was like the reserve currency for British pounds, I guess. They had the reserve currency for like 100 years or whatever. Like big country. Wonder what happened.
Yes, I win. I'm first. Now nothing makes sense.
I didn't want to play if I couldn't be good, but now I'm like, for CS now, for example, like I don't know any smokes, I don't study the game at all, you know, I don't play like maps, aim maps, or whatever, I just play to have fun, and it's actually fine. It's fine. I don't know. I'm still learning. Yeah. I still try my best when we're playing, but I'm not studying, you know. I'll try hard. How old are you? I have 10 years on you. If you feel too slow, you can imagine.
One thing.
Yeah, I haven't played it at all.
Yes? There must be no skill. Right off there.
I don't know how to block at this thing.
Ютин, я отворила. Попчик. просто слиплись карты, понял, и у меня получилось так, что я на флоп выложила 4, но потом забрала. Нормально уже, за что пошел? Okay.
It's better 2, 3, 4.
Maybe the runner flush again.
We need something exciting. It's alright. Now 10. What we are waiting for now?
Catch?
Tension is huge.
Raise 67,000.
And I won. That was just 10-minute countdown ready for the winners.
Yeah.
But if anyone entered, I would still win 8K.
Yeah.
Unless one player entered and then it would stop, but as soon as it hits 12, then I would just be losing it. If there's 11 players, I would have won like 11k, but then if there's one more player, I would have went down to like 8k. But it worked out really well because I got to 7k just without paying.
But it would only happen if there's some wild dude that wants to register it. Like if it's a reg, he'll never register it.
Yeah, so I was... But there was quite some overlay there, so they could have merged an overlay.
Yeah. There's some fun stuff you could do as well, like I would time it, like let's say there weren't enough players, I would time it till the break, register right before break, and then I get all that time that runs up.
I don't feel too good about this one, if I make you feel any better.
Welcome one and all for the final time this evening to the Mediterranean Poker Party. We are of course playing the final two levels of the Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1. This is how things shape up on our feature tables. Well, Picasso out on the Luxon table. He's doing the damage, huh?
He is doing the damage, playing very well, solid overall. He will take the kind of light flop spots that, you know, not everyone finds. Just kind of serene progress for him, 1.4 million. Basil Musa, who we know well from the Merit Beats, and Krista Silva also in the mix. Over to the Luxon...
DTD Live, my friend.
Sorry.
DTD Live. Come on now.
It's because I saw Luxon and there's a Luxon table.
It's very confusing, isn't it? There's all sorts of brands flipping around here. Not so confusing, though, for Pavel Ignatian, he's in there with 1.2 million in chips, and this is a maybe Russian presence table. 3 Turks in there as well, mixing this one up. Saref Anar, of course, who's been with us throughout the day. Over on the main table, the Onyx. Talk to me. I see Espen down towards the bottom all of a sudden.
Yeah, we saw Stephen Toole go on a very nice run where he sort of flopped a straight blind on blind, got his opponent to fire 2 big barrels into him. Then he managed to get overpair in versus underpair. He's thriving on 1.3. Espen, not a lot has happened really for him. He's still got 500,000, but the blinds are getting chunky, as you can see.
I want to talk about a little hand that I saw when I was watching just before coming back in, where I saw a raise and 2 jacks.
That's correct.
And then there's a 3-bet jam.
I can confirm that's also correct. Versus big blind, 40 big blind rejam with the ace-7 off because I've just decided, yeah, whatever, son. Have this in your eye.
He was playing wild when I was in earlier, so no change to the programming there.
I must confess, and then Alexandrov folded the jack. I mean, you just have to call in my eyes. Myself and Jay were pretty shocked in the booth. You just got to take this spot, right? Like occasionally you'll see, okay, some ace queens in there, some ace kings. You see all the underpairs and the occasional spazzy jam. Like
you never rule out the ace-7 off.
Jam, the ace-7 off. I'm not sure how he got it through. I must confess.
Yeah. And this Espen just taking time to give the tries a little.
What's he doing? Giving a little flex because he knows he's on camera having. But yeah, we were pretty shocked, and I mean Alexandrov, he's gonna get the news right. It'll filter back to him that he had his man in terrible shape, and he could have got to close to 2 mil, right? Like surely you got to take it, James. But hey ho, decided he didn't want to put all of the chips at risk with the 2 jacks.
He's still here, look. That's the main thing. In the mix as we kick off this new level, 15k, 25k, penultimate level of the evening. We'll be pretty close to the money once the thing's done tonight. All the fields will, of course.
Do you know if we make it for dinner or
resume play
I don't think so. I just turbo ate some stuff now because I don't think we're gonna make it.
Yeah. Should have done that as well.
I mean, it closes at 10. We have 40 minutes times 2, right? What's the time now? I have no idea. I think we're just like. But if you rush up there, if you just turbo bag and rush up there, I'm sure they'll let you in to get some scraps.
Yeah.
But it's about to close when we finish, I think. If it's not already closed.
Imagine that being your biggest life challenge.
He's recognised that he had a bit of food at that break. Because we talk about the buffer all the time, but there is a player's buffer down here on the same floor, the poker's going on. So you don't have to go far for food. You can always eat at this place. But the main buffet in the Diamond Hotel does close at 10. Now, obviously, we're on a substantial delay here. So you're thinking, hang on a second, 10's long gone. But for the player's point of view, though, be right around bagging times when the buffet finishes. It's just, he's put his bases. He's had a little snap now to keep himself going, just in case.
Is it not where you just pull the ultimate move and just like 3 hands left, you're just like, oh yeah, off, someone will bag them up, like, you know, whatever. Like, I don't care. Like, what are they going to do? Just leave my chips there?
The old stories of multis of poker where Phil Ivey will avoid the tagging process. He'd pay the last hand and just leave $100 bill on his stack for the floorman. Things would be taken care of. He'd be straight out of it.
I believe there's a Chad move. Oh. Right, there you go. Right, back to DCD Live. Raise from Ozcan with pocket 8s. An Ignition defending with King Queen and gets a very favorable Queen 10 deuce flop. James.
7 bets.
Ozcan following through here. 30k.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, this is kind of our board from under the gun. We're going to hit it a lot. Let's just go ahead and bet. Try and fold out some hands that have equity against us. Ignition, though, has close to top of range in terms of big blind defense. Just check calls and just kind of allow our opponent to barrel off with some of his weaker hands, right? We're just never really going to have to fold a turn. Decision now on Ozcan, and this isn't fun. Is gonna check like.
Oh,
okay.
Now it's fun.
It's fun now.
Date with an 8.
Yeah, I was wondering if you would try and maybe you can make a 10 fold, right, with a big bet, like a weak 10. And we do beat some hands still, you know, the sort of King Jack, King 9s of the world, Ace Deuce suited, stuff like this. Ignition goes for value.
This is going to hurt when the raise comes in.
7 raise, 100.
Yeah, and he's going to be a little confused, I think. Like,
yeah, small raise and a snap call.
Didn't even think about it.
He's kind of repping that hand, and that's where it resides.
Yeah, shouldn't really have Jack-9 suited and stuff like this from under the gun, or like 10-8 suited. So I'd still like to see him take a bit more time. You know, you can't be too critical. Like, how often do people bet check and then just small raise river as a bluff? I guess they do sometimes.
I'm with you. At least a little think about it. Ignacio still top the chip counts, but takes a hit as a Musa. Fan favorite here at Merit. He's in the mix here with a queen deuce on this queen 8-9 board, but Savenkov in the big blind. He's got the open ender, a couple of unders.
Yeah, these are always fun. Limped pot blind on blind. Basil decides to go for the one big blind stab. I think you can go either way with this one. Check would be pretty reasonable as well. Savenkov has a decision, obviously never going to fold. We could decide to raise flop and start trying to put pressure on hands like Musa has. Improves to bottom pair to go with that open ender. Basil now, this is one of these ones. Demp's pretty uncomfy to keep putting money in, but there's a lot to get value from, a lot to deny from. But against an aggressive player like Savenkov, you can end up in some rough spots. So far, so good, though. Picks up another call from a worse hand. Ace of clubs, river. Now decision time once more for Musa. Like, it doesn't really feel like a 3-street hand, this one. I think if we're gonna bet, it should be on the small side.
Looks like he's gone for a roundabout third.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to get pretty ballsy for the value. Obviously, the primary hand that would call us would be another queen.
I mean, Savenkov, you can see he's already thinking, okay, I'm not going to call with this hand, but can I bluff? He doesn't really have them. Wow, he does call. Okay, then.
Max value sought from that queen. I think 2 people in this booth might not have got 3 streets, but Basil has done just that against Savenkov.
Pretty bossy. Yeah, not sure how much of a fan I am of this from Savenkov on river. Like, there is going to be, I guess, some King X in there, some 10X that decide to bluff for 3, maybe. I feel like if he had 6-7 with a club, he may have considered bluff raising river.
Less than seconds.
Pays him off, though.
One call.
Meanwhile, out at DTD Live Gadgev, re-betting the cutoff with this King Queen O, and let me stand by here for a second pick because I'm looking at this name. Kankurtaranli. Kankurtaranli, what have you been saying?
Kankurtaranli.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty good, Dems.
Okay, thank you. You know it's not my strong suit.
I'll give you a 7 out of 10.
Wow, all right. High praise, indeed.
Not bad.
Gadget. Well, doesn't find paint, but find an ace he can certainly rep having 3-bet against that +1 open.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the 9-10 suited call the 3-bet here. Like, we're getting very shallow. It's 25k big blind, right? Is that correct? Yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
So opens to 50k, 3-bet to 6 bigs, does decide that he needs to defend this one. Really tough, you know, only 20 bigs or so to start the hand, gets itchy. Does check call 100k, has half pot back, and unfortunately for him, Gadziev improves to a pair of queens on the turn. Likely to try and take showdown now, checks behind. I wonder if we need to consider turning this hand into a bluff, Demps. You know, it feels hard to win with a 9, right? Like against the hands that 3-bet pre and check back turn, they do feel very showdown heavy.
Yeah, it looks like...
You know, like, is a King Jack suited just going to give up? Like, it's hard to win, I think, with a 9. But it's also, it doesn't feel great trying to bluff here for half pot. That's unfortunate to run into the turn queen. One of those spots, like, should we jam and try and fold out jacks, right? Like, it's kings, is it going to fold?
Probably.
Probably. So I kind of can see jam being a thing.
Back out here on the Onyx, it's G. Ace of spades. He's putting some chips in on this 9-Jack-7 flop. Aspen, of course, sharing that gut shot straight draw, but his kicker being a pair far out in front.
mandatory continue for Espen, of course. You would imagine he'll go check call. Not really any reason to look to get this one in just yet. Z with some options. Or you can just ping an ace.
He does. Finds it. Check 2 once again, though. The board looking a little scary. Third club. Looks like he's going to go for the bet here. Andrew with the view, I presume, to sort of checking back most rivers.
I actually like this. It's very easy in this spot. I mean, obviously, Espen's going to have some flushes, but he also has just so many of hands like he has, right? Like a pair and a straight draw. He's going to have 9x, all the 7x for that sizing on the flop. We can have some flushes of our own, right? We have some strong sets and stuff. I like this. I think people check back the turn too often here. Whereas you can just kind of bet here and put Espen in a box. And well done, Z.
Yep. That's what he does. Takes the foot down and credit to Espen for finding the fold there. Obviously,
yes,
pair in a straight draw is still tempting.
Are you going to fall through
It's
this?
really hard to continue against the overall range.
Is your chair or no?
It's kind of been the way it's gone. You were asking me, saying he's got a bit short. It just really hasn't. Sometimes the deck's not in your favor. It hasn't been much to work with.
I'm sure he'll get his shot sometime in the future.
Oh, hello.
10-7-3, couple of hearts. Pick's been peaked. He sees a set. He sees the nut flush draw. Steffi.
Yeah, and 30 effective here. Certainly potential for a lot of chips to go in.
Oh, here comes 60k or 55k it looks like. From Tanuri. He's your opener from +1.
Yeah, pretty nice find. The old B40 that we see a lot of in the modern game. This is nice. Middle set. So much to get value from. All the straight draws, all the flush draws, top pairs. We know that Stefiev is never going anywhere. Does decide on just call. Very reasonable.
And wow, what an aura card that is for him. He drills the turn with the nut flush, but Tanuri is there with the boat and still nearly, what, 2.5 times pot behind. This is going to be a monster here.
Yeah.
He's going to come out with a lead.
I like this. I mean, we're going to get stacked here. It's pretty unfortunate, obviously, but so often here, +1's going to check back often, I think, right? All the overpairs without a heart and stuff like this, they're going to check back. Some 10x even is going to check back. So let's lead and try and make sure that we can get all the money in by river.
Look at Tanuri doing his best acting job here to look on short. He's pulling out.
Yeah, very nice. I mean,
just a call, keeps his man in there. Makes sense, right? He's going to have some bluffs, and we're just not worried about any river card.
Sure.
Except in theory, maybe that one, okay? Stefiev had like a lower flush, as it is in this case, obviously with a nut flush. And now, is this a spot where he may just end up making a big wager himself? Maybe thinking Tanuri can have big heart combos that called turn?
You don't want Tanuri to check back river.
What's he done there? Has he just
Yeah,
declared
it's like
all
100K,
in? Oh, 100K.
I think. I kind of like this too. Oh, he didn't even think about it. Okay.
Just makes it 300. Well, Steve is going to get some reprieve. Maybe should have lost the full amount here.
Yeah.
Brutal run out for him. I mean, 150 shy of losing it.
Intriguing how fast he actually is going. I would have expected both players to take a moment there. You know, Tanuri, can we just pile it all in? Maybe. Stefiev just quickly decides, I'm just going to quickly flick the call. Yeah, we're doing well there to save the additional 285k, so not the end of the world. Now then, back to Onyx we go. Toma versus Alexandrov.
Super Mario.
Looks like raise pre-flop and call from +2. Alexandrov with the overpair on the 6-6. Toma going nowhere against this sizing.
Did you ever play GoldenEye on Nintendo 64?
Epic.
That game is
Epic multiplayer again.
Yeah.
GoldenEye channel, listening it.
Yeah, maybe Mario or maybe Tetris even. I remember Tetris is very, very early.
I don't know if Tetris qualifies.
What? What do you mean?
Real life.
Nerds.
It's like a mobile game almost.
Says the man who wants to talk about bets.
Of course I do. That's why I'm here, isn't it? Yeah, Alexandrov just continuing to fire here. 110k. The 9's, of course, beginning to shrink. don't mind this from Alexandrov. I would maybe expected a slightly bigger size up. It's, you know...
Right.
I mean, but we're kind of... When we bet so small flop, Jack of Hearts kind of a nice card. It's going to be some Queen Jack of Spades, you know, King Queen of Spades type hands in Toma's range that connect quite well with this turn. Nice fold for nines though. Pretty quick release. Were you a big gamer, Demps, back in the day?
Oh, I mean...
What you got for me?
I mean, I was grinding GoldenEye hours upon hours. Don't about
People
that.
love that game though, right? That's got like...
It was like... You know, you look back at it, you think, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. But it's like these games that was such a big jump at the time, wasn't it? It was like how good a game could be. Real. You see it in films sometimes, and a film comes out, you look back and you go, oh, special. But you don't understand how good it was compared to everything else at the time. That's kind of how I saw GoldenEye.
Gotcha. We've got an open here from Ignatian on the button. Very surprised to see Ozcan just peel the small. Felt like a kind of mandatory 3-bet get it in or shove spot for him at the stack depth. And he's going to end up losing this pot now. Not a big fan of it. I think let's just try and get the money in pre here with Ace-King. Oh, it did allow Anar to come in. He has just been so active with like you shouldn't really lead here with a 6, right? In theory, it's not the best hand to be leading with, but when he's checked 2, he puts money in.
Equity denial.
I mean, it works, that strategy, to be fair. People check.
2 of them. Breaking the hand.
It's like I had Ace-King, bro.
Don't worry about Musa. Ooh.
Is he jammed?
He has.
Massive incoming.
Here we go, and Moose is going to be thrilled to see it is Ace-King because the pace that went in, he's supposed to be in trouble. Both will hit Sing. They've somehow engineered a 1.9 million chip flip. What is effectively like getting reasonably close to the money. I mean, maybe the last 25–30% of the field remain.
Yeah, I mean, just under 40. Blind seems very standard to me, especially cutoff versus button. Musa taking the hand class that wants the jam.
Here we go then. Oh, Sabenkov find it. Well, no, and far from find it. Instead, the 10-6-4 ball
He's left.
all but seals his fate. Well, that is it. He can now leave. He did paint, but that's the wrong paint.
Yeah, a bit of a cooler.
Basil Musa, 2 mil and change. Sabenkov. GG's, so GG's. There is, of course, still not that encouraging gambling. The turbo form is going off.
Here you get.
Maybe jump in that. One last chance to spin it into a stack, make it through today, 2 tomorrow. Where, I mean, as a betting man, I'd imagine Basil Musa will find himself now with 80 big blind.
Yeah, very nice.
Playing out the end of the day. Nice spot to be in. As we pan back over to the Onyx table where Berlin Nuta is in here with Ace-King, but G's flopped best on Jack 6-5 with the dominated King Jack. And how's he going to progress here?
Yeah, button versus big blind. You could certainly check raise here for value, but also we just have one of those beautiful hands. Pretty under rep, just allow our opponent to barrel off. He's on the button, he's going to be in there with such a wide range.
And is this one of the cards when they see one of those barrels?
Yeah.
He picks up additional outs. He can apply pressure on those low flopped pairs.
I think it's mandatory to barrel this one. King of Diamonds in hand, we have some potential to treble off on lots of rivers. Just put a 6 in a horrible spot. All the 6 and 5x in theory just going to have to fold a turn unless they, you know, 6x of diamonds, for example, that's going to continue. But this is a really nice find. Zeke going nowhere with King Jack, I would imagine. Yeah, I was going to say, he beat me to it. You have the choice. You can check call and then check call off on most rivers, or you can just put it in and deny equity, which I don't hate it. You know, if your opponent has, I don't know, something like an 8-9, Queen 9, stuff like this, they do have a lot of equity. There's a lot of money in the middle.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Don't mind it, actually.
Makes life a bit easier.
Yeah.
Of course, it does mean if we were to, you know, theory-based, long-term based balance, and we do now check call this turn instead of check raising, then our opponent's going to know, okay, well, he check raises all the top pairs, then, you know, he's going to be easily buffing the river. But how often are we going to be in this position?
He'll never see him again. He's gone home to play Tetris. It's fine.
Exactly. to silver. What's on the table?
Musa on the move.
Flats 2 5s, finds a 4, 6, 8 board. Certainly one that we'll see him continue against the big stack Musa. There's no reason to slow down here. 150 in the middle. Playing the rush. Here we go.
Yeah, Chris is suitably spicy in terms of, I think from the big blind we have more leads, right, on the 8-6-4. You could still lead the small blind here versus under the gun, but does decide to check it over. Basil with 40%. Chris deciding, naturally, we're not going anywhere just yet. Neither player enjoying this card. Ace of clubs. These spots are very tricky, I think, for Basil on what to do. You know, you think, right, my hand is worth a bet, but we don't want to launch money in. But we do want to deny, right? There are a bunch of draws out there, but you can open yourself up occasionally. Kind of problematic in that Chris can have all these sort of ace-5 suited combos, ace-8 suited, ace-7 suited. All these are going to be in there from the small blind. Now, can Chris check call again is not fun, James, right? But we do still have a draw. We can occasionally have the best hand.
Right, there's still a lot of Musas, King Queen and stuff. Might have been firing once, giving up on that turn card, feeling obliged to continue. So he does check call, and of course still with the direct equity of hitting a 5 or 7, almost always good as it is. Jack of Spades on the end. I could look forward, and now one feels like this is going to be one of those. It just goes check, check, and Musa gets the showdown. Yet another winner.
I think Basil will value bet this. Yeah, it seems like the cutoff point to just knuckle back. It's kind of annoying spots, those 5s. It's like, is there a world that can check raise turn? It seems so hard to find. Right. But you can really cost your opponent if they have c-bet, you know, like an ace queen or ace jack or something, and you do find the turn check raise. Really difficult to find it though. Maybe not deep enough.
Musa on the rise.
Yeah.
Doing huge damage a moment ago, that big flip, but continuing to increase his stack. The man who's looking to do the same is Brockman over here in the DTD live table, but he's going to struggle, and he's going to struggle even more after that flop. Ace 8 rings. No joy, and now with a chance of another scout. Smiles. This will see him up to 1.4 million bar the miracle. Well, hang on a second. Hang on. A few outs. Oh, and there it is. Sit back down. From certain death to a chance to carry on here, albeit with just 8 blinds, but that is one of his lives used up for sure. There's something about getting a bad beat when the other person gets chopped that makes you not really mind so much. When you get the bad beat and they beat you, it's like,
and my apartment building had like gym, everything in-house. So like very convenient, everything, and I liked it. I wasn't doing much, so I was just. I mean, during series, I just played 6 days a week.
5 in there. Okay, so is this an open time we're on a check on the flop?
Go to the gym when I can.
Larger open, potentially just a shade bigger than.
Doesn't really matter where you are in that.
Or are we up to 30?
Yeah, have good food options, good internet.
The weather is so good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Estonia
Let's
too.
check
like
call in any event.
it's like
on the
dark,
953.
cold, time zones bad for
7
poker.
on the turn. Kuziev, King Queen of clubs.
Like,
not a very appetizing.
life quality is very high, but
continue
just
running
like
the bluff.
it's tough
5 of
for the
hearts
time zone.
completes the board.
And it's very similar to Norway.
Quietly confident, I would
Norway
suggest
have a
here
lot
that
of
he has
taxes
the
on
best
top of that.
hand.
Yeah. And much more expensive everything.
Yeah.
Estonia is like pretty good value for money, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great food for not much. You know.
Yeah. No, there definitely aren't enough downsides for me to move.
It's just so hard to credibly rep value here, in my eyes, as Kuziev. You're sort of representing that
like for moving, yeah, but if you want to like play a series, for example, from a good time zone, you can just go rent an apartment in Mexico, Vancouver, whatever.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty good give up.
Uruguay, I don't know, like whatever.
Yeah.
Just go for like 1 month.
Yeah. And you do it only for...
I want his lucky chips.
You do it only for like W scoop.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh wow, Musa just played a huge flip. Looks like he's destined to play another here. Silver opening up ace king in the hijack, being met by the buck. Two queens, elevating things up to 160. Surely no play for the silver other than to wager all the tokens, and he's going to get snapped. And here we go. Can Musa win another flip? If he does, 3 million in chips.
This is one of those spots where both players are like very tilted and how strong the other person's hand is.
I think it's just like a moment ago. We saw the ace king 10s. It's like how we end up here. It's a very similar situation. Of course, that's the game we play. Queen 6 deuce, just like before. Musa flops the set when all in the flip. Silver left with just runner out. Not to be a king on the turn, just like last time. It's like the full on repeat. Oh, just a little ace as an extra kicker needle. That's when Musa's got 3 million in chips. The average stack
tournament chip.
The average stack is like, just say the 800k at this point. So it's got nearly 4x average.
Unlucky Chris.
With a level to go and well, level and a half to go in fact. And I mean, we come back tomorrow with the bubble basically upon us. That's going to be a great situation for him to be in. Meanwhile, back here at the Onyx, they've taken a break from chatting. As Tool's going to be up against.
I guess I'm in okay shape at least.
Very good shape.
I think we have to. I think we have to call this one.
Dominic. Versus me flip. Versus me flip. Was flip. Versus me was flip.
I'll take this one. This is better.
Do you have any block? 6s. Okay.
More than okay shape. Finds a key window, but sealing this one.
Yeah, back to a straight draw. And you as well.
Yeah.
It's not over.
Maybe the double.
It's never over till it's over. It is now.
You have 5 under 6.
Have a good job.
Is there an open 260s in this spot?
I believe it's gone open and the call on the button, and then Espen's taken the kind of thin 12 big blind.
Right.
Not much fold equity re-jam, but you can get it in relatively good shape and occasionally get 2 folds.
Great spot for him here. Double up with some extra in the pot. The man who will always be known as the 2022 main event champion. It's not a bad thing, you know, to always be known as the main event champion, but it's a moniker that will live with him forever. Doesn't matter what else you do, unless you win champions. Skogon Bundit, he's all in here with ace 10 up against Tenori's 2 7s. Last time Tenori had 2 7s, made a boat. This time hoping just the 7s will hold. And so far, so good for the Lebanese player. Card away. Getting himself up to about 1.5 million in chips. Find himself. GG's to Skogon Bundit, who, of course, when we picked up coverage today,
Table 3 sit open.
the chip stack on this table. Yeah, showed some flair in there.
He did. Things just kind of fizzled out. He didn't do a lot wrong. Sometimes that's the case in tournaments. He had a lot of chips early and, you know, lost 4, 5, 6 hands in a row. It doesn't take much more than that. Unfortunate. GG. Nice pickup for Tanuri. Musa, 3 mil.
Yeah, I mean, that's just disgusting, isn't it? 3 mil, 25k, big blind. Stoma. Go for the easy. You assure me I like the kind of the solver open.
Yeah.
Suited kings from +1. Sharapov with ace king. Next seat over. It's about 12 blinds. Gets to slam it in there. And in this case, to just
Not sure if I would have had it in me to go and play the turbo flight.
And if the worst result in the world.
Yeah. That would have been mentally challenging one to enter.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I would. I don't know, maybe I would. Maybe I will.
I mean, it's hopefully not. I mean, maybe it's good, of course.
Yeah.
But it's rough.
7
We'll
call.
leave Espen to it as we do. See
8
Ozcan
pass.
over here. Hang on a second.
1 pass.
Hang on. What does the solver say about this one? Pick. Plug this
2
in.
pass.
It says, "My name is Ozcan and I enjoy limping a wide range of hands. Your solver be damned."
Well, Astrotov. 2 4s in the big. Trying to work this one out. His opponent is
all in.
sub 20.
Yeah,
And
nice recognition.
7 pass.
Electing to run it.
Has been a feature of Ozcan's game. I mean, like, we haven't seen him limp this wide, but he's been limping close to range when he plays a pot.
I do enjoy the situations when we're in the booth and it comes around to the player. And you just make the gestures here. Of course, we're working in an audio format, but in the booth, guys, I'm sitting here. Half the time, Andrew's just motioning check or motioning all in. Oh, I like it. We need a camera in here. Just on you at all
Interactive,
time.
right? Interactive. Calm.
Behind the scenes, look. Oh, hello.
There.
Okay, your stat. Made sense. King, Queen got popped up. Fell on to, well, 2 9s for, what, 16 blinds. Seems pretty easy spot to jam. One you're quite happy to make, but he won't be enjoying seeing this tank from Toma. And he's going to be even less enthused when the man does make the call.
Yeah, this is really unlucky. 3-bet jam was getting through
Gotta move
against
up to where they're
Espen. Toma just
respective
giving it
ranges.
a little tank, try and tempt Espen to stay in the pot if he has a sort of middle of the range hand. Facing jam and re-jam. Very unlucky here for the Romanian. He's going to have to get there, James. One of remaining 2 9s, the immediate outs.
Sounds so easy.
Yeah.
All we got to do is get 9.
Of course. Is it coming?
I wouldn't be sat here, would I?
Well, you might be. It's a lot of fun.
I'd be just winning every time. I don't know. I reckon even with those powers, I'd mess it up right now.
Like Jovirald is hanging around the ladies.
We did see Espen fold
ladies
the game.
event.
We did.
Hanging around.
If he hits the 9, it's going to be quite easy to win, right?
Bugging.
Good point. Just 9 clubs is live, though, unfortunately for him.
Giving out free coaching.
Both players hold one of those things.
Yeah.
Alas,
Easy
not
game.
to be.
Set up.
That's nice to see now. This to me seems like it's kind of a quite a high caliber table.
Yeah.
You might have seen the play seems pretty spot on, and it's nice in these kind of tables. I think nearly in the day it's going to be a redraw tomorrow. Maybe I'll get a better table. Even though he's got a big stack, but then suddenly you just find the kings and then open
So
the jam in
nice,
front of you. Like, oh, I'll just pad an extra 400k on before this before we end today. Back here at the Luxon table, no surprise to see it's Musa in action once again. But this is a little fruity. Hang on a second here. He's open under the gun. And Modena has 3-bet the next seat with King 8 of clubs. Pick, we're deep here, 1.7 behind.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally see it go as wide as this. Like from +1, you'll see some King Jack suited and stuff do this, try and, you know, knock out the King Queen offs and type. King 8 is pretty wide. Maybe thinks that Musa's going to be getting 2 out of line. We can see that Basil's been playing pretty snug, to be honest.
Yeah.
Ace 10 of diamonds, of course, very reasonable open, very reasonable to call the 3-bet.
Of course, for him, he's only been here for what, this orbit or so,
Right.
because that seat was only vacated.
4-bet.
The Ace King fell to Musa's 210.
90.
Yeah, it's very easy to think that Basil with that tower is
That's
running
the
amok.
thing. If I come to a table and I see someone with a mountain of chips and they just like open straight away, I'm like, all right, okay, I can see how you got these. You're opening a lot. Sometimes you're right. A lot of times you're right, but sometimes you can be wrong. As it is, this Queen 7-4 board is going to see 90k bet in that continuation for Musa with the backdoor Broadway draw, backdoor diamond, ace like could still be good. Jack of clubs on the turn, check over. Well, if we're going to continue with this King 8 of clubs, this seems like a likely turn card. Can really put pressure on some of those pocket pairs.
Feels kind of mandatory in my eyes. This is one of those spots where I don't think you get check shoved on really ever.
Last 10 seconds.
And it's very nice to just target 8s through 10s, which is going to be in there a lot for Musa. He's going to have some ace 4 suited and stuff like this that have to fold turn. And especially against like the 25% on the flop. Now Basil has to continue with all the hands like this on the flop, so we get to knock them all out as well.
Also, I just like the situation here where he bets 360 because it sends the message
to
Musa that if I call here, I might face like the just under pot jam on the river.
Less than
Like you mentioned, all those kind of
C3.
weaker hands.
This
Suddenly
is
so
really
hard.
well played, post. Very nice.
Кстати, да.
Want a man to keep an eye on, no demps, right? Okay, suited 3+1.
You know what it is? I'm not surprised. I saw the flag.
Was it Italy?
It was.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you make the country read often live? Where are you from, pal? Bulgaria? All in.
Bulgaria, I'm scared, I told. Like, Sharapov, he's defending Queen 3 of Hearts. Needs to not make a pair as Espen is in here with the butchers, but he hasn't made a pair. Far better scenario developing for him. 3 working down the bottom, Queen working up the top.
Yeah, these are interesting. He's only got 12 blinds behind, so I would expect Espen just to always c-bet here. He's not going to have many of the best ace-X, right? Like the ace-queens and ace-kings of the world are all in for sure. Pocket 10s is already all in for sure. Pocket 5s even probably all in against Espen a good amount. He's just going to go for value with the kings. Of course, we can be behind some of the mid-range ace-X. Intriguing now. We have the King of Hearts in hand. Espen hates that card, I assure you of that.
Right, very likely continues, of course, with the 10x, ace-X. Both of those now beat him. Like you say, you've got the King of Hearts. Chooses some of the flush draws your opponent can have. Of course, see here, he's got all these flush draws. I like this lead here.
This is really mandatory as well, I think. Quarter pot. Yeah, the presence of that King of Hearts that you just referenced, Demps. Espen's hating this. Like, we do beat the flush draws, which is like the bulk of the semi-bluffs that we beat. There'll be some Queen-Jack offsuit with a heart in there, I think. Maybe some King-Jack, but of course we have 2 of the kings. A 5 in theory is probably supposed to stab sometimes. Wow. Yeah, honestly, I like it.
Wow.
Like, what, you know, it's just you're basically hoping you're against the flush draw. There's not many other natural bluffs in there.
Sharapov, you just bluffed the man.
I think if he's got 2 black kings,
have one more turn.
He will continue here. It might literally be the fact that he has the King of Hearts in hand. We're going to just let it go.
I want credit as well, because the speed at which the fold came didn't take much time to think about it. He was like, that turn's calm, my man's led into me. I guess I lose this pot. No time bank used.
Yeah.
This is the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C. The first and final Day 1 of coverage in terms of this event for us here on the channel. We are nearly at the end of the day. Looks like we're about to start the final level of play, and then of course everyone will resume tomorrow. Those playing the Turbo 1D and of course the baggers from 1A and 1B will be mixed up. We flip it back over to DTV Live, and looks like we still actually do have a hand here at 10k, 25k, and once more, you said he's been doing quite a lot of this. Ozcan is in here, limping ace-4 clubs.
And that's something that I would countenance often myself, but I'd much rather limp this than the King Deuce off, which was way too out of line. But yeah, in general here, don't really want to be limping much.
Limping is pimping.
Limping's pimping, baby. I mean, he has been limping range. So he will have some strong hands. So, like, I'll give him that. It's not like when he raised, you know, it's not like he's always weak.
Right. Important if we are going to incorporate a lot of limps, we do have to do it balanced. Now then, Ignatian with 2 10s, who's just going to move all in over that limp. It's kind of a nice spot for him in the sense that no one else got involved, and it comes quite easy for him. But I'm surprised he's just gone all in.
No, I think I don't mind it with this exact kind of hand class. Like, what is it? 10, 15, it's only 15 bigs, right? Back, 16 effective. You could raise call. I guess it depends on how wide you perceive Ozcan to limp. If he has all of the suited small ace-X and, you know, 8-9 suited and stuff like this, then it becomes more attractive to raise call, I think. If it's all suited broadways and the like, maybe we just want to knock them out. I hear you though, but especially when he's limping too much, maybe raise call is better than shove.
I guess I don't eat much, but like...
River Onyx.
Very small bet.
Yeah.
Sharapov.
And I just have like like no way to improve. And
Small. Pretty sure we
have to hope that he.
looks like he's going to take that Jack 5 up as a raise. To see this a lot with maybe like some of the weaker hands in this, but the same concept: big card, small card.
Like an ace,
I like this. You know, a hand like 9-5 off is one of those ones that always takes it. Jack 5 off seems pretty reasonable. Sharapov has that really awkward stack depth where it's hard to limp call, right? Like hands like this, it becomes even harder. You just don't love it, and we've just seen Bakuziev will just take every spot to show aggression if he can.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is really nice for the Russian.
Yeah, he's going to check in flow to Bakuziev.
Okay, finds a check back.
Yeah, and good thing he did, because I'm pretty confident that Sharapov was going to be activating over the top. As it is, turns the absolute nuts, and a grim card for Bakuziev, because he actually finds a piece here.
Yeah, this is a disaster now in terms of... Looks like Sharapov's going to lead and try and set up river shoves. And when we start sort of breaking this down, Sharapov can never have like pocket 4s, pocket 7s, pocket 8s. They all limp shove.
Right.
So in this type of spot now, we have a bluff catcher, and it's not really a bad one. There is plenty of stuff that we beat, the sort of 9x, 10x of the world. Random queen 5 of clubs and all these type of holdings. We can beat them all. Ace of Spades River, intriguing card. He does find check.
Love that.
I like it, by the way, in the long run. He's unfortunate here that his opponent has a hand that wants to knuckle back.
Right. Yeah. He just looks like he has a fair number of ace highs, right?
Sure.
Raise, trying to induce pre, calls turn.
Ace 9, ace 10, all the ace queen of diamonds type stuff like this, they're all going to value bet river. I like that check, even though it didn't work out. It's nice play.
Is it not a case as well for Bakuziev, like, if we had a strong jack,
sure,
is he still going to go for value with that as well?
I would probably jam like a king jack here or something if it was like pot behind. Seems pretty good. Yeah. It's really hard for Sharapov to have a nutted hand.
As it is. Let's drop in. Picking up that big pot.
All in.
All in with king jack, and Brockman behind with only 10 blinds himself. We'll do a scratch of the head, a cover of the mouth as deception is in play.
Isn't it funny how we were talking about the butterfly effect of spots? And he was out the door about 20 minutes ago on the 10, 3, 4 all hearts and got a backdoor chop somehow. And all of a sudden,
here we go.
Going to be back to 500,000, barring any really bad runouts.
5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Really unlucky this for Kurtaran late. 8 blinds seems reasonable. I mean, you don't love putting it in with king jack through the whole table. Runs into the big one.
Sometimes needs must, my friend.
Sure.
And that's what the case is here. Janko Tarani needs all the help, as I do to pronounce that name.
I'm giving you an upgrade to 9 out of 10 now.
Ace 5-3. Clubs. In the form of that king. An avenue. Needs a queen or a 10. King seals the fate. That's it. GG's, my man. Best of luck in your next venture. Meanwhile, Brockman. Here we go then.
Yeah.
20 bigs. Like you say, 1 card away from elimination. Had to ping a 4-outer just to get half the pot. Now, getting eliminations.
It's a really nice feeling to be on a free roll. Like it's one of the best feelings in poker, I think.
Yeah.
Like, literally, you have 1% or whatever, and you somehow wriggle out of it, and now you're like, wow, I've got 40 bigs in today too. I'm gonna win.
Yeah. When you got, like I said, it's 4 outs. It's not even to win. You had 4 outs to chop.
Yeah.
That's it. On the flop as well, it came like 10-5-3. You got ace 8 against ace 10. You got like no outs for anything, and then 4 outs to chop. You do that, and you get in the mix. Here we go then. Over at the Luxon table, a hijack open from Tanuri. Akulenka has jammed 2 9s for a chunk of chips here.
I think it's fine. What is it? 25 blinds? Seems okay with this exact kind of hand.
But it's put pressure on this Tanuri. He's just getting a count. I mean, I can't imagine he's not going to match this bet, but he doesn't enjoy it. He should.
I think in this spot it's kind of annoying because you do see 9s and 10s a lot in this spot. It's not really a spot where you tend to crush too many hands, but you're never folding, obviously.
The body language of both of them. They both look through their armor. Like, but again, we sort of found ourselves in this 1.4 million chip flip that neither of them really want to be in.
Absolutely.
Tonuri, the one hunting, and he finds an ace-high board with a couple of clubs. Akulenka reduced to just the one out, and that might not even be enough, as Tonuri can kill it. And he won't do it on the 8 of hearts. That is it. Akulenka's race is run. He's straight out of here.
Yeah, unfortunate. What can you do? Gonna have to win several flips, you would imagine, to try and take down any big tournament. Nice one for Tonuri. He's finding heat at the end of the day. Saw him win the 2 all-ins with the 7s. 2 big pots with the 7s, excuse me, and then wins a big flip. 2.2 milli.
Yeah, it's funny. We see all this play early on in these tournaments. It's very intricate, and then what always ends up happening is you get to the end of day 1, and the blinds are huge, and someone just wins a couple of all-ins. They surge past all your hard work. As we flip back over to DTD live table, Ignatian raising in the cutoff, and Ozcan peeling off this shallow stack with the suited ace-5. Brockman overcalling as well with what looks to be a good hand in the ace-6, but tough against 2 players. Ozcan flops the joint. The nut flush, thank you very much. Action check to him. Let's see if he can find a little knuckle here, perhaps. So shallow. Easy to get this in 1 street, let alone 2.
Of all the hands that really like to slow play, this is basically number 1. And you know, you have a very wide opening range from Ignatian in the cutoff. He has found very small, which I like.
Yeah, and it's going to work. Because
I'm not sure about this.
Right, it's a 3-way pot. We have to show some respect to it, don't we?
Sure. Like ace, queen high, no spade. I mean, it is the fact that it's 30k, potentially. He's decided I'm just going to have to flip it in. Oh, this is a lovely little acting job.
Are we Academy worthy yet? We're looking at Golden Globes.
He should find really small again. Looks like he bet 100k. Yeah, okay.
If he shows anything.
An extra 30k.
Oh, the raw emotion. What do we get in these sunglasses? They're pretty gangster.
It's we were talking about them earlier. It's the Morpheus from the Matrix glasses. That's the ones.
That's what it is.
Yeah. He's beginning to believe. Great movie.
You know,
shame about the sequels, but we won't go into that.
We were talking about GoldenEye earlier, and I think it was something that was like so far ahead of its time. Like I feel like Matrix is the same thing. Like a film of that style was so seminal at the time.
Unreal movie.
You look back at it now, and it doesn't. It's not as special, but it stood out in its time.
I think it's still pretty.
I agree with you. But if you took someone who was sort of our age when that film first came out and showed them to now, they'd be like, okay, this doesn't stand up as well to the current films. But at the time, it was so far ahead.
Got ya.
Anyway.
Yeah, we've got an
Actually, let's just talk films. I don't want to talk poker for the rest of the night. Come on.
Well, we will dissect this one because this is a fun one. So we have a button open. Espen defends with 7-6. Couple of ways you can go here. Either small raise or call. Does land on small raise. I must confess, I quite like it. Against a button opening range, you know, Bekuziev, people just wildly over c-bet this board, and he's just going to have like 9-10 off and stuff here, right? The c-bet's the button. So Espen deciding, okay, I've got a gut shot. My hand has some playability down the streets on something like a heart, and now he's improved to the double gutter. These are really fun. So we have, what, 130% pots? So we can continue the story now. You know, all of our King X, I think, is very fair that it check raises to get it in on the flop versus the dealer.
No.
Versus the button.
So
he's yeah, I like this. So he's going for the 3rd pot to set up a river bluff shove. Also, the benefit of this, you know, our opponent can call us once more again. We do get to realize. I don't think you get shoved on very often.
You just generate a pot for the river jam.
The thing is, we're trying to bluff a guy that never folds.
I was about to say.
Espen doesn't know that. But.
Well, he saw Bekuziev make a call. I don't believe you in the booth at the time, but with like a 5 on a 5-4-4 jack.
Oh, he was there.
Thing, like all the heartboard. Yeah, Espen was on it. It was the hangover before break, and it was like absolute bottom of range hand he could have, and he called them all in. So he's definitely got a rep.
Yeah, we've arrived on the river here with 7 high. Probably supposed to go for this. Doesn't feel nice with 60%, so he may shut it down and has... Seems kind of reasonable, like especially if you think that the button's going to fast play some of his draws at the SPR on the flop, potentially. Kind of trying to get him to fold out some ace highs or a 5.
Yeah, APT, yeah.
Oh, he's value betting, okay.
It's class. Just desperately trying to milk a little bit.
This is my dream.
So where are you from?
Holland.
Holland. Yeah. With the water.
Yes, because I forget my time rank.
Many times.
But I suppose once Espen checks, he's probably not going to check a better hand.
Those. You don't need those.
Nice hand.
Sometimes you do. You know what to do.
So then, here we go. Stefeev from under the gun, opening it up.
5 plus.
Karapanu jamming 2 8s for 5 blinds, and Modena finding ace king in the big. Karapanu, he's the one at risk. Not the biggest pot in this tournament, but obviously a key one for the man who's all in. I don't know, he can afford to take this loss. Not that he might not. He might not. Go ahead, yeah, the eyebrow raise says it all. Queen, queen, jack. Kind of keeping this a fair fight as we head to the turn. Oh, that's the dirty way. That is dirty. Obviously a queen or jack would split this. Otherwise an 8. No.
Sit open,
I mean,
table
it's
3.
fair to win ace king and an all in. It just feels a little mischievous to do it in this manner.
Always a frustrating way to go. Modena on the move, 2.4 mil.
Yeah, and Musa obviously loving life. Huge stack there, but this man to his left, and I think Tanori as well, a couple of seats further left. I mean, those three have all got, what, 11, 12, and 13.5 starting stacks. That's a hell of a deep stack table.
I think all three would probably be happy enough to get off the table, get a redraw for tomorrow, approaching the bubble, and get to bash people up.
Yeah, I think it'll be kind of unfortunate if they were to make a big move on each other tonight and prevent the chance of doing that tomorrow when they're likely to be table chip leaders, or at least, you know, not dealing with 2 other players in that realm. Here we go then. Over at DTD Live, Stratov, King of Hearts. That looks pretty good on this ace 9 7 board.
Feels like this must be a bigger open size than normal for there to be 255 in already. I think. In any case, a Stratov, not flush draw, in the betting lead. Typically going to bet small on the monotones, as he does. 45k, about 15% pots.
This one is horrible, isn't it? Drawing to a straight on a monotone board, like you mentioned.
I mean, we can bluff on the 4 flush and stuff like this, so it's going to be intriguing to see how this goes. Can a Stratov find the sneaky check back?
Oof.
I think in general, people just go for 3 streets here. I think like the problem is that Ignatian could just have Jack 10 with a Jack of Hearts or 10 of Hearts.
Right.
And they're all just going to always call turn. And we can just set up river shoves. So it's not natural to think, okay, I'm going to trap check here, my King of Hearts.
Yeah, I like this bet. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, he's going to go for it.
Here we go. Morpheus, what are you up to?
You know what? It's not going to work, obviously, but I kind of love it. I kind of love it.
He's showing the gumption.
This is a lot of heart. It takes a lot of heart to make this play.
Well, he hasn't got a single heart.
He hasn't. He's taken the red pill or the blue pill. We're not sure which one. Oh, look at this. A great acting job, that.
Okay, he's like, hang on a second. I've got the King of Hearts. do I recheck if I got the King of Hearts, or do I just... I better recheck. I think I've got... I can't have it. He's check raised me. He must have it. Oh, no, I do have it.
He's selling this pretty well. I can see his hand. I believe that
So,
he's got a tough decision.
What are the kind of hands he might have here when that would bet the turn, like, and then tank check call? Like, is it just always going to be flushes at this point when he gets called?
I think so. I think it's just very natural to check back here with like 2-pair on the turn or like a set or something like this. People normally in flow just check it back. We can be repping like ace, jack, jack of hearts now, right? Like ace 10,
That's what
10
I mean,
of
like,
hearts.
How low down a heart do you think we likely would have bet on the turn, I wonder? Because
maybe the 10.
Right, so suddenly it becomes really hard for Ignacio to carry this on, doesn't it? Oh.
I mean, if he... Obviously, this is never working.
Oh, no.
Fair play to him.
Oh, no, this is a torch off, isn't it?
It feels like a torch on the river.
And, I mean, Stratov hasn't snap called, but I mean, we can't... Your man just doesn't have a boat,
There's
right?
never a boat.
He's not raising those hands.
This is a slow roll. I mean, maybe he doesn't mean it and he's just confused.
Yeah, I think we'll say nit roll rather than a slow roll, like a misunderstanding of the situation, perhaps.
Sure.
I think slow roll always implies some malice. I mean, there may be some history between these two. He may just never see the last coming from the seat, but yeah, I mean, he's just not check raising 2-pair in sets.
I mean, you are absolutely steamed out of your mind here as Ignatian when he takes another minute or so and then calls.
3 call. Showdown.
Yeah. Cool it is. Turns over the 10 high. Well,
found the heart to fire off.
Yeah,
Big old bluff.
You said it. You got to give the man credit. He gave it a go, and we always love to see that. Better to be too aggressive than too passive.
Sure.
Wow.
I mean, if a Stratov has ace, jack, jack of hearts here, you get check raised on the turn and shoved on. I mean, it's just a pure bluff catch. You would be hating it, I think.
He wasn't enjoying calling with the king of hearts, so like, I mean, you know.
Quite right.
Bakushiev over here, he's raising it up in the hijack. It's all finding the 3-bet, 3xing the original open up to 6 blinds with this ace-king. And I mean, I'm not going to predict anything because I feel like Bakushiev can go off at any moment. This case just finds the fold. But nothing would surprise me with this man.
Sure. We gave Tool the old Ben CB lookalike treatment earlier.
Okay.
But
does he play like?
He's played very well.
Okay, there we go.
I will say that. I haven't seen him make a single mistake.
I have a security business.
I like the cut of this man's jib. Plays really well. Back to Luxon we go then.
6 check.
Single raise pot, Tanuri versus Aslan.
7
Tanuri
check.
looks so much like a gentleman I played cash with back in Brighton on a regular basis.
Is there a chance it could be him?
And he almost has like similar mannerisms and stuff as well. It's great. I can't help but see my friend in him.
Yeah, so action on Aslan. It's check to the river.
6 check.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable to just give it up, I think. You know, like the pocket jacks and pocket 10s of this world that might have checked back to river have all made a hand. We'd really just be trying to fold out a suited ace or pocket 6s, something like this. There you go, ace 10, pal. You can see if you like.
How many chips was that? 10? 10. Okay.
G. In the big. Pulls this min open from Sharapov, who's building up nicely towards the end of day 2. And well, that rise will certainly continue on this Jack 7-6 board. Almost unfortunately for him that this kind of board where the big blind does get to continue a lot, but seems unlikely in this instance.
Yeah, we've flopped the effective nuts in our eyes. Let's hope that our man wants to put some money in. Check fold. The standard stuff. So 20% of the field or so left. Debs.
Yep.
We are we'll be close to the money, right, tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I mean the structure is designed in such a way that we amalgamate the field and then bubble should burst in the first level or so.
This is what I thought when I got it, maybe.
Back over to the Luxon table we go. And Aslan, just in time, finds pocket kings +1. Sends in the chips, and Modena finds pretty big hand in the big ace-jack. Makes the call, gets the bad news. Pre-flop at least.
Yeah, but look at him, he's rocking back in that chair. He's chilled, he's relaxed. They're the ones who always hit. The ones who are pensive, sweating. Oh, Aslan's doing the prepay, the time bank chips. What's going on here? All sorts of trickery. Sorcery. Oh! King, Queen, 10.
Wow.
Broadway for Modena. That's all fun and games when you've got 2.3 back, and there's the Queen on the turn. Aslan lives to fight. King's full.
What a brilliant atmosphere at this feature table, by the way. Love to see that.
I like it. I like it.
Very friendly. Back to 475k then for Aslan. Musa still at 2.8 million. Tanuri and Medina still incredibly healthy as we approach the end of the day.
Okay. It's okay.
How did Sharapov get to 1.4? We've just missed that hand potentially.
Well, we saw with Ace Jack against G's Ace Deuce. Yeah. Did that?
He only had 600k back in that hand.
Did something crazy happen in that hand?
No, we maybe just missed one. Decision on Espen, who's on fumes. 135k. Yeah, this might look curious, but once you get to this sort of 3 or 4 bigs, it really is any 2. Let's flop a piece. And there we go.
There is the piece. He's turned the dominated into the dominating. And Andrew is either having a fit or suggesting all in.
I think he's quite likely to donk shove this hand. Yeah. Just makes sense. Deny equity, get called by worse. It's not a bad thing here to get sort of Queen Jack offsuit out of there if it, you know, somehow decides to check back and realize this is a horrible spot now for sure.
Well, I was about to say, I feel like the Queen Jack would stick around, but does the Jack 8? I mean, this is such a weak hand. But at the same time, like, if we can ever be ahead, if we can ever be up against a hand like a 9-6 and stuff.
I mean, 100% you can.
Yeah.
This might be a spot that in theory you're supposed to call any 2.
I'll take it.
Espen does not lie.
Yeah. About to say, see you in the turbo.
Huh?
See you in the turbo.
Never over till it's over, bro.
No.
What did you have?
I'm on your team.
What? Okay.
Well, I keep giving you my chips, so.
I mean, it's never over till it's over. A man like him can say that. He has sort of been to the bottom and up to the top in the biggest tournament in the world, as we see this board run out. Tanuri, he's got the best of it. What looks to have been a minimal skirmish here.
Yeah, this is one of those where Stefiev just expects not to win at Showdown, so he is going to bluff. We'll see if Tanuri can pick this off. It would make sense to hero with this hand, I think. Most of the Jack X of Stefiev is betting the turn. A bunch of the draws are probably betting the turn. So unless he's finding this sizing with specifically a rivered 8, we have a nice blocker with the Queen of Clubs. Like, I'd expect the 5-7 and the like of Stefiev just to bleed turn. I'm fairly sure that he would. But he's going to get it through. He's going to show that Queen of Clubs. Nice recognition from Stefiev, perhaps, that Tanuri will give some respect on the river. Like, it's one of those where you think, oh, I've got Showdown, but like King Queen in real life just never wins.
I enjoy the postmortems after every hand.
It's great, isn't it?
Zibkatova, she's down to just 15 blinds late on this day 1. Someone who's been in action from the off here at this table. He's just sending them all in. I wasn't sure if she would do this or maybe try and get some involvement from elsewhere, but perhaps this looks like it, you know, it could look frustrated. It could be inclined to get maybe a few more calls than it might normally, just given it's the state of the play. We know the turbo's going on.
This is one of those that you don't have many jams in theory world for, you know, 14 to 15 under the gun, but the ones that tend to plug in are like the ace queen off, pocket 9s type hands. that really don't mind just taking, you know, taking aggressive action, maybe getting called by one person and being in okay shape. Should be happy enough to pick up the 75k or so.
Yeah.
Money in the blinds.
Gonna run the dinner after
Back to the Onyx then.
Oh yeah.
Open here from Sharapov with King 9 off.
No,
Miri
running.
defending
Running.
with the 7-4 of clubs. Does flop a gut shot and some backdoor potential. See bet 50k from Sharapov. Miri makes the call.
Fucking hell. Is it even open
Let's turn
anymore?
best. 7 of spades. Quickly checks. Sharapov with the decision. We want to try and continue the story here. These spots are really awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have a hand that
doesn't even play that
has
late.
equity, but
No.
you can still chase out some hands, right? Like if we bet, we can fold out a 5 and a 3 that doesn't have a backdoor straight draw attached to the hands that we're kind of targeting. I don't mind this. King of spades in hand as well. It's not a lot of fun to put 150k into the middle here, but Miri, these are tough as well, Demps.
Yeah.
And the shoe on the other foot for him, second pair.
I wonder just the fact that it is that second pair. He can start to fold out the 3x, the 5x that don't have anything additional.
Sure.
But now he's turned that 7 maybe a little bit too strong. Does elect a call and well. Makes the runner 2 pair. 390 behind for him.
Yeah, we can see that check is the most prudent route for him to get more money from Sharapov. We can't know that, of course.
Might go to the gym actually.
These spots are always interesting because lots of Sharapov's like 1 pair hands are just always checking back. So unless you give him the sort of pure bluffs, and he'll have a decent amount of them, he might lead, yeah. I'm not like shocked to see this.
I'm a spicy one. It's like 250, leave 140 back.
You don't like the idea of
the value bluff. Well, that's pleasing, you know, making it look like the value bluff, obviously. See here.
This team Sonic was so earlier.
Yeah, always interesting ones, and it's hard to dissect this type of spot in a 30-second time frame because there's lots going on.
Yeah, really complex situations.
Luxon Pay Grand Final, please complete your hand and then stop
Look
bidding.
at that. Sharapov. Much more even distribution of chips here, and much closer to sort of the average stack, right? We're saying 20% the field left, which would mean, of course, a million chip average. So this table far more balanced as we head on over to Luxon, where Smolka opened up under the gun with Ace King, and he's found a customer, Mukwon, who deals with 9-4, flops best on Jack 10-9.
8 check.
Yeah, these are really intriguing. Under the gun's supposed to c-bet this board very heavily. I mean, if we bet and get shoved on, we're going to have to call off, right? Like 8 bigs or so behind for Mukawem. Looks like that's what Smolka is going to land on. He's gone really small, 35. Like, I can't imagine that he would bet fold this. Wouldn't be happy with it. Okay, see a turn.
8 all in.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
The old stop and go. Want to see a brick, and then I'm shoving it.
Wow.
Smoker just puking in his mouth. I got called, but at least I'm going to get to see the river. No, sir. Instant jam on the deuce of clubs.
Yeah, you're not thrilled with this.
You just can't be ahead here, right? You just can't be. What am I beating?
Queen X of clubs, basically it.
Yeah.
Queen 7 of clubs.
The last 4 times.
Not doing amazingly against that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him fall, but it just feels like I've been violated.
It's very tilting to get shoved on.
You just get to check this and see the river. Like, what do you mean you're all in?
Yeah.
Oh, well done. Perfectly played, given the hand you're up against there. Miri in the small.
So this must be a 3-bet coup.
You're right, the pot size sizable.
I've heard good things about
Continuation for Miri.
Yeah, very interesting. Looks like open then, and 3-bet from Miri. Sharapov healing ace-8 suited in position. Flop's about as good as it gets for his hand. Can't really raise, get it in though. Now then,
I just feel like this area
can
as well has
Miri
been, like, conflict
line up the
ridden
barrels?
for
We have a
so long, you know.
magnificent combo in my eyes to try and
there's so many nice
line up
places
the
to go
bluff.
Wow, the casually lifting the cards up so high to me, just
I'm quite excited about that area. Like
it feels like strength when people do that, right? If he now follows through, I mean, I'd be wary about doing it with such reflective sunglasses as these, but you know,
yeah.
I
I mean, it feels like a fist pump type combination to use, right? Block the queens and jacks, block the ace jack of clubs, king jack of clubs, queen jack of clubs is very important in this spot when Sharapov just calls. You know, we can fold out the sort of ace jack of hearts, stuff like this, right? Ace 10 of hearts, put sevens and nines in these hands in a bad spot if they didn't 4-bet shove. Credit to Sharapov, he knows he has to call the turn. Now, Miri, can you find the bluff shove? I would like to see shove dems. I've seen people, you know, bet 300k and stuff here, which when we have 60% pot, I think if we are going to run this bluff, I prefer to see jam.
Looks like he's counting out an amount that will leave some shells back, or is he just doing an inventory check here? Perhaps the latter, and he's just giving it up.
Like with this now, like with all
Which is
the
interesting
stuff
because
going on
this would
and
have been a
stuff,
real horror spot for Sharapov,
you
wouldn't
have
it, to
like
face another barrel. And yeah, Miri gets the bad news. His opponent did just flop an 8, an unlikely pairing combo.
And also, did you make any like preparations just in case?
Yeah, just that kind of little grimace as if to say, maybe I could have got him to fold that. I mean, there's no guarantee that Sharapov folds river, obviously.
He may have put the cape on.
Sure.
He's ecstatic to not have to make the decision. I know that much.
And you're just like, please check, please check.
End of day one, you plan all day. This guy's going to put you in probably the toughest spot you'd have been in all day. You're tired. You're mentally checked out. He's just been on the spin up as well. He's like, I was short. Now I'm going to be bagging over $1 million. Life is good. Right then, over at Luxon as we are near the end of the day. Modena. He's going to defend Queen 5 of clubs. Seems reasonable. Stapiev from under the gun. Those two queens looking great, but look at this. A couple of clubs popping out. Check some flow. Yeah, quite stoic.
Plenty of big bets here possible.
It looks like he's doing exactly that.
I like it. I think this is really nice. Don't have a club in our hand, unblock all the sort of straight draw type stuff that the big blind will have a lot of. He's going to continue, you know, with every 9, every 6 still, in theory, to this size. But, I mean, you will start putting pressure on a deuce and a 6 with no sort of backdoor connectivity. But I like this from Stafiev. Let's just start shoveling money in with 2 red queens. Oh.
285.
He's raising.
Oh, here we go. Just going to instant pressure.
I mean, one assumes that he's going to have to play for it all here. I don't know if we can put 285k in and then fold as my colleague motions with the forward jamming motion.
And this feels like, whoa, it looks like he is just going to... Cool. I was about to say, it feels like when we bet this size and then wish to continue, the kind of... The cat's out the bag. We've got an overpair, right? We're not doing this with ace highs, are we?
No.
So at that point, I feel like, hey, let's just run it.
Yeah, on the flip side, I guess you can just get it in on a safe turn, and like occasionally the big blind will check. I'm with you though. I would just put it in because a hand like ace 9, for example, which could be in there, we'll just have to call it off. You know, all the high equity flush draws will call it off. I would have just run it at Stafiev. I think when we size up flop particularly, you start to take out the 8-10 offsuit and stuff.
I feel like if he'd bet really small on the flop and face a check raise, then I'd be maybe more inclined to keep slow playing. But
sure.
So it is. Here comes the jam on the turn. Obviously, Stafiev not instantly calling. I mean, he obviously will call, but he just... He sees that king, he knows that's perhaps a card that he could have fallen behind to, king X of clubs, something like that. But just kind of more mustering the courage before making this call and playing a 1.7 million chip pot on the eve of day 2. Modena, can he be the second man we've seen breach the 3 million chip mark? It's going to be dirty if he does it. No, he can't. Stafiev now 1.6 million. These two with near identical stacks. What a great way for him to finish up day one here in the Luxon Pay Grand Final.
Yeah, huge spot to hold. Such a good feeling. Let's bag up, come back tomorrow with 40 bigs in the hunt.
You're loving that. Loving that. On the bubble. Just above average chips he'll have.
Yeah, I believe last hand was just announced also there, James. So it literally is right on the eve of day two.
Miri, well, at the end of the day, just trying to get something going with this ace-10. We're not going to fold and get chips in the bag. And it will be around to Sharapov, who's been the man at the moment at this table, but he cannot continue with the queen 3.
We need some rest.
Let's see if we've got time for one more or not.
Nice one for Miri to pick up. Steady the ship somewhat after that.
Well,
3-bet pot, and that is it.
There you go. Nothing says end of day more than a bag of bags arriving on the table. Players unmiking. That does bring to an end the coverage here of the Mediterranean Poker Party Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1. See, it rolls off the tongue.
It does.
That title, doesn't it?
Honestly, beautifully managed, James.
That's how things look on our featured tables as we end this 15K, 30K level. It is, in fact, Sharapov who banks the lead on that table. The other end of the leaderboard there, Espinosa propping up the stacks. He's going to be coming back tomorrow to play 20K, 40K with just 255K, but will be so close to the money. He's still got some interest in this one, and he's a man who knows something about coming back from a short stack, as he famously did in the main event. Out on the DTD live table, it is Astratov who has bagged up just under 10 starting stacks, that 1.9 million, going to be good for 50 big blinds tomorrow. And this is the table we saw some fun stuff going on. Ozcan, he was fan of the limp. He's in there with 735. Sipkatova, we always see her at Merit. Been playing on this table all day long. She brings 635K to the party tomorrow. Then on the table with all the chips, Basil Musa, the right side of those two big flips, bagging 3 mil. Tanuri, nice little run for him at the end of the day. He's got 2 mil. Modena in fourth there, 1.5 mil, but he could have had a whole bunch more. He played the big one right towards the end there with Daniel, and he bagged up 1.5 million. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back at 2:30 tomorrow. Please do join us.